Justin, you're going to put one. Bill.
What is that thing?
Camera. Camera back here, camera 360 degrees. It's always the ball. Thank you, guys.
Hey guys, y'all want to spin right now? Okay, up or down? Up. It is up. If y'all want to spin.
I told Peter I want my baby to grow up just like you. Sweet, passionate, intense.
Everyone, we'll serve.
Sorry, we're not paying attention. We'll serve.
Oh yeah, you're good. You're good.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome here to the Country Club of York for the 9th annual Groft Charity Classic. We're going to have an outstanding weekend of tennis here this weekend. The tournament itself benefits the York Opioid Collaborative, and this is the 6th year that the tournament has benefited the collaborative. They do an outstanding job here in the York area, helping to deal with the opioid epidemic, which has been so significant in our local area through the years. Last year, the tournament raised over about $100,000 for the collaborative. We believe that we're on track to basically make a donation in that category for this year. So it's obviously for a good cause. Those of you that are out there listening, you'll hear us refer to this throughout the broadcast, but if you're interested in making a donation, you can go to www.gcc, the number 4, tennis.com. There's a donate button, and you can make your donation right online. Very simple process. My name is Bill Long. I'm here with my partner Mark Wheeler. We expect probably to be calling about 3 or 4 matches here today. We generally have 3 matches, at least initially, going at one time to try to work our way through the 16-team draw. Those of you that are not familiar with the tournament, we have a mixed doubles format here, which is very unusual for the players to be playing mixed doubles as opposed to singles or just doubles in their respective genders. So it creates a lot of different strategy options for the teams, and Mark and I always enjoy watching the matches and referring to those strategy changes that we see throughout the match. Right now we have our first set of matches out there, and Mark, I'm gonna turn it over to you to first touch on the match that'll be on court 1 that we'll be watching here first thing this morning.
Thanks, Bill. Always a pleasure to be with you and this great event. Again, as Bill said, 9th annual Groft Charity Classic. All proceeds supporting the York Opioid Collaborative. This first match you're going to be watching on the main court here at the Country Club of York is going to have in the red is Justin Carter and his partner. And on the far side, in the blue shirt, we have Punch Maleka and his partner Charlotte Sikora. For those who've been regular viewers or have joined us at the Classic in the past, Punch and Charlotte are longtime supporters of the event, multi-time winners. So this first match should be very interesting and competitive. Real quick, at a high level, Justin, again in the red, obviously enjoys working out. You can see that he is more than put together. From Pikesville, Maryland originally. In the juniors, he was ranked #1 Mid-Atlantic level. Went on to play in college at the #1 and 2 spot. And has enjoyed participating in this competition throughout the years. His partner Candace started playing tennis at the age of 8 in China. Was fortunate to choose a sport on her own with her parents' support. She grew obviously committed to the event. In 2021, she went overseas to study for the first time. The tennis vibe on campus, as she explained, it was a primary factor for her choosing the U.S. for further education. She ultimately went on and was the champion of Middle State sectionals and first ever in the Golden Bracket of the USTA Campus Nationals. Made lots of friends, of course, along the way, and some incredible people at the University of Pennsylvania. She's currently majoring in MLA at the University of Pennsylvania while enjoying the campus life. She thanks the Country Club of York for organizing a wonderful event and looks forward to participating and supporting the event. Punch and Maleka, real quick. Punch, again, a longtime supporter of our event. I think he goes all the way back to the beginning. In the year 2000, he reached a career best of 619 in the world rankings on the singles level. He's originally from South Africa. He's the owner of 1-2 Punch Tennis, based in King of Prussia. His comment was, "I'm grateful to be a part of the Groft Charity Classic as each and every year it grows and reaches more and more individuals affected by this addiction." Charlotte, avid traveler and rackets passion person, wonderful young lady. At this point in time is involved a lot more on the platform tennis paddle side, but a very accomplished player. And again, Punch and Charlotte are multi-time winners. As we get started, Bill, let's talk a little bit, like you introduced on the mixed doubles side, what normal strategies we do see. So we've got a man and a woman out there. How normally does the strategy work in mixed doubles versus I'm playing singles?
Mark, I think the key thing to note is that generally the male player is a bit stronger than the female player, and as a result of that, a lot of balls will be played to the female player, and generally, it really tends to be a little bit of a chess game because, the male player will try to, do a fair amount of poaching, cut shots off, and, it makes for a very interesting, potpourri of strategies, actually. So, as the matches unfold, we're going to talk about that a little bit. Certainly, there will be some very strong female players in this draw, Mark, and I'm looking forward, to seeing those as the day rolls on here. And we should have a great first match, that'll show us the kind of strategies that, really are out there for mixed doubles.
Yeah, it's a great point. And as we come back out to the top level and we talk about the competitors, and obviously they're all accomplished tennis players and are certainly once on the court looking to create that competitive edge and look to win. We do have the defending champs out on the court on court 2 right now. Guillermo Nunez and Gabriela DeSantis have rejoined us from last year as our defending champions. Later on in the day, you'll be hearing us talk about a couple of other folks who've won in previous years as well. Holden Coons and Elizabeth Scotty, both highly accomplished college players, both moving along in their college careers. Elizabeth just won the team national championship at the University of North Carolina this year, and Holden finished up his first years at James Madison University and is moving on to Wake Forest University for his 5th and final year. So a lot of previous winners in the competition. I think it speaks to the cause as well as the Country Club of York and the event that we're able to put on each year. We're in serves, warming up serves here on court 1. We're going to get started here pretty soon. Again, 9th annual Groft Charity Classic, all proceeds supporting the York Opioid Collaborative throughout the day. And tomorrow we'll have interviews with some of our main sponsors, some of the hospital folks, to talk about the addiction and what's going on in our communities around the country as well. So thanks for joining us. We're real excited to be here. It's a great day of tennis. Bill and I wish we were out there, but that's not the case.
As Clint Eastwood would say, man's got to realize his limitations. So they're taking serves here on court 1, and Mark, certainly something we should talk about a little bit is it always seems that whatever weekend we have this tournament, heat always seems to be a factor, and today will be no exception. As the afternoon rolls on, we're expecting highs around the 90-degree mark, and there's a good deal of humidity out there right now. So, that's something to keep an eye on as the day rolls on. At this point, the weather forecast does not call for thunderstorms until probably in the 5 o'clock range. We certainly hope that that's the case. But in the case, we do have a backup at Wisehaven Indoor Tennis Center should we need it, but hopefully we'll be able to get all of our first and second round matches in here. Basically, the goal for today is to take it from 16 teams down to 4. So we'll have the round of 16 and the round of 8 today.
12 total matches, as Bill just said. We do have our first match getting started on court 2. The defending champions are facing off against Nate Gambino, the director of rackets here at CCY. And Nate is playing with his partner Amy Campion. So we are underway, getting started. Court 3, they're just about finishing serve. So really excited. Again, 12 total matches today. Please join us in person. Country Club of York, 1400 Country Club Road here in York if you're available, or glad to have you online listening in on today's action.
And it's interesting to note, Mark, that we have a local flavor in the matches right now on court 2 and court 3, with Nate and Amy being York Countyans, as well as on court 3 we have Phil Myers, the director of tennis at Wisehaven Tennis Center and defending York City County champion, and his partner Elizabeth Ionescu is just an outstanding junior player, and we'll talk about her a little bit as time rolls on. But she's also a local product and certainly developing her game into just one of the top players actually in the country in her age group. So it'll be interesting to watch her play and see her continued development.
Absolutely. She has somewhat grown up in this tournament, played for a number of years, and now a nationally ranked player, as you said, Bill, in her age group. Here we go, point 1 on court 1.
Punch will be starting with the serve. Great return there by Justin, and they get the initial point here in the match. Mark, one thing we've seen with Punch through the years is he's a very cerebral player, always seems to put the ball in the right position and make the right play. Is a good return, and we're now at love 30 in the first game. Candace with a great return there.
A little long on the serve there.
Yeah, one thing they don't want to do here initially, Mark, is getting a little bit of a hole. You want your male player to be able to hold his serve on a consistent basis, and boom, right off the bat here, they're down love 40. Very, very slow start for Punch and Charlotte here in the first game. We'll see if they can recover here and actually hold serve. Otherwise, they're going to have a little bit of a hole to dig out of here initially.
Yeah, interesting right out of the gate. Although we've seen Punch so many years, nothing phases him. He's certainly been here plenty of times. Let's see what happens. Second serve, triple break point. We got
very nice shot there from Justin. Went at Charlotte twice in a row there at net. Nice topspin shot there, and she was unable to volley it back. So we have a break here to start the match, and we're at 1-0 here, kicking off. On court 3 with Phil and Elizabeth. Who do we have there, Mark?
Oh, sorry, Bill. Let me.
Just want to make sure that we get all of our.
Absolutely.
We've got Daniel Chang and Sarah Hua, and not sure if you wanted to talk a little bit about them while we're at the changeover here, Mark.
Absolutely. So again, as Bill said, on court 3, Daniel Chang. Started playing at the age of 5. At Rutgers, he led the club tennis team to 8th place finish in nationals. Post-graduation included a finals appearance at U.S. Open playoffs in men's doubles in 2015 and 2 semifinal appearances in mixed doubles in U.S. National Open indoor championships. Then we'll talk a little bit about Sarah in here in a moment. Right back to the action on court 1 as Justin serves up 1-love.
He had some velocity there on that first serve.
He's
not
a very
sure
strong young man.
Yeah.
Just missed.
Not sure. That one looked like it just missed.
It was wide. But well struck.
Yeah.
I don't think he's going to get cheated today, Bill.
It looks like he's, it's our first time today seeing Justin. He's definitely hitting the ball with some pace.
He looks, physique-wise, a lot like you did at that age, Bill. I remember you being a workout machine back in the day.
I don't think I ever made it to that level, Mark, but...
It is interesting. We kid about the power he's hitting with. It'll be interesting as the match goes on. Punch plays with a lot more finesse. That dynamic Bill was talking about earlier as we were warming up will come into effect here. Easy put away on that one.
Yeah, it was a great serve. He brought that into Charlotte's body. She was, unable to get her feet moved enough to handle it, and all she could do was really pop the ball up. And as you said, an easy put away for Justin. So
15 all.
We're at 15 all.
Sarah, back down on court 3 real quick. Thanks, Bill, for bringing up. We want to get all the competitors on. Sarah began playing tennis at age 8. As a junior, reached #1 in Middle States and top 25 nationally. She went on to play at college in Princeton, where her class was recognized as the #1 recruiting class in the nation. So again, this idea that we have some very accomplished tennis players here is important. Serve was just back. Punch might have thought it was in. He's going to call it good. Close enough. Bill, talk about how we would know where the balls land here, this hard true versus a hard court. Not everybody knows what this is.
Well, on the hard true surface, generally the ball will leave a mark when it hits the surface, and that, I think that really allows the players to make more accurate calls because, basically the mark is not going to lie. So you'll see some instances throughout the matches where they go and they'll, actually go back and review the ball mark to make sure that the call that was made was accurate.
It's a great point, and as we get older, that ball mark comes in handy. Plays a lot like clay. For those who follow tennis, it's somewhat similar to the French Open, but it has its differences that Bill can talk to when we get to our next break. 40-15 here in this game, Bill.
That was a great return there by Punch. Just kind of a reaction return. He got it there low over the net, and
we've got an ad out 40-30. He's Justin's looking to hold here to get to 2-love here right out of the gate. And we'll close off on Sarah then at the finish of this game.
Yeah, we're going to have a little delay here. Something that we'll run into from time to time as balls go in between courts. Players at this level can hit the ball at a pretty wide angle, so you're going to have instances where that happens. Again, a good serve there. Charlotte's lob went back beyond the baseline, and right now, Justin and Candace are off to a quick 2-0 lead here in the first set.
Bill,
Charlotte,
Charlotte serving. Talk about now that we'll have the ladies serve. Talk about the strategy here in between points.
I would expect Punch to be pretty active up there at net. Basically, he'll be moving around and trying to cast doubt on the returner about whether or not he's actually going to come across and do some poaching or whether he's just going to stay put. That strategy, puts pressure on the returner to try to recognize where to hit the ball, and can be very disruptive to anybody trying to return serve if, in fact, the person at net is very, very active. So, for now, they're staying in a, what I would call the traditional setup. Punch giving away a little bit of the alley there. So, he'll either shift a little bit one way or the other depending on where the serve goes. And Charlotte dumps both of her serves into the net, and already they're in a 30-love hole. So
15 all, Bill.
Yeah, I'm sorry, 15 all.
But now took the volley long, and to your good point earlier, Punch and Charlotte a slow start. I don't know the warm up or we're just getting going here, but they're building a bit of a hole.
Yeah, there's no question about that, Mark. That was a good pickup there by Charlotte, but again, Candace with a nice forehand right at Charlotte's feet. She needs to be able to close that net a little bit quicker there.
Double break point to go up 3-0 for Justin and Candace. Big early moment here in the set, Bill.
A big early moment. They would be down 2 breaks should they lose one of these next 2 points. So, and it looks like that's going to happen there. Great drive there by Candace, set up by the earlier shot from Justin. So we're at 3-0 here, and clearly the
I mean, this is 3-0 in a hurry.
Yeah, it's putting a lot of pressure here on Punch and Charlotte here in the early going. This will be our first time here coming up to take a look at Candace's serve. And while we're on the changeover here, just another reminder, those of you that are interested in donating to the Groft Charity Classic, you can donate at www.gcc4tennis.com. Once you reach the website, you hit the Donate Now button and follow the instructions from that point. Again, it's for a very good cause, the York Opioid Collaborative, and any donations that you could consider would be greatly appreciated and would go to good use.
All proceeds stay here in York County, benefiting the York Opioid Collaborative, as Bill said, and again, a great cause. raised almost $100,000 last year. We'd love to get to that sixth figure. This year we should be in that range. Quick score recap on the other courts that you can't see. The defending champs are up 3-0 early as well. And down on court 3, they're just getting going the first game of the match, 1-0.
Okay. Candace now settling in to serve. Candace Wang and Justin Carter leading 3-zip here in the first set. So we'll see if Punch and Charlotte here can make a rally here in the early going. Again, you know, what I would call an uncharacteristic miss there from Punch. Volley pushed a little bit wide. So we're 15 love here on Candace's serve. And we'll get a look here also, Mark, at just how active Justin will be at net.
Yeah, great.
You can see that he's hand signaling to her on what his intentions are. You know, often that signal, you'll know whether he's going to come cross court and try to cut off the return or whether he's going to stay put. You know, oftentimes the hand signal can also signify where the serve will go. You know, to set up the proper angle, you know, so that the players are in a best position to play the next shot.
Nice overhead by Charlotte to put Candace in an awkward position. The ball travels out. We're 15 all. Big game for Punch and Charlotte as they look to get back into this set. Back to Bill's earlier discussion on mixed doubles. Strategy-wise, you certainly want to take an opportunity to try to win every game, but holding and breaking of the female serve is usually the decider on these matches, so we'll have to see how that plays out throughout the day and the tournament.
Yeah, I think here at this point, you know, Punch and Charlotte just really need to find their sea legs.
Get the sleepy dirt out. It's a little early on a Saturday morning.
Yeah. You know, both of them made some uncharacteristic mistakes. We'll see how it, you know, plays out. But Punch there, as you can see, you know, it's always fun to watch him play because he's very smooth and, you know, always looking to put his shot in the right place. There he was, you know, clearly had a high volley to make. He did get the net court winner there, but, you know, he had the opportunity to clearly keep his team in a position to easily win the point with that volley that was headed down the alley.
They have their first game lead. Small victories at this point. Great touch by Justin.
Yeah, great touch. And, you know, that's, you know, what we've been talking about. Justin, you know, saw the opportunity there on Charlotte. It was a nice low ball that Kansas had hit, and, you know, Charlotte was, you know, basically set up in a way that he knew she was just going to be cutting the ball, slicing the ball across court. He took the opportunity to cut it off and volley away a winner. Very nice angle volley that he had there.
30 all.
I would expect Punch here to try to take this second serve and immediately get up to net, giving him and Charlotte the advantage on the point.
Hitting the ball to Candace.
Correct.
And again. Oh, and you don't see Punch miss those balls very often. Candace and Justin have a 40-30 point here to go up 4-0 in this early match that we certainly still believe will be a competitive match. But a big,
yeah, certainly if they get this break here, Mark, you know, that's going to put them absolutely in the driver's seat to close out this first set. That'll be up 2 breaks, coming back into Justin's serve. So
nice forehand by Candace. Yeah. Another nice forehand.
Yeah.
And I think the looped off, I think it was a bit of a miss hit, but I think it caught a line. That's a 4-0, Bill.
Wow. Yeah, you're right, Mark. That was a little bit of a miss hit. And, you know, often what will happen if you get a slight miss hit on a topspin, that ball will have a lot of spin on it and it will dive quickly. And in that case, I think it looked to Charlotte like the ball was going to go wide, and 100%. She kind of laid off it a little bit, and the ball just ended up dropping in. And
exactly.
And now we're right at that point that we were talking about. It's 0 serving 4 here. Punch. You know, they need to get just something going here toward the end of the first set, you know, before, you know, we would get into second set action. It's going to be very difficult for them to pull this set off at this point.
Yeah, another unforced error. Nice return by Justin. Punch has got to get that back in the court, obviously. And speaking of miss hits, Bill, it's nice to see very accomplished players like we're watching today hit a miss hit once in a while, because as you well know, when we've played, I'm more than prone to hit a miss hit now and again. So it's nice to see really good players do what we can do, which is miss hit. You know, it happens to everybody.
Oh, absolutely. At every level.
It's a great serve by Punch to try to get back into this game. 15 all. And again, as you've said a couple of times, just Punch and Charlotte looking for anything to get going here as they try to get back into this first set and really just try to build some momentum.
Yeah.
All on Justin and Candace at this point. Serve was just back. Justin gets a look at a second serve again.
And we'll see if Punch serve and volleys this.
Yeah.
Oh, he did.
Good serve to Justin's back.
Yeah.
And that might be a place he wants to spend more time. That Justin's forehand seems to be very strong. I think Punch is going to want to watch strategy-wise. He and Charlotte are going to try to get into Justin's backhand, I would think.
I think Punch is at this point just looking for where to spot his serve in a comfortable place that they're not going to be in a great position to drive the ball hard at him, and he can get that initial volley in and, you know, and set them up to win a point. Again, that one just sliding slightly long. We'll see if he likes to hit the roller into the backhand there. And
great get. Great get by Punch off the short hop.
Yeah.
And they've got a 40-15 lead as they try to get their first game. Court 2, defending champs are Nunez and DeSantis up 4-1. Down on Court 3, it's a 2-1. I believe they're on serve. We'll follow up and get you an update on Court 3 as we can see it. Defending champs in an early strong position. Great backhand there. Maybe backhand's not where we want to be here, Bill. I spoke too soon. Great backhand down the line, put Charlotte at a bit of a disadvantage there.
I don't think she anticipated that he was really going to tee off on that one like he did. So, you know, we're seeing that Justin absolutely likes to drive the ball when he gets a ball that he likes. And
great serve by Punch to get them on the board for their first game. We'll head into the changeover, 4-1, Carter and Wang over Malika and Sakura.
And Punch with that service hold, you know, at least now they're on the board. So, you know, I think we're seeing them settle in. I think that was a, you know, very shaky start for them. I mean, we've seen them play on numerous occasions, Mark, and we know they're capable of playing better tennis than they've started out playing. So now we'll kind of do a little bit of a reset here and see if they can, you know, grab a couple more games here, you know, toward the end of the first set, set themselves up for the second set. Yeah, I'm not saying that this set's over, but I'm saying that
a big game here, to your point. Justin serving. I'm sure, you know, Parch and Charlotte, if they get a break here, now you're 4-2 down. Charlotte holds, and then they'll look to break Candace. Again, 1 point at a time, and if you're Carter and Wang, you got your strong server going for at a 4-1 lead, trying to get to 5-1, you really start to feel comfortable about closing out the set, to your point.
Yeah.
But again, as you said, Punch and Charlotte just looking to settle in if they can. And I thought you made a great point again. There's a lot of strategy in mixed doubles. It's not just hitting the ball as hard as you can. And Punch, and Charlotte traditionally have played the strategy game very, very well. Let's see if they settle in, or at the end of the day, Justin and Candace continue to keep the momentum. Says 2-1. They haven't updated. We are in a changeover on court 3. There's a question. Local fans keeping an eye, as Bill had said, we got two local products on court 3, Phil Myers and Elizabeth Ionescu. That's drawn a good early crowd to watch that match. Let's see where they get on the changeover score-wise. I've got 4-1 on that court, Bill. Yeah. Here we go with Justin back to court 1. He's not getting cheated when he hits the ball, Bill.
Now, sometimes you'll see a player take a little bit off their serve and, have that serve be more about location than speed. We have not seen that from Justin so far. He really, particularly when he's been coming at punch, he's been focused on getting as much velocity on that serve as possible. So,
and interesting on that point, he gets a bit of a sitter. He gets a short ball, kind of a watermelon sitting there, and Charlotte's anticipating the worst, and he actually took something off of it, and it caused her to hit her ball long. 15-love.
And I think we've seen Justin, he's really trying to work Charlotte's backhand
to benefit. We do have, again, a quick score update, Bill, as they do the changeover. Our defending champs have won the first set. I believe that ended up being 6-1. And 4-1 for the local products on court 3. Wide on the serve there. See what Punch wants to do here, Bill. What are you thinking? Maybe try something down the line, test Candace on a second serve here?
I don't know. I think he'll try to roll across court, but nope. It was a nice backhand drive.
Good volley by Candace. Good hands.
Very good hands.
And they're now up 40-love. They have triple game point to go up 5-1, Bill.
Continuing to be a little bit in cruise control mode here on court 1. The other two courts, clearly the favorites are in control in both cases. We'll continue to monitor and see where those matches go. Justin now with a serve, again toward Charlotte's backhand.
Punch gets the easy put away. Great shot by Charlotte there to set up Punch put away.
Yeah.
And to your point on the favorites, the 1 seeds, defending champions, won their first set, and the local products, Phil and Elizabeth, are 3 seeds. So that's where Bill was speaking to the favorites being out and running as the seeds in the tournament. 40-15 here, Justin looking to close out this game. Second serve.
Boy, and he's really hammering that second serve as well. Very impressive velocity on that. A great return by Punch, and but still they
40-30.
They still have the ad, still in the driver's seat here in this game.
You would have to think, given his early success against Charlotte's backhand, that's where he might want to place this first one. Although he's going to hit it with a lot of pace, maybe he just lets it fly too. Let's see where he goes.
I'm pretty sure he'll again try to go out to the backhand. Nope, he tried to mix it up a little bit that time.
Yeah.
Came toward the forehand. I think he felt that Charlotte made a nice drive off of his serve last time he was in the ad court. Again, a great second serve, this time to her forehand, and closes out the game, and they have a 5-1 lead here in the first set. Going back real quickly to court 3, as we look where the crowd is watching at this point, it's clear that Phil Myers and Elizabeth Ionescu, they really, have a good fan following here as a local team. last year they made it through to the semifinals, which was a bit of a surprise actually, and we're continuing to see a tremendous improvement out of Elizabeth, who's been playing a number of national tournaments, and thus the intrigue here from the local folks. All right, we're back to Charlotte's serve here. We'll see.
1-5, serving
Yeah.
1-5, Bill. And at this point, strategy-wise, you want to try to hold, make them serve it out, and if that were the case, then at least Punch would be able to start that second set. But we don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves. Let's see what Charlotte does. 1-5. They just haven't settled in. Justin and Candace have just been better so far.
Two great forehands, great volleys by Charlotte. Justin, we talked a little bit about the strategy of playing the female a little bit more often, and Justin with two drives at Charlotte, and she was definitely up to the task.
Great hands.
Great hands, something that we've grown used to seeing through the years. So I feel like they're finding their sea legs a little bit here, Mark.
Two good points in a row. Great point, Bill. I agree with you. Interesting strategy by Candace. She took that ground stroke at Punch, who we know has terrific hands at the net, rather than going back to Charlotte at the baseline. She'd probably want to have that one back if she could.
And Mark, we talked a little bit about the mixed doubles being a format that you don't see very often. And as a result of that, these teams aren't really used to playing a significant number of matches together. So there's that whole coordination phase where, they're trying to understand what they're doing and what the positioning is going to be, and, which player is going to take which shots.
Yeah.
And, it's some complication to work through, and, particularly in your first round match.
Yeah, exactly. 40 love here. Charlotte looking to finish off the game, and there it is. So Charlotte holds easily. To your point a little bit earlier, Bill, maybe they settle in now. Great hold by Charlotte and Punch. And Candace on the change will be serving 5-2 for the first set. Early 1-0 lead for the defending champs in set number 2. And we're still 4-1 on court 3, although another winner by Phil and Elizabeth. Not sure of the game score, but off to a good start. Great day of tennis here, 9th annual Groft Charity Classic. All proceeds supporting the York Opioid Collaborative. Throughout the day, we'll be running some commercials and having some speakers come in on the sponsors, as well as some doctors to talk about the addiction and what it all means. We had some speakers Thursday night, Bill, come in from WellSpan and UPMC, as well as a recovering addict who now works for WellSpan. Just some really great messaging as we all try to educate ourselves on whatever those different types of addictions are, and how susceptible we all are to them, and we all know people, we may not know we know, but we all know people who are struggling with those challenges as we speak.
And, among those was, some people sharing their stories and their personal experiences about their, addiction to painkillers, and, there are very sad stories of those that don't make it, but the stories of recovery are certainly inspiring, from, the depths that they hit, the despair that they have as becoming addicts, and then finding their way out.
And no one is immune.
Nobody is immune.
We are all susceptible. I go in for a surgery. They give me pain medication, and the next thing you know, an addiction can get created. So
you can't get enough of it.
Yeah. Thanks again for all the support that's out there. We've been very fortunate over 9 years to have great sponsorship, fan support, and the Country Club of York putting on a great event. So appreciate everybody's interest in the great cause. Candace serving 5-2 to try to close out first set. Punch gets a look at a second serve. You almost would bet the house on him taking this return back to Candace.
You would. And he's typically tried to hit that return and then follow it in, and very successful there.
Good start for them. So your love 15.
Yeah.
And I don't
you can kind of feel the tide turning a little bit
little
here in this match, but
A little bit.
you know,
If they are able to break, Punch serves 5-3, and now you're into something. Don't want to get ahead of ourselves. Love 15. 5-2 on court 3. The local products up in that first set as they make that changeover.
So we'll see what Candace's strategy is here and whether or not Justin will look to poach on this return. I would expect that he would.
As you said, and it delivered.
Yeah.
Good call, Bill.
I think Charlotte would have liked to have been able to drive that a little bit. She hit a little bit of a sitter, which made it easy for Justin just to take a step or two and put that volley in a place that Charlotte could not return it.
To your point then, and then the team, Charlotte and Punch, have a bit of a moment there to chat about strategy. They're still trying to figure it out, I think, of where they want to be and where you want to put it. Reminds me a lot of the times when you and I've played and you'd pull me aside and say, what exactly are you doing? Why are you not following the right strategy here, Wheeler? Great punch, or a great poach by Charlotte there to 15-30. Nice return by Punch. Sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, I think that, we're seeing Punch take Candace's serve and, drive it back deep and take the net. And that, that's proving now to be a very effective strategy. We'll see, what happens here. Charlotte again with a miss,
bit of an unforced error. Nice serve, but Charlotte again would like to have that one back. She's given the motion of get over the top of that forehand.
At some point here, they're going to have to change their strategy on the deuce side with Punch. He seems to be very easily able to handle Candace's serve. I wouldn't be surprised to see Justin, kind of come across here. We'll see if Punch takes this one down the line.
You don't want to leave too early if you're Justin. Great first serve by Candace. Yeah. She now serves game point and set point to close out this first set, 5-2, 40-30. They've won both points against Charlotte in this game, so Charlotte looking to get a nice return here and get her and Punch into this point. We've got a stray ball coming off court 2.
Where are we on that match?
Phil, the champs, the defending champs are in control. Phil and Elizabeth did win the first set down on court 3, Bill. Back to this, and then a great first serve. And that's a hold, and that's a set closer, Bill, 6-2.
6-2, yeah. So just at the point we mentioned that the tide might be turning a little bit, boom.
Candace.
They both did a great job of holding their serve, and
Candace played that very well.
Yeah.
I don't know that I quickly lost track because she dominated that game. I think hit, if not all the balls, almost all the balls in that game. Served that out very well. It'd be interesting as we move into the second set to Punch and Charlotte look to try to keep Justin honest with that down the line. They're still searching for some answers.
Again, we have a very sunny, hot, humid day here. We've got 3 matches that are so far moving along pretty quickly, Mark. We'll see. We'll see if that continues. We have a lot of action for, that needs to cross these courts today. Again, we're hoping that we continue to have the weather that we're having here this morning, and
3-0 on, to your point, Bill, the defending champs, 6-1, 3-0. Seem to be in total control. And again, Phil and Elizabeth on court 3 just finished off the first set. Phil getting started in the second set. Let's see if they can keep the momentum. So all 3 first sets are over, Bill. We're into the second sets on all 3 matches. And again, as you said, a great early start to the action. The teams who've fallen behind would like to be playing a little better, but great early action here at the Country Club of York, 9th annual Groft Charity Classic, supporting York Opioid Collaborative. Nice early crowd too, Bill, even with the heat. as you glance around the facility, which is just a wonderful facility to view the tennis here. We've got quite a nice number of folks in the early going.
And for those locals that would like to attend, you're more than welcome to come up here to the Country Club of York and take in the action. Kind of scanning the crowd a little bit. I see a lot of local tennis luminaries, big tennis fans and players through the years. So it's always, a great community of people.
We get started here in the second set. Punch gets the first point with a great first serve, 15-love. The first lead in the match that Punch and Charlotte have had in it, if you want to view it that way, even though being down a set.
So a little bit surprised he went into Justin's forehand, and Justin chose to try to drive that ball down the line past Charlotte and just missed it wide.
Talk a little bit, Bill, as we start a new set. Obviously, Punch and Charlotte raised their level of game. Talk about if you're Justin and Candace and the momentum. How do you hold on to the momentum knowing your opponents are certainly going to look to raise their game?
Well, I think at this point, I'm sure they're looking at things and saying that the strategy that they've used so far has worked very well for them. So
great lob.
That was a great lob there.
Justin with the poach and maybe a bad bounce. Great play by Justin to get over. The great lob by Candace to set up Justin at the poach.
Yeah. And again, that's something that I think that's actually the first lob that we've seen in play so far.
Good point.
Are we at 30-15 here?
We are.
Okay.
We are, yep.
It looked like there was a little confusion on the court as well.
Just missed that serve up the line. Second serve, 30-15 Punch and Charlotte. Candace looking to get a good look at a second ball here. Really nice serve by Punch to take her off court.
And for those of you that have been watching, and Punch initially had been going heavily into her backhand, Candace's backhand, and he started to change it up there a little bit on the serve, but at the point when he needed to have a really good serve, he rolled that one into her backhand successfully. So, and to your point there, Mark, Justin's been really banging the ball with that forehand, and Punch is really trying to get into that backhand as opposed to the forehand, which I think will be a good strategy for them.
So Punch gets the hold early, and as they look to get back into this match, 1-love Punch and Charlotte after losing the first set 6-2. Justin will be serving as we make the changeover. On the other courts, Bill, defending champs again on a crossover. They're up at least 3-0, not sure exactly where we are. And Phil and Elizabeth on court 3, finishing up their what appears to be their first game, or in the midst of their first game.
So we have a little bit of an odd twist here on court 2. We've got Nate Gambino, who's the tennis pro here at the Country Club of York, and his partner Amy Campion actually was an All-American basketball player in college, and while she played some tennis, she's now playing tennis more avidly, and is a great athlete, and she is our York City County Women's Champion, our defending champion, so obviously a strong player here in the York area. Okay, we're back to Justin's serve.
Second set, love 1, on serve.
Yeah.
Just missed on that serve. Justin continues to bring the heat.
Even with the second serve here, we'll see how hard he hits it here. It seems to be very little velocity change between the two.
Punch forces him back with a bit of a slice return, kept it low, and Justin nets the first ball. Punch and Charlotte get off to a good start in the second game as they look to potentially get a break here early in the set. Love 15.
And we've seen it through the years, Mark. It's always a strategy of Punch to, basically come with that return as deep as possible and to follow it in and take the net. In doubles, generally the team that has control of the net is going to be in a position to win many of the points, many more than they would otherwise. And again, an outstanding serve and volley there from Justin. So again, we'll see what happens here. With Punch, whether he's able to get to net. Of course, a lot here depends on the first serve.
To your point, too, Punch looking to get into the net. I don't think there's any fear of Justin. Justin hasn't shown any inclination to lob. So that idea of closing the net in doubles is a little easier to do without that threat of you going over my head.
Correct.
And there it does it again. Punch just, no pun intended, punched it back, kept it deep, and Justin overswung on that forehand and creating some errors. 15-30, Bill. Big point here. If Charlotte can find a way, you get to 15-40, and then Punch gets another look. Justin obviously wanting to get this first serve in. You would expect to the backhand. That was the attempt. Now Charlotte gets a look at a second serve and is moving inside the line. Great hands by Charlotte on a half volley. Justin gets a look at a bit of a bunny, if you would, and nets it. And now that's double break point for Punch and Charlotte to get back to get to 2-0.
And again, we're starting to feel a little bit of that momentum shift. And I think that Punch and Charlotte are actually, they're both typically very aggressive. They like to take the net, and right now they're having some success doing that.
Great first serve.
Oh, my goodness.
What great hands by Punch. He gets a net. Great shot, and that's a break right out of the gate here in the second set, Bill. 2-love, Punch and Charlotte with Charlotte serving.
And what'll be interesting now, Mark, is to see whether or not Justin and Candace, feel like they've got to make a shift in their strategy here.
Yeah.
Clearly they're getting hurt by Punch and Charlotte now, being a lot more consistent and aggressive, taking that net and creating opportunities for themselves. So far, they have not been able to hold Charlotte's serve. The ability to hold, for the female player to hold her serve is huge in mixed doubles. And if you're able to do that, it puts you at a clear advantage, and we'll see what happens here. Again, so far, kind of struggling with her serve a little bit.
Yeah, love 15. You just get the break. You want to get off to a good start. I'm sure that's frustrating for Charlotte. She certainly would have wanted to get going on that point. You wonder, too, with the power that Justin's been serving, she felt like maybe she had to do a little bit more than she had to there on that second one and went for extra and got the double fault.
Clearly the threat of a strong returner forces the server to maybe do some things that they're not always accustomed to doing, and it can create errors. And there was a nice deep serve by Charlotte, and great overhead. That was a very nice tactical move there by Charlotte. She hit the cutter and forced her to throw up the lob, and the lob was too short and allowed her to put that easy overhead away.
15-all, 2-love.
She needs this first serve, Mark.
Yeah.
And she does not have a lot of velocity on her serve at this point.
And she's thinking a lot about this one and what she's going to get back. Yeah, just push that volley deep. 15-30, Bill, as Justin and Candace look to get a break back.
And to our comment earlier, that ball was very close to the baseline, but being that it's a hard true court, that mark was was evident, and they were able to make a clear call that the ball was out. So we're at 15:30 here. She's got a roll, deep one right here. And again,
Candace wanted to get that cross court, for sure, but Punch was able to get a look and put it away to get us to 30 all. Big service point here, obviously, Bill. You want to get that first one in, as you said. We got a ball coming across court 2 here. Phil and Elizabeth got that first game out of the gate in the second set, so that's they're off to a 1-love start.
All right, we're set. And basically there, Charlotte having a lot of success playing directly at Candace. And creates an ad. And
That's
we'll see
a big point there.
Big point here, and they can actually take a 3-0 lead here in this second set. So if they can get this point, yeah, you would officially say the tide is turning. And we'll see how active Punch is here. But
interesting that Justin chose to start that point from the baseline. Great tennis.
Great point. Justin drives the ball long, and that was a beautiful hold for Charlotte, and now they're up 3-zip here in the second set. Mark, I've always loved to watch the angles that Punch takes. You know, we're seeing, you know, him come across you know, from the deuce side to the ad side and make some angle volleys with his backhand. And then that point, you saw him make several more angle volleys to areas, you know, wrong footing players. But he's always very clever about how he plays, the angles that he plays his volleys with.
Yeah, great touch. Great touch and angles. The game's slower for Punch than for the average player like you or I going out on the weekend. The game speeds up quickly. Punch has played so much tennis, has such great hands that the game slows down.
You know, as the day rolls on here, Mark, you know, one of the things is that, you know, for those of you watching the side that's closest to the camera, the sun starts to become a factor for the server as the day rolls on. I don't think we're seeing any of that so far, but it's always something to, you know, keep an eye on as the day rolls on, and will certainly be a factor here, you know, as we get to some of the 11:30 and particularly the 1 p.m. start.
Great point. We have our first finished match on court 2, Bill. Our defending champs, Guillermo Nunez and Gabriela DeSantis, beat Nate Gambino and Amy Campion. So our first match is in the books. The defending champs move on to the quarterfinals, and we'll be getting another match out there as we get the court cleaned off and the next group of matches. Again, 12 matches today. We now have 11 still to be finished, but our first match finished. The defending champs moving on. Back to the action on court 1. As you said, love 3. Candace looking to get Justin and Candace on the board here with her serve.
And Mark, our defending champions, for them to get an easy win like that in this kind of heat, you know, is always bodes well in the long term.
Absolutely.
You know, you don't want to get into a long first round battle and then, you know, have to come back out on the court, you know, a little bit later on in the day when in fact it'll be even hotter.
Candace double fault out of the gate here, Bill. As you have said a couple of times, you kind of foresaw this late in the first set. The momentum has clearly now swung to Punch and Charlotte. Justin and Candace taking a moment to chat. Momentum is all on the side of Punch and Charlotte at this point. Love 15.
And again, we talked about, you know, her recognizing that Punch is just taking that return and coming into net. She's looking to do a little more with that serve, which led to the double fault, I think, that we had there.
Charlotte gets a look at a second serve here again, and all of a sudden pressure on Candace right out of the gate in her service game.
She knows she needs a good serve here that Charlotte's not going to be able to drive, and
bit of a miss hit.
Kind of a miss hit, but got away with it. Justin unable to.
Oh, she rolled. Candace, great backhand. She rolled that over, Bill. Phenomenal touch shot. Charlotte had her back in the back corner, and Candace had time to come over the top with a little bit more of a top spin rollover, just out of the reach. Great shot. Candace, our first look at Candace, she's holding up very, very well here early in her first match. 15 all.
It's always fun to see the ebbs and flows that you see in a lot of these matches as teams make adjustments, as they just start to play better maybe than they were earlier in the match, and the strategy changes that creates.
Candace with a serve and a punch just took that return long. 30-15 now. Candace looking to get a hold for Justin and Candace to get into this second set.
And I think Punch might have tried to power that one a little bit more than
he did.
You know, I think he's concerned that, you know, he's going to start to see Justin do a lot more poaching than he has been in an effort to keep him off the net.
That's a great point. Andor up 3-0, felt like he'd take a shot at it at 15 all to get another lead in this game.
And, you know, in this case, Candace has missed both of her first serves to Charlotte. We'll see if Charlotte's able to get a good racket on this ball, a second serve. She has that forehand. Again, a beautiful touch volley by Punch.
Has as good a hands as we've seen in this tournament through the years, Bill. Just unbelievable touch.
Yeah.
30 all. And Candace serving to Punch. Now, to your good point on his last return, went for maybe a little bit more. You would almost expect that he's going to look to cut this back, get it into Candace deep in the court, and take the net and see what happens. Candace, on the other hand, might be thinking a lob over Charlotte's head might be something. So the strategy plays in here in this point at 30 all.
And we've yet to see Punch really go down the line, and I think that could be a possibility here at some point, you know, to try to keep Justin honest and keep him from moving across, though he hasn't had a lot of success with doing that on Punch's serve. If you watch, he'll close his serve off pretty quickly. He'll come inside the baseline to take this return. See the way that he does that, and, you know, that takes time away. And, you know, again, he uses his return, he gets control of the point, and as she drifts back in the court, you know, he's using that touch volley, you know, and he hit a couple of winners there in that game off of that, and I would look for him to continue to do that, draw her more forward in the court, and then go back to playing the deep ball again. So it's a game of cat and mouse.
No question about it. And right now, the cat is Punch and Charlotte.
And we're at 4-love here in the second set.
Totally changed. Totally. The momentum.
Oh, wait, we're not done. I thought that was break point.
Oh.
I think we're at break point now.
You are correct.
Our apologies here from the booth.
Jumping ahead. 30-40. Charlotte gets a look at a second serve.
Again, she likes to take her two-hander and drive that ball across court.
Double fault. And
she double faults. And now we're at 4-love. And we're back to Punch serving. So, you know, like we talked about in the first set, when Justin and Candace took a 4-love lead, you know, it seems very doubtful that they're going to be able to come back this set. So interesting swings in momentum in this match, Mark. We'll see if Punch and Charlotte can continue their run here.
Interesting choice by Punch to lob. Got it back to Candace, though, and caused a unforced error. 15-love.
Again, we'll see if he rolls that ball into the backhand. Yeah, he does. Immediately goes for that. Fine serve. Creates an easy volley for Charlotte. And they're right in the driver's seat here at 4-love, 30-love in this game.
Amazing the turnaround. Punch and Charlotte, really rough start, and now they have all the momentum. 30-love, 4-love. Serve was just back. Justin looking to get a second serve here.
And we'll see if Punch tries to go again for that backhand. I think
serve was just back. Again, Justin's early significant pace, having Punch maybe feel like he's got to drive that ball a little bit deeper. 30-15.
And they're cleaning the lines here, getting ready for our next match on court 2. Mark and I will be keeping an eye on that as we have some new teams come out there, and we'll try to bring you up to speed with the players that we'll be seeing there. 30-15, Punch serving. Again, going into that backhand.
Oh, great touch. Great shot by Justin. Really tough topspin serve. Candace did everything she could to get it back. Charlotte got a decent look, but I think it had some spin on it.
Yeah, that's
Justin closes it.
Yeah, I think that's one that Charlotte would like to have back.
Sure.
So we go from 30-love here to 30-all. And again, you know, on the big point, he'd gone in tight to him a little bit on the forehand the last couple of times, and there he went to what I would consider the money ball with him, was like the deep shot to the backhand, and again, working out very well.
Game point, serving for 5-0.
And I expect Punch to try to roll this into her backhand again. They've had so much success over there.
Great return, great volley. And another nice shot by Candace, and we're back to deuce.
I think that Punch thought that Charlotte was going to actually take that volley, and she didn't quite get her racket on it. While he's got some of the quickest hands we've seen, you know, he was unable to react to that. So
back to deuce. Justin surprising Charlotte again. He did that earlier in the first set and surprised her, and I think he did it again there, Bill.
So now we're at break point. So we're looking at 4-love, 30-love in the game, and you know, now we're looking at a potential break, which would be very, very big for Justin and Candace.
And they got it.
Great lob there by Justin.
Yep.
He slipped a little bit and was able to get his racket on and get it over Charlotte. And, you know, it was really the outstanding direction. It was the right play. And we've got a break here. So we'll see if Justin can now hold their end of the stick and, you know, try to basically solidify that break. At this point, Mark, can we see what the score is on court 3? Or
I cannot, Bill. I did see Phil serve out his last game. It's either 3-2 or 4-1. I don't see it right now. We'll try to get an update for the crowd here as folks are walking by.
Yeah, you know, clearly we're starting to see a lot more of the crowd trickle in here at the Country Club of York as the day rolls on. Certainly the matches will just be able to, will improve in quality as we move through the afternoon. We're getting a look here at some of the top seeded teams that, you know, some we expected to be fairly dominant in the early rounds, and we're seeing that come to fruition. The match we have on court 1, we thought would be very competitive right out of the chute.
We picked the right one to cover out of the gate.
Yeah. And again, you can see the server. You can see Justin back there. He's been checking to see whether the sun will be an issue for him. I don't believe it will be an issue over there from my personal experience at this time of day.
Serving 1-4, second set. Trying to get you a score update on court 3 then, Bill. Court 2 has been swept and is ready for play for that next match. Justin
Again,
with a good second serve punch again, pushing, going for a little bit more and driving that long bill versus punching it back into the court and coming to the net.
yeah, I think that's definitely one he'd like to have back because, you know, Candace is not going to be the threat that Justin is to actually poach that ball away, so he should have a little more space for that return.
I do have confirmation on court 3. Phil Myers and Elizabeth Ionescu up 4-1 in the second after winning the first, so they're in control of their match right now.
Yeah.
Miss hit.
Great hands there by Charlotte.
Sure was.
Justin with a drive.
15 all. Great hands by Charlotte. A little bit of a miss hit to get into the net, and then she was able to get a nice volley, and they end up getting the error. 15 all. Look for punch if he can get a second serve here to get this one in play versus going for too much. He's, I'm sure, like you said, wanting to have that first one back. And there it is.
Yeah, and that's the kind of pressure that Punch and Charlotte put on you. Punch with a nice deep return, and you saw Charlotte, she just took a couple of steps toward the net. The volley came her way, easy put away.
Another update on court 3. We just heard, thanks to Joel Snyder, he and his company, one of our sponsors, 5-2, Phil and Elizabeth up in that second set on court 3. Here on the court 1, we're 15-30. Justin and Candace talking a little bit of strategy. What are you thinking here, Bill? A first serve into the backhand, I would think.
Yeah, but he's been going pretty exclusively to her backhand, and if he gets it in, it's just a difficult return. And it's smart play. I mean, really not much she could do but lob the ball, and
Justin continues to strike the ball very well. Showing a little more consistency these last couple of games. He had some early unforced errors early in the set. We're 30 all, 1-4.
And big point here. Well, he needs to get his first serve in here, and he does, and making it a more difficult return for Punch. He catches the top of the tape there, and Justin now can serve out this game. And
it'd be a big good one here, 2-4, and then we're going back to Charlotte's serve if he gets it.
Yeah. There it looked like he was going a little bit toward her forehand, but I would expect he'll throw this one out to the backhand and go from there. Nope, into the forehand.
And it created an opportunity for Charlotte, and she capitalized, and we're back to deuce. Great point by Charlotte there. Great first backhand return and then volley into the open court. Must have caught the line on the backside.
Yeah. It looked to me like it was going to drift long, but
Sure
I don't think she quite got the pace on that she was looking for, and you know, was very fortunate that ball dropped in. So we're back to deuce here.
1-4 deuce.
1-4 is the game score.
Great first return, but better return by Justin. Punched it exactly what he wanted to do there. Pushed Justin back into the court, and Justin just came up with a better shot.
He took that mark over the high part of the net. I mean, Charlotte really never had a chance on it, nor did she probably expect it, but, you know, again, outstanding shot, and then an outstanding serve with an ace to close out the game, and now we're at 2-4, and now we're back to the two women will be serving here. Charlotte first, and as we talked about at the beginning of the set, Charlotte was able to hold her serve. And again, if they would do that here, they'd have a commanding 5-2 lead.
It's a
going
big
into
game here,
the
Bill.
big game.
Charlotte and Punch, I would suggest you really need to hold here. If they were to get broken here and we go to Candace with a shot at 4-all, that the momentum goes back the other way.
And
gets her first serve in. Justin did just enough with that one. Nice return by Justin there. Didn't try to overhit it.
And I would expect Punch to be selectively aggressive at the net here, where he sees a good opportunity.
Good first serve by Charlotte.
Yeah.
Do have an update on court 3, Bill. Phil Myers and Elizabeth Ionescu closed out their second set. The third seeds move on to the quarterfinals. Nice win for the local products as we finish up that match. So the two of the first 3 matches are completed, Bill, and we're 15-all here, 4-2 second set. Justin will get a look at a second serve here, and I think we could guess that he's going to let this one rip.
And again, Punch being very active there.
Maybe gotten Justin's sight line.
I believe he got in his sight line, distracted him slightly, and he drove that forehand long. Probably for a split second, maybe thinking that he should go and back a Punch.
Yeah. One of those in-between shots.
Yeah. And, he kind of lost his rhythm a little bit, so we're at 30-15 here.
Well, you don't see that much, Bill.
Yeah.
Punch went with the poach and dropped it into the net.
They did exactly what they wanted to do there, just didn't execute the volley.
Yeah. 30-all. Serve must have been right on the line, but that return is not. That's deep, and now you're at break point, Bill.
We are at break point, and suddenly that big 4-0 lead could dissipate to 4-3 here in a hurry.
Oh, very athletic shot by Justin. They get the break. And Bill, we are now on serve after a 4-0 lead early in the second set. And the momentum, Little Mo
has swung again.
Wow.
So
great break by Justin and Candace as they gain the momentum back after some early struggles in the second set. I wouldn't have told you we'd be back on serve when it was 4-0. I think we were talking about momentum had swung, and clearly we're back the other way.
Well, not only that, they were up 4-love in the set. Punch had 30-love on his serve.
Yeah.
And it was really like all systems go,
Yeah.
Things were moving along pretty quickly. So. And Mark, we talked a little bit about the hard true surface, playing a little bit, more like clay. Early in the day when we started out, the courts had a very dark green look to them.
Yeah.
As the courts are starting to dry out in the sun, they take on a more bluish gray, type of shade. And, as we know, the court becomes faster.
Yeah, great point.
And, we're starting to see some of that. I would think at some point during the day they'll put some additional water down on these courts. But, that's one of the challenges of having a court on this type of surface, a clay court or a hard true court, is, you have to keep the moisture content on the surface where you want it to be, and it's hard to do in changing weather conditions.
Yeah.
So here we have
a really good point. It's a really good point. Subtle, but important. Serving 3-4 Candace. Oh, great forehand. So Punch trying to get into the point, drives her deep, but not as deep as he wanted. She gets a great look at a pretty easy forehand and did not miss it. Candace, again, continues to play very well.
And, that return by Punch really hit about the service line.
Yeah.
And that's just not going to get it done. That ball hit on the service line and popped up, and she really had a fairly easy cross-court forehand there to execute, which she did beautifully.
The quality of player at this tournament isn't going to miss that shot very often, to your point.
Correct.
15 love. And create some confidence for this serve. She pushes that one deep. Charlotte gets a look at a second serve as Punch and Charlotte look to gain some momentum back here.
And look for Charlotte to take this two-hander and drive across court. And it would not surprise me to see Justin again be very aggressive. Nope, went to the forehand. She anticipated him moving, hit a nice return, but
right to him.
Right to him. He was able to easily handle that.
He stayed home, put it at her feet, and
now we're 30 love in a critical game, because if Candace can hold, you know, this set is absolutely back to dead even. All right, Punch gets a second serve return here. Again, I expect more of the same, where he's going to try to return this ball deep in the court and take the net. We'll see what Justin does, whether he decides, you know, to poach here or not. Again, just a couple of very smart volleys by Punch. Not trying to do too much with the ball. Put it in situations is very difficult for Candace to make those plays, and they come away with that point. But we're still at 30-15, correct, Mark?
Yes, sir. 3-4, 30-15. Candace doing some maintenance work there by the baseline. Good hands by Justin. He got a quick poach. Good first serve. Good serve by Candace. Charlotte was not able to get it cross court. Justin gets a bit of a poach, and now they have 2 game points to get to 4-all. We do have warm-ups starting on court 2. Our next match is getting ready to, they're starting warm-ups. We'll get you those competitors here as we get a break in the action on court 1. (40-15), 3-4. Oh, great return. Oh, we got a serve was just long. I thought we might have been a let with the ball coming across, but second serve, 40-15, 3-4. Oh, great hands. What a great shot. Shot of the day so far, Bill.
Yeah.
Unbelievable backhand, half volley. Fantastic shot by Justin. I mean, just fantastic. That's shot of the day so far. And ESPN worthy right there, Bill.
That's a top 10 for ESPN.
That would have gone into your book at some point.
So.
That's a hold. That's a great shot by Justin. And we are now 4-all in the second set. Justin serving, or excuse me, Punch serving.
And this is really a must hold here.
This is a must hold. 4-all, second set. Punch and Charlotte serving.
Good start.
Good start for Punch and Charlotte. Charlotte got a couple of volleys at the net. Her first one, she didn't do as much as maybe she wanted, but it was good enough. Candace pushes it into the net. 15 love, 4-all.
So again, Mark, we're at 30 love here on Punch's serve. We're getting started on another match here on court 2. We'll talk about that a little bit. There's a little bit of local flavor in that match as well. with the Zincs from the Lancaster, Pennsylvania area.
And we're 40 love here. Punch in command on his serve.
And we'll talk a little bit about that match coming on court 2 during the changeover here.
Yeah.
40 love.
Second serve. And he pushes it long. Punch gets the easy hold for 5-4. And as Bill had mentioned, we want to update you on court 2, the next round of matches. We do have a local flair to this as well. Ben and Lindsay Zink from Lancaster, PA. Ben is the owner of a racket club, partner in Racket Club West Athletic Club in Lancaster. He and Lindsay have been participants in the Groft Charity Classic for a number of years here over the last few, and they enjoy that opportunity. Lindsay is going into her sophomore year at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, where she is on the tennis team. This summer she's been traveling to play ITF Pro events, as well as continuing to train with her dad and coach George Zink, as well as her cousin Ben, who is her partner here this weekend. On the other side of the net for court 2, we have Nika Belova, who is from Lake Forest, Illinois, where she started playing tennis at the age of 4. She grew up playing junior USTA tournaments in the state championship all 4 years of high school, placing 4th individually in doubles her senior year to aid her high school and winning the tournament for the first time in 10 years. She now plays women's and mixed doubles on the Princeton University club team, which plays top 10 in nationals. She's thrilled to be a competitor and first-time participant. Her partner is Albert Tsai. He's originally from San Francisco, started playing at the age of 7. Grew up playing youth tennis advantage, where he quickly discovered his love and passion for the game. Throughout his junior career, Albert competed in numerous national tournaments, including boys 18s and 16s at the national championships in Kalamazoo, Michigan. Additionally, he achieved a section ranking of 15 and a national ranking of 145. In the fall, Albert will be a sophomore at Princeton University, where obviously he knows Nika. And he will be playing on the club tennis team there. He's super excited to be here and supporting this great event as well. So, court 2 warming up. We have the competitors going down to court 3 and for that match as well, and we'll keep you posted on who that is. As Bill reminded us very early on, Groft Charity Classic 9th Annual, if you're interested in donating, there is a website, www.gcc4tennis.com, and then hit the donate button. Back to the action on court 1. Justin serving 4-5 to try to keep he and Candace in this second set.
Beautiful first serve. Again, we see
great touch.
Punch with an outstanding little rolling topspin lob. Something, again, we've talked about, but we haven't seen a lot in this match. But those points where the lob has been used, it's generally been pretty effective. So we'll see if that's something that they continue to go back to.
They're not expecting it, right?
Correct.
The thought is I'm going to hit a cross. Yeah. Great serve by Justin there. Handcuff Charlotte.
Right into the body. That was a very well-placed serve.
15 all, 4-5.
So he's hit both of his first serves so far in this game.
And another one.
There's a third one.
Punch was able to get it back, but barely, and Justin puts the bunny away easily.
Yeah.
30-15. To your point, Bill, 3 first serves in a row usually in tennis sets you up for the opportunity for some success. Big again on that first serve.
Yeah, again trying to get into Charlotte's backhand, where he is, been basically trying to make a living. That one a forehand. Again.
Great shot by Charlotte.
You saw how Charlotte, she took that return and followed it into net and created that opportunity for her to get that volley. Candace also was hugging the net, so she had very little time to respond to the volley by Charlotte. And as a result, we're at
30 all.
30 all.
Little strategy here, Justin letting Candace know where he's planning to serve this first serve.
So it'll be an interesting little chess match here.
You would think up the middle here, Bill. Heavy topspin?
Yeah, you never know.
I
We
was
haven't.
Charlotte got a chance at a volley there to get it an add point and pushed it long.
That was a great return by Punch. You know, returning that just inside the baseline. It was a very difficult ball. Justin, to his credit, did a nice job driving that ball, creating a difficult volley for Charlotte, but one that I'm sure she felt she should have executed.
As you could see from the body language. The net cord winner. Always when it's on your favor, you love it. When when it hits on you, not so much. That's a hold for Justin, and we're 5-all, Bill. Now, as you've said, the strategy is really going to be key. We've got the ladies now both serving at 5-all. Really important to see the strategy take place.
And if either one of them can get a hold here, you know, that's going to put their team in a, you know, very strong position to close out the set. So obviously every game at this point critical. Punch and Charlotte, you know, really need to hang on here, you know, and push this thing to a third set. So when we look at how this match is unfolding, it's clear that this is a critical game for them.
Great return by Justin on a first serve, and they get the early lead, love 15. As this game goes along, the more points that Justin and Candace get, the more pressure that puts on Charlotte. And we're love 15 right out of the gate. As you suggested, every point key here at this point at 5-all, second set.
Oh, made her basically take a few steps back to try to get into that forehand, and she tried to take a real strong angle on that. A very difficult shot to execute. Again, a good serve by Charlotte. You know, she's trying to, you know, get into that backhand as much as she possibly can with the serve. Here she hasn't had much luck.
Justin gets a look at a second serve.
Yeah.
Bill. It's not a whole lot of doubt that he's going to be looking to pounce on something here.
Yeah.
Takes an odd bounce, great volley, and he hits the winner.
But again, he's just too strong with that forehand.
Yeah. He forces the half volley right out of the gate from Charlotte. Charlotte chose to serve and volley. That strategy ended up not working. But she half volleys into Justin's forehand, and he gets the put away.
So we're 15-30 here, I believe.
We are.
Again, she got the serve where she wanted to get it, but that was just a great return by Candace.
Double break point, Bill, at 5-all. Net cord, she'll get 2 more serves.
I expect a big return here. It'll be interesting to see whether Charlotte in fact comes to net. She is, and she pays for it.
Wow. Not sure the strategy on those last 2 deuce points coming in on Justin, but unfortunately didn't work out. And they, Carter Wang get the break. They're now 6-5. Candace will be serving for the match.
And our match is underway on court 2. They're in the first game of the match. And, you know, I think that the Zincs will be a fun opportunity for the locals here to see them in action.
And we are
very competitive group. So
we'll get you the competitors on court 3 as well as they look to work through their warm-ups. 6-5, Candace serving for the match. Bill, as a reminder, you kept everybody aware of this. This at one time was 4-0 It seems like days ago now
Yeah.
with Candace and Justin serving 6-5 for the match.
Yeah, there have been some interesting swings,
Momentum.
you know, in this match.
The temperature is clearly warming as well, Bill, here at the Country Club of York as we move towards that noon hour. Definitely the height of the sun, and these next round of matches are going to be battling some of the conditions temperature-wise.
Yeah, right now, as we approach noon, we're at 86 degrees already here. And that is very warm, to say the least.
Charlotte.
Candace Wang serving 6-5 to try to put the match away and avoid a third set. Punch and Charlotte obviously looking for the break to get into the tiebreaker.
And again, we'll see if Candace can hang on here. If they do, they'll be moving on to the quarterfinals.
Great return. Punch was able to drive that deep into the court, just in front of the line, and Candace didn't get a good look at it. Love 15.
Again, we'll see how active Justin is here at net here in this critical game. I would expect him to be very active, particularly on Charlotte's side, and she drives that backhand a little long. Again, they got to keep that ball on the court.
Yeah,
you know.
big opportunity there, Bill. Your love 15, Charlotte would love to have that one back. She certainly wanted to keep that in, and she gives Candace an easy point to get back to 15 all.
You know, we're seeing different strategies here. Candace, you know, not looking to serve and volley. You know, we're very different from, you know, where Charlotte was. So they're in their own way. They're, you know, Punch is going to try to get this ball in, get it deep, and take the net, and that puts them in the driver's seat in terms of these points. And again,
backhand overhead by Charlotte.
Wow.
Terrific shot.
Yeah, terrific shot, great angle, and
phenomenal backhand overhead. Big point, 15-30. Charlotte and Punch really needed that. They obviously did not want to get down 30-15 with the match on the line here.
And as we know, they need the break in order to, you know, basically push this match to a second set tiebreaker.
Charlotte will get a look at a second serve here, Bill.
Great volley there by Charlotte. I mean, you just see the outstanding reaction time that these players have, the great hands.
Yeah.
So we're at double break point. If Punch and Charlotte can pull off this break, we'll be headed to a tiebreaker here in the second. Again, talking some strategy here.
Yeah, big point, 15-40. You would think that Candace would get this in and stay back. Punch looking to get to the net, as you've said. Justin decided he was going to poach on that, and a nice play. Punch put it on his racket.
Again, very good decision there.
30-40. Punch and Charlotte still have one more break opportunity here. 5-6, second set.
again, the key here is Charlotte's service return. And again,
Exactly.
Justin very active,
Wow.
cuts that off.
Double
and
break point. Justin gets 2 volleys at the net on 2 poaches.
Back to deuce. We'll see what Punch decides to do with the return here. If he gets the opportunity, I just wouldn't be surprised to see him try to sneak one down the line here.
He hasn't yet this match. No.
Yep.
Justin stayed home. He
Uh,
forced
Charlotte.
Candace to hit a winner, and she pushed it long. Another break point for Punch and Charlotte. We'll get you an update on the Court 3 competitors here in a moment. It's at out, 5-6. Punch and Charlotte looking for the break.
Again, you know, the service return is the key here. Justin has been very active, particularly when they're serving to Charlotte's side, so we'll see if he continues to do so. I expect him to clearly come across. It'll be interesting to see how Charlotte plays the return here. Big point here. It was a great time to use the lob, only she pushed it wide, so we're headed for a second set tiebreaker here, Mark.
So the 2 ladies unable to hold, both teams break, and as you said, we're headed to a tiebreaker. Talk about, again, for those non-tennis folks, what is a tiebreaker, Bill, and how does it work?
You know, basically it's in this case, it'll be the first team to 7 points, winning by 2. They'll start with Punch here on the deuce side, maintaining the service order. He'll serve once, and then subsequently all the players will serve twice.
Great touch by Justin. Great. It's interesting, you know, I was commenting earlier in the match, Justin showed so much power early. He's hit a couple of really terrific lobs in this second set. That's great touch. And he gets the mini break. What is a mini break, Bill?
A mini break would be when you win the point, when the receiving team wins the point. It's considered a mini break and a tiebreaker.
So Justin serving up 1 love, chance to get the early lead. And a great serve off the line on the side, 2 love. Early quick lead for Wang and Carter with that 1 mini break. Puts a lot, if they get this one, it puts a lot of pressure on Charlotte's serve.
It'll be a lot of pressure. So
big heavy top.
Almost a
great return by Punch to keep Charlotte and Punch in the match, quite honestly. That was a must-have.
And quite frankly, you know, Candace had a really good opportunity to take that volley and
Did not.
just seemed to have a little bit of indecision, and by the time that brief window passed, you know, it was too late. So
we're back on serve in the tiebreaker, 1-2. Charlotte serving 1-2. First to 7 by 2. Great return by Candace.
Serve was just back.
Okay. Missed it.
So again, 2 really critical points here. They're back on serve. If Charlotte can get both these points, they're really going to be in a good position in this tiebreak. And
great return. Charlotte nets the overhead. You might look back on that one as a key one, Bill.
That's a key point in this tiebreaker.
1-3. Must-have point right here, I would think.
It's getting there.
She pushed it along. Justin tried to do a little too much. So we're 3-2. Carter and Wang have the mini break. Candace will be serving 3-2. She gets 2 serves. If she's able to hold both to get to 5-2, they would be in a commanding position.
Yeah, really here at the very least, you know, they need to split these 2 points.
If you're Charlotte and Punch.
Correct. Really big here. They've had a lot of success on Charlotte's side. And she misses a return there. And so we're now at 4-2. And we'll have a switch of sides at this point.
After 6 points in the tiebreaker, we switch sides. If it gets to 12 points, we'll do the same. Normally, in a case of wind conditions or sun, to your earlier point, Bill, that's what drives the switch over. In this case, I don't think it has any impact on where we are condition-wise here. Do you, Bill?
No, I don't.
4-2. Really, really big point for Punch and Charlotte to stay in this.
Though the last time Candace served, I could see the sun in her face. She may like the serving situation over here a little bit better.
Okay. Punch gets a look at a second serve. You have to assume he's going to cut this and get into the net, as you said many times, and let's see if he can push it deep enough to cause trouble for Candace.
And again, you know, he's dealing with Justin now being very, very active. And here,
try to keep him home for the first time.
And
then he pushes his forehand wide.
They're in a very deep hole at this point.
They sure are. That's 5-2, Carter Wang. 2 points from the match. Entertaining first match for us here today, Bill, for the 9th Annual Groft Classic. We picked the best of the first rounders in terms of tightness. It's really been really solid tennis. Punch serving 2-5. Obviously, every point is key at this point.
Needs to have both these, Mark, on his serve. And now we're looking at
you got 4 match points.
A beautiful drive down the middle, off the top of the tape. Great shot.
2-6, match point, Carter Wang. Great first serve. Carter went for a little too much, and they do get the mini hold.
Yeah, not surprising.
Carter will now serve 6-3. He's got 2 chances, 2 opportunities to serve this out. Bill, if you're Justin here, you've mixed it up. You're playing out there right now, Bill. Are you going down the middle, or are you taking it out wide to the backhand? Where are you headed?
I think I'm sticking with the backhand.
Stick to the backhand.
Yeah, they're having so much success with that.
He did, but he missed it long.
And I would expect
or did it catch a line?
I believe it caught the line.
It caught a line. I'm wrong. Great serve. And that's the end of this first round match. Carter Wang finished off the tiebreaker 7-3, which gives them the second set 7-6. So 6-2, 7-6 on this first round match. Really good competitive match. Several momentum swings. We rode the highs and the valleys in that first match, Bill.
It was kind of a very, very great start by Justin and Candace, and then, it looked like there was a big momentum shift in the middle of the match, and then, toward the end of the match, they came back and reasserted control very nicely.
A nice sandwich for Carter and Wang. Started out good, finished up terrific. So a good finish. What we're going to do now, we're going to take a little bit of a break. We're going to run a few commercials as we get ready to clean off the main show court and get into our second match. We're going to be signing off. Again, you're going to hear some of our sponsors' commercials here in the next little bit. We'll roll those, and we'll get the first court cleaned off, and we'll bring you up to speed when we come back on courts 2 and 3, as well as our next first round match. We are now complete 3 matches of our 12 today. 2 more are on court and flowing very nicely here at the Country Club of York. Thanks, and we'll be right back.
I'm Dr. John Deitch, WellSpan Health orthopedic surgeon. WellSpan Health delivers orthopedic care you can count on to get you back to your best. From common bone and joint problems to complex injuries, Our team of surgeons, physicians, therapists, and athletic trainers work together for you. That's why we're the official sports medicine provider for this team, that team, and your team. That's how WellSpan Health delivers orthopedic care you can count on.
Apple is the name to trust for all things automotive. 10 new car brands with sales, service, and parts, plus collision centers, car washes, and so much more. Providing convenient quality products and services is what we do best. Shop our specials at appleautomotive.com.
Call 911.
I'm just gonna apply some pressure, okay?
When minutes matter, you have the power to save a life. Learn more at minutesmatter.upmc.com.
Thinking of selling your car but don't want to leave your house? Or maybe you don't want the hassle of advertising, negotiating, and selling it. Either way, Apple Automotive has you covered. We want to buy your car. We pay top value for most vehicles and we make it simple. We'll even come to your location, pick up the car, and bring you a check. It's that easy. Visit selltoapple.com today or stop by one of our convenient locations in York, Hanover, or Red Lion. Apple Automotive, we want to buy your car.
You're helping out on the York store. You're not heading over to Hanover.
No. Yeah, no, Spring Grove.
overhead. As in one. And overhead.
Might as well.
Thank you, Nate.
Thank you. Sorry.
Sorry.
Good afternoon and welcome back. We're getting set for our second match here on Court 1. And on Court 1 we have Thomas Christian and Margarita Sadovnikova. And they will be playing against Kamala Cannon, who we will just call K, which he prefers, and his partner, Paloma Escobedo. So we expect this to be a highly competitive match, kind of like the feature match here, I'd say, at the end of the first round of the tournament, or nearing that. I think we're about halfway at this point with 6 of the 8 first round matches, already on the court. And just a little bit of a, quick biography on these players. Thomas is from Abington, Pennsylvania, where he attended Abington Senior High School. While he was in high school, he was a PIAA state doubles semifinalist and had the second most wins in school history. Great junior career, holding a national ranking in 4 age groups before playing his college tennis at LaSalle University. I graduated with LaSalle in 2018 with a Bachelor of Science degree in Finance and was named to the Dean's List, and he's currently the Director of Racket Sports at Beacon Hill Club in Summit, New Jersey. His partner, Margarita, is basically started to play tennis when she was 4 years old. And she was born and raised in Russia, was a top 20 player on the Russian tennis tour, and under the age of 16 was a member of their national team. She's a former Division I student athlete. She was her college team captain for 3 consecutive years, led her team to their first ever Horizon League Conference Championship title and their debut at the NCAA tournament. Currently, she's a senior lead at Unlimited Tennis Academy, where her mission is to help tennis players become better athletes, better players, and most importantly, better people. So we're happy to have her and Tomos here again this year. Their opponents, Kamala Cannon, Kay as we're going to call him throughout the day. He was born and raised in India. He attended St. Michael's Academy and went on to attend Loyola College Chennai, where he studied commerce. His tennis career earned him an ATP ranking of number 800 in singles and number 500 in doubles, and he currently resides in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Paloma Escobedo started her tennis career in Southern California at the age of 8. She was a top-ranked junior in girls 10s, 12s, 14s, and then moved to Texas. She trained at John Newcomb Tennis Academy for 2.5 years and then at Zenit Garrison Tennis Academy for 1 year. She was ranked number 1 in girls 16s and 18s division and was a 5-star blue chip recruit. She received a full ride on scholarship to play at Ohio State, and she played number 1 singles and doubles. She was their most valuable player in 2010, most improved in 2009, and was also named their most spirited player. So we expect to see a competitor out there on the court today.
Yeah, interesting, Bill, on this court 1. Thanks for walking us through who we've got so everybody can know what we're looking at. We've seen all 4 of these players here previously, not always with the same partners, all accomplished players, all accomplished doubles players. I really truly do believe we're going to see some terrific tennis in this next match. Another great setup here for our fans at home on YouTube and out there to watch. Reminder for those who aren't aware or just tuning in, 9th annual Groft Charity Classic. All proceeds support the York Opioid Collaborative. Last year we raised $99,000, looking to match or slightly exceed that this year. And a great cause. All dollars stay here locally as we try to fight against all of the addiction issues in our community. Getting ready to get going here on court 1. It looks like Tomas will lead us off with serve. He and Margarita have played in this tournament with different partners, and it'll be interesting to see how this develops. And then KK and Paloma, again, both have been here before and show. So I think we're on for another terrific match, Bill. Let's kick it off. On court 2, the Zincs from Lancaster are currently down 4-3 first set. And court 3, we have a 3-love score. We'll get you those details as we proceed through this second match.
Yeah, Mark, we have our hands full now trying to keep track of all the action and all the different players that we're seeing out here today. So
good problems to have, Bill.
Yeah, I mean, we're doing our best to keep up here, and we will continue to do so as the matches progress.
First serve law.
Yeah, we're kicking off here on court 1. Tomos serving. Holds his first point here.
Yeah, heavy topspin on that first serve. Bill kicks it off in the right way, 15-love.
Paloma had a good swing at that, but put the ball into the top of the net. So again, you know, as we talked about in the first match, there'll be a little bit of a feeling out process. You know, both teams obviously want to get off to a good start.
Great hands by Tomas, but not enough. Paloma gets the put. Oh, barely gets the put away.
Almost a difficult net cord to play.
Margarita was competing to the end there, almost got a look.
All the players having a good chuckle at that one, Mark.
I was fortunate to see Margarita play a couple of months ago in a USTA doubles, mixed doubles match. Really accomplished, solid player. So again, I think we're on for 4 really good players as we get started on this second match. Second serve fault, 30-15, Tomas and Margarita up in this first game.
Not the side he wanted to double fault to. So
good comment, Bill. Excellent
again,
comment.
you know, important to get off for Tomas to hold his serve here, get off to a good start. Great volley there off of an outstanding return.
But a great lob by KK, and he forces the overhead error. And we're back to 30-all. Really terrific shot making we've seen so far, Bill, as the tournament gets kicked off here in the first round.
Looks like we've got a very competitive match there on court 2. Be interesting to see how that turns out. And immediately, Mark, we have a break here.
Wow.
Tomas missing that half volley, and they're not off to the start that they would have liked.
To your point on court 2, Bill, it appears that it's 5-4 in the second set. The Zincs are down, or first set, excuse me, are down 5-4. And they are playing against Shi and Belova. As a reminder, the 2 players from Princeton who play for the club tennis team at Princeton. We do have a first set being finished on court 3. We'll get you those details as we move along here. KK will be serving. 1-love, first set.
And Mark, we're starting to see a little bit of cloud cover roll in here. Nothing in terms of looking like the weather's threatening in any way, but some puffy clouds that, you know, are going to take the heat quotient down a little bit, and, you know, and make the sun not the factor that it might be at this time of day.
With a little bit of breeze too, Bill.
With a little bit of breeze.
And the announcers, not the worst thing in the world.
Unless you're trying to keep multiple papers in line, which we are, and are failing miserably at keeping them from blowing around. So
here we go. 1-love, KK serving. He chooses to stay back. Interesting strategy out of the gate here, Bill. Does drive the error from Tomas. Back to your point at the end of that first match, the strategy of coming to the net and staying back. Charlotte late in that second set came to the net twice in a row and unfortunately had some errors. KK stays back on that first point.
It's interesting to watch Kay there because, you know, certainly the velocity we saw from Justin in the first match, he's
not serving.
He's not serving at nearly that kind of speed.
I wonder if there may be some shoulder-related issues in warm-ups. His ground strokes were certainly being hit out. Let's see how that develops. Good point early, Bill. 15-all.
And we see him stretching his arm out there a little bit. I don't know what that's about, but
yeah,
we'll certainly keep an eye on it here as the match progresses. So we're at 15-all.
Good rally, forces an error from Tomas. 30-15, KK and Paloma.
Interesting, this has been more of a, so far, a little cat and mouse, not hitting the ball with a tremendous amount of pace.
Yeah, different look for us.
It's definitely a different look than from what we saw here in the first match.
And speaks to your earlier comment about different strategies win different kinds of matches.
Yeah.
Really nice backhand. Good tennis. Good play. Margarita drives the lob a bit long, and it's 40-15 on KK serve.
And it's a great example of, you know, Kay is not really putting the velocity on that we saw the last time, but he's keeping the ball deep in the court and putting himself in a position where it's difficult for the returning team to really gain a huge advantage off of his serve. So there, drove a ball a little bit long.
And that's a game. Early 2-0 start for KK and Paloma as we look to settle.
Actually, I think it's still ad here, Mark.
Did I get that wrong? Thank you, Bill.
Yeah.
KK's ball had been driven long. My mistake. 40-30.
I believe we're at 5-all on court 2 in the first set. The Zincs winning that game. Oh.
And there is the hold for KK. I was a point rushed. And we're 2-0 first set here on court 1.
So this will be our first chance to take a look at the 2 women serving. Margarita will be first here. And we'll see where this match goes. Clearly they've dug themselves a little bit of a hole here in the early going. We'll see if they can, again, find their legs and kind of work out of it.
Great serve. Poach from Tomas. Quick point. Nice second serve from Margarita there.
And really there, it was a great, nice deep serve, and Thomas not wasting any time being active at net and showing that he's going to be a threat up there unless you can drive the ball over him or past him or go over him with a lob. So good serve again.
Good start from Margarita, 30-love.
Yeah. And if they can win her serve here, that'll get them back in the match very quickly here.
Right back in it.
It would just take one additional break and
and again, another good serve and another easy point. 40-love, Bill.
And we'll see if they can hang on here and get their first game of the match. Outstanding cross-court backhand there by Margarita, making for a very difficult volley for Kay, which he pushed wide, and they win their first game. And while they're still down a break, we'll see what Paloma has with her serve. And
2-1.
We're at 2-1.
Very competitive match on court 2. As Bill said, I think we're 5-all. I believe it's add-in the first set. And on court 3, the team who won the first set also won the first game. Again, we'll get you those details.
Oh, yeah.
We see that the Zincs have a little bit of the Racket Club West contingent here from Lancaster to cheer them on.
Nice crowd on this mid-July day here at the Country Club of York. Bit warm, but it's summertime in South Central Pennsylvania. You know what you're going to get. Paloma are going to be serving 2-1, first set.
And Mark, as you know, we've typically seen here, we kind of move through these first round matches and then things start to move pretty quickly. So we've got the 8 first round matches and 4 second round matches to try to get in today.
Yeah.
It's going to be absolutely a full day of tennis. So for the spectators, awesome.
Paloma went for a little much down the line there, drove it deep.
Sending an early message to Margarita to kind of stay put, but
you got to hit the shot though.
Yeah. As you saw, Thomas, looking at, the opportunity to, drive his forehand twice into Paloma and, put her in a difficult position as they took the net. And Paloma's the first left-hander we've seen so far here today. We'll see a couple more, I'm sure, as the day progresses.
One of which is Holden Coons.
Correct.
Love 15. And a double fault makes it love 30. So quickly, Tomas and Margarita love 30 lead with a chance to get that break back and get right back to 2-all.
Again, we've watched the ebbs and flows of these matches. So Thomas working that forehand.
Just back.
Gets another error. And we're a point away from this match being evened here after
quick 2-0 lead, goes back to 2-2 here maybe.
Yeah.
See if Paloma and KK can get back in this game. Margarita going to get a look at a second serve here, Bill.
And so far she's been hitting the ball very solidly, so she likes that two-handed backhand.
Oh, great shot by Paloma down the line again, Bill. That's going to be interesting to watch. That's twice she's tried down the line, missed the first one, but certainly scored on that one.
You can see that that's part of her arsenal and part of her strategy, so I think we'll look to see more and more of that as the match rolls on here, Mark.
15-40, they get their first point of this game. Oh, she does it again, Bill.
And this time she executes, and battling back from that love 40 deficit, we're now at 30-40, so.
Great little pickup from the baseline. Nice touch. Drove. That's not an easy shot. Again, not for the hackers like me trying to pick that ball up. Great shot by
Very
Paloma.
difficult shot being executed there.
She's got a lot of spin on that serve. And Tomas comes across and gets the poach, and they do get the break.
Thomas doing an excellent job there of basically reading the fact that there was some confusion on the other side, and he was easily able to move across without being noticed and put that volley away. So as we talked about,
right back to 2-all.
Back to 2-all.
Tomas and Margarita clearly in this match now. Zinks have moved up 6-5 in their first set, Bill. Great shot by Paloma on the return. Puts it at Tomas's feet, and he's not able to get that back. KK gets a look here at love 15.
Again, they're off to a good start here on Thomas's serve. He needs to find his rhythm here on his serve.
It's a great point. Oh, great volley by KK. Great hands. Closed the net. Kept coming in there, Bill, and closed it off just like you would want to do.
He had a decent return, and I think Thomas actually went to hit that ball. He hit a little bit higher above the net than he might typically. I think he was just trying to drive the ball deep, not anticipating that Kay would close the net as quickly as he did, and as a result of that, Kay got a ball that he was easily able to volley for what turned out to be a winner.
Serve was back.
Again, struggling to get that first serve in, which is, very important. Oh my goodness.
Oh, fantastic shot. Again down the line, Bill. That's 4 of those we've seen. She's made 3 of them.
That one was extremely difficult.
Spectacular.
Basically redirecting a half volley just inside the alley line. Mark, a shot like that's just, you're very fortunate to execute that. But she did. So
40, triple break.
So again,
serve is deep, and as you've said, Tomas struggling early with this serve. That's that's not going to bode well long term. And then there's the break again. KK and Paloma have broken Tomas twice, in 2 opportunities. That's not very common as we've seen it. And again, certainly something to watch as we move along here. He's got to get that serve figured out. It's not like you breaking me, which happens all the time. Tomas, accomplished player, certainly needs to find his first serve here.
He's got to find his first serve. They've got to figure out how they're going to, hold his serve. To have the male part of the team hold their serve is exceptionally important. So.
Absolutely.
So far, they've been unable to do that. We'll see if they can maybe get a K serve here a little bit. Again, you just got to watch how these matches unfold and what happens. So, sun back out, bright and sunny here. So, we'll quickly see the heat continue to turn back up.
I would think, Bill, as we look at the crowd, we'll probably have some special guests stop by, some of the sponsors throughout the day as we talk about this great cause again as we try to help those in our community here in York with opioid addiction. So KK serving 3-2 first set.
And again, we'll see if he's satisfied to put that ball, get it in deep in the box, and stay back at the baseline. And
quite a great volley by Paloma there.
Yeah.
KK's not having any trouble hitting his ground strokes, but the serve is light. I wonder if that shoulder is a bit of a challenge for him.
But again, Kay doing a great job of playing the angles. He got a ball there that he could angle well off the court. It's almost unable to make the play on that one.
It's interesting too, Bill. I believe he's gotten all of his first serves in. It'll be interesting to watch Marguerite and Tomas. Do they make some adjustments here, trying to attack his first serve? Great shot by Tomas.
Wow.
Great backhand overhead.
That's a very difficult shot, as we know, Mark, to take a ball above your shoulders, on the backhand side, let alone angle that volley into the alley there.
Yeah, incredibly difficult. Great shot.
Again, Kay playing like basically all about control.
Yep.
Hitting that ball where he wants to.
And it's working.
Yeah.
Tomas may be trying to do too much. Still trying to find his way here.
Yeah. Again, Tomas and Margarita off maybe to a little bit slower start than we expected.
I believe that's his first serve that he's missed. Let's see if Margarita steps in and tries to take advantage of a second ball here.
I don't expect much change in velocity on this second one. Yeah.
Margarita got a good look, but you are correct. He kept it deep in the box, and even though he's not serving with a lot of velocity, he is having a lot of success. We're at 40-15, 3-2 first set.
And really it goes, it's all about in doubles, it's all about where you put the ball. It's not necessarily the velocity with which you hit it.
Placement.
Yeah. Placement, angles, all things that are very, very important in doubles. And you're seeing that, him and Margarita just controlling his service games essentially just by putting the ball in the right place and forcing the other team to take the aggression, on balls that are placed properly where there's not an angle and they're very deep in the court. And it's effective to them. They're now up 4-2 here in the first. And we're back to the women serving, which kind of reversed itself the last time. It went from 2-love to 2-all, and now it's 4-2. We'll see where, whether Margarita can hold. Very good serve. Nice return there. Again, Paloma going up the line. She's really showing the ability to, be very effective with the up the line shot.
KK goes for the higher part of the net down the line and caught all tape. 15 all for Margarita.
Yeah.
2-4.
We'll see where she goes with this first serve. I like the play into Paloma's backhand. So I think if she could get that ball more toward the middle of the court, that it would allow Tomos to be, based on the angle, would allow him to be a little more aggressive up there, which I think would really benefit them as a team. Margarita with that strong backhand, but she pushed that one wide.
And now you're at double break point here.
Yeah.
This set starts to get away from them, potentially.
And Mark, we really need to appreciate the consistency with which Kay's playing.
Yeah.
It's not like he hits these magnificent hard drives, but he's always putting the ball where it needs to be, and he's making very few mistakes. And that's creating a lot of problems for Tomos and Margarita at this point.
You have to have a level of discipline when you play a player like KK.
Yeah.
And right now they are playing a little too fast and making too many mistakes, to your point. KK and Paloma now firmly in control at 5-2. Paloma will, coming out of the switch, will be serving for the first set, Bill.
Looks like we're into a second set on court 2. I'm not sure what happened in the first on that court.
I believe the Zincs might have got that first set, and we're 4-1 in the second set on court 3. And again, we will try to get you the details of who's ahead in that match. We don't have that in front of us.
Again, beautiful morning here. We're quickly transitioning into afternoon here at the Country Club of York. Some great tennis available here. Again, we're at the 2023 Groft Charity Classic, which benefits the York Opioid Collaborative. In 2022, the tournament here generated a donation of $100,000 to the collaborative. We're looking to match that amount this year. For anybody that is interested in donating, you can go online at www.gcc4tennis.com and hit the donate button. From there, it'll quickly guide you through the donation process. Your proceeds will go toward a very good cause. Paloma serving up 5-2 at this point.
Good first point.
Got the first point. Good serve into Thomas's backhand. So Mark, just when we thought the tide might turn a little bit, Kay and Paloma really have kind of reasserted themselves here and are absolutely in the driver's seat in this first set.
Another shot wide there, Bill, I believe. Is that what you saw?
I did.
Yeah, okay.
So I believe we're at 30 love here. Paloma, at this point, looking very strong in this service game. We'll see if she again goes into Thomas's backhand. I like the play because it allows Kay to be a little more active.
Great shot by Tomas.
I think he anticipated Kay going. In fact, he stayed there, but it didn't really matter much. It was the serve sat up a little bit, and Tomas took full advantage of it, driving a really strong forehand down the line there.
30-15.
And we'll see
5-2.
see if Kay gets active here and tries to cut Margarita's return. Brief hold up here with the ball trickling onto the court. Always seems to happen at the most unopportune time. Seems to be the tendency. Second serve here. Nice serve out into the backhand.
I think Margarita caught a line that time, and I believe we're 30 all. Did you see that on the line, Bill? I didn't see
I
it
did.
all. Okay. Yeah, 30 all, 5-2. So 30 love right back to 30 all.
Again, big point here for Tomos and Margarita. If they're going to get back in this set, they obviously need the break here, or we're moving on to a second set. And Tomos floats that one long, and
Set point.
I believe we have a set point here. We'll see again if she goes into Margarita's backhand. I think Margarita's I think that's her stronger side. And she really drives that backhand. So.
Oh, that time Paloma drives the ball just deep down the line. Just missed that one.
But certainly shows a willingness to use that shot at this point.
Sure does.
And it's been effective. It's keeping Thomas at home there. You know, she's been able to execute it on several occasions, and you know, it's been a big factor in this match.
Tomas uses the lob. And then Tomas drives the shot long. So another set point here for Paloma and KK.
You wonder if Kay would like to see that serve go more up the tee.
So we can get outside there a little bit, poach more towards the middle.
Right, creating a better angle for them. Again, Margarita really able to drive that serve of Paloma's with that backhand, and you know, that's proving to be an interesting challenge for them on her serve. As you know, Margarita is really returning that ball well with that two-handed backhand of hers, which she hits very solidly. And you know, obviously we see a ton of that out here, is, you know, the two-handed backhand just being so popular now among tennis players.
Oh, great volley by KK. Great hands. Tomas wanted to get that more cross court, I believe, Bill, and wasn't able to do it.
I don't know whether he thought Carey was going or whatever, but he wasn't able to do much with that one.
Yeah. We are again back to set point. Back to your point, if Paloma, I know she likes that spin serve out wide, but the down the line would seem to be a play. There she goes down the line. KK gets it into the point. Oh.
Great point there.
Interesting strategy by Tomas there to give the line away, knowing Paloma has shown it so often. He left way so early, and they still were able to come through on the point.
Actually, I think they were saved a bit by the net cord in that specific instance.
Yeah.
You know, or we could have been moving on to another set here. So
deuce.
All it takes is a little bit of a break here and there, and you never know what will happen. A little lob there by Tomos, but he left that hanging up there a little too high. And
Paloma is letting go of some of those strokes, Bill.
Great shot there.
Smashed that right at Tomas. He had nothing to do with that. So it's now add another set point.
And we're back to the same question.
I like the middle, Bill, but she loves that lefty spin to the ad side is just a natural stroke.
Yeah.
I wish we had that as righties to the deuce side. That's not. And there it is, Bill. That Margarita drops it into the net, and that's the end of our first set.
Very strong first set there from Kay Margarita. You know, prevailing in that one fairly easily. We'll see if there's any changes here as we move into the second set of this match. Again, beautiful weather conditions here at the Country Club of York. We've now got a slight breeze moving in, occasional cloud cover, which is a real bonus for the players. So we hope that continues and that the less severe weather conditions continue to prevail.
Bill, quick update, Court 3, my apologies. Christian Guerrero, and Mariana Correa, I believe, are up in that second set. It currently shows 4-1, but they're changing sides. It may be 5-2. And they are up on Ilya Shatasvili and Brittany Poge. So my apologies for not getting those names out sooner. Highly competitive match down there on Court 3. They're deep in the second set. I believe we have Christian and Mariana in control right now. We have Brittany serving. They're deep in that second set. So again, we'll keep you posted on the winners as we work through the bracket. 2-1 Zinks in the second set on Court 2, and they did get the first set. They are up a break. Zink is serving right now up 2-1. Getting ready to start the second set, exactly where we started the first. Tomas is going to be serving, and as a reminder, Bill, he got broke twice right out of the gate in that first set, and it really led to the dictation, if you would, by Paloma and KK as they worked their way through that set.
So at this point, Mark, we've got 6 of the 8 first-round matches that are either completed or on the court. So, you know, play is moving along very well.
Yeah.
Oh, outstanding volley by Paloma.
I'm back to your point, Bill. Talk a little bit more about it, because I think it's really important. If you're Tomas and Margarita, KK, and now Paloma is looking to be very aggressive on her ground strokes. KK looking to keep the ball in play. You would think Margarita and Tomas want to be a little more patient with some of their strokes here, strategy-wise.
You know, at this point, you know, it's the I mean, it was a nice return by Kay, but one that Thomas should have been able to volley and keep on the court. So again, it's the
unforced errors.
It's the unforced errors. Yeah.
And now we're love 30.
Yeah. And I think that, you know, Paloma and Kay, that's their calling card. You know, it's a little bit more consistency.
Good touch there by Tomas. Showed a nice touch.
Yeah.
Paloma was expecting something with a little bit of heat, and he took all the heat off. But still 15-30. Big first game here, Bill. That first game of each set is so critical. We talk about that all the time when we're playing. This is a big first game.
And Tomas so far,
big serve.
You know, unable to hold his serve and realizing that, you know, I gotta really pull everything out of my repertoire at this point, and that was as hard as he served the ball here so far.
Exactly.
So, you know,
far his best serve.
We'll see if he again comes with the heat. Looks like he's just picking up the pace on that a little bit.
Great shot in.
I don't know if that was good or wide, but
I believe it was in. I didn't see an out call, but
we'll quickly know, you know, what we got going here.
We believe it is 30-40. Break point. Great return by KK. Another great shot by KK. And that was 30-40, and that's a break right out of the gate again, Bill, on Tomas's serve. We're 1-love, second set.
Yeah.
KK and Paloma playing very well.
And Marcus, we talked about, the male player in each team. It's very important that the male player holds his serve, and quite frankly, the difference in this match has been Tomos not being able to hold his serve on now what is the third occasion.
Exactly.
That is not a winning combination. It's going to make it very difficult for them to win. In between, we're having great time watching some of these this match here on court 2.
Yeah, very high level tennis. And court 3, we only have a glimpse of part of court 3, but they've been down there a while, and it's some good strokes. So KK serving 1-love. You want to cement that break, Bill. You get that break in that first game. KK's played very much under control. We don't know about the shoulder. He's getting his balls in and keeping them deep. Not hitting with a lot of velocity, but a hold here and 2-love really puts the onus on Margarita and Tomas.
And he hasn't, really had to do anything too significant with his serve.
Again, his placement has been terrific. He's kept it deep in the box. He's gotten most of his first serves in.
Yeah. And watching what's happening here, whether or not, we can speculate that, maybe he's not 100% from a serving perspective. He may be. We don't know. We don't know the players that well, but
we've seen him before serve a bit stronger. But you're right. We don't know. Maybe there's more to it.
But it's a great example of if you're able to keep the ball in play and do some and get that serve where you want it, it'll work out. But there was the first time I really saw Tomos be very aggressive in following his serve in, and I think that's going to prove to be a key here, Mark. If they can start to, take some of the serves, that either Kay or Paloma are hitting, because they're not putting a lot of velocity on it. If they can get that strong return and then follow it in, this could become a very different match here in a hurry.
I agree. Margarita pushes that wide again, trying to do maybe a bit too much on not that hard of a serve.
Again, and we talk about it, we've been talking about it, it's unforced errors.
Yeah.
And another unforced error right there.
Yeah. 15 all, you got a chance to get to love 30, get that break back, and now you're back to 15 all. Ball coming onto the court. KK serving 15 all, 1-love. Second set, they got the first 6-2.
Now, as we saw the last time he served to the deuce side, Tomos got very aggressive with the serve. He pushed it deep in the court, took the net, and they won the point easily. And now,
it's amazing the way that gets in your head potentially.
He's forced to, try to do a little bit more with the serve, and ends up, basically forcing him to double fault.
15-30. Margarita with a chance to get to 15-40. She'll get a look at a second serve here. You would expect her to pounce at this point, Bill, but don't be too aggressive and have an unforced error. I spoke too soon.
Again, second time in a row, she's trying to go down the alley with that shot, and
there is some strategy at key points in these games where you're 15-30. Let's make KK and Paloma hit a ball here, maybe, versus the unforced error. Easy from up here. By the way, I remain undefeated up here in the booth.
Easy for us to say.
Yeah. KK
and again it's the unforced errors. There wasn't just a tremendous pop on that serve. Paloma showing some signs of being aggressive, but that's a return you've got to be able to convert.
Absolutely.
And we'll see if Kay's been trying to get into that forehand a little bit with Margarita and having some good success with that. We'll see if he goes back there, recognizing that that may be the better place to go.
KK dumps a backhand into the net to get back to deuce. One love here, Bill. Second set. Deuce. Tomas and Margarita looking to get that break back. And again, Bill, unforced errors at key points in this
They're
match.
mounting.
Hmm.
At this point, I would say that KK and Paloma not really doing anything fancy here. I mean, they're just basically feasting off of the mistakes made by Tomos and Margarita.
Good first serve. And again, Tomas comes across for the easy poach and nets it, and KK gets the hold. And we're 2-love, Bill, early in the second set, and if Tomas and Margarita can't correct the unforced errors, it's going to be tough for them to come back. Margarita serving, now is the time for them to get going.
They really, this almost becomes a must game for them. Again, we'll see if Paloma tries to keep Tomos honest here in the early going. Probably not the first. She does.
On the second serve.
Now gets the ball where she wanted, but did not choose to follow that in.
Yeah. And actually down the line was open that time. Tomas comes across for the poach, but she tried to do a little too much.
Continuing to be, a bit fearless there.
Yeah.
So
she's very comfortable with those down the line shots.
Yeah, it's kind of fun that in this tournament we have two players that were on North Carolina's national title team here, and Lindsay Zink and Elizabeth Scotty, who we'll see here shortly as the last two round one matches come on. So kind of fun to see. Gives our fans here an indication of just how strong the competition is here in this tournament.
Exactly. Yeah, some very good players on both sides.
Yeah.
Serve was called good. So Margarita quickly to 40 love in this service game as they look to get on the board in the second set. And then they will try to break Paloma if they can.
Interestingly, if she can hold this game, they'll be starting with the same pattern that we started the first set. So
they'll hope for a different result. Great shot there by Tomas. Good hands.
Yeah.
And they do get the hold.
Beautifully set up by that drive from Margarita, who drove her right at KK's feet, and he was forced to bring the ball up, and it just created an easy backhand put away for Tomas.
Yeah.
So
going to the switch over, we're 2-1 Paloma and KK, 9th annual Groft Charity Classic. All proceeds to support the York Opioid Collaborative. We will have some sponsors come by and chat a little bit about their sponsorship and dedication to this event. Great day here at the Country Club of York, 1400 Country Club Road in York. Great tennis at a great facility. Very fortunate to have all the sponsors and the Country Club of York host this terrific event that Bill and I have been able to support for a number of years. Court 2 currently shows the Zincs up 3-2 in their match. Court 3, they haven't moved the score turnstiles. What's the right word there, Bill? The scoring devices. I'm searching, Bill. Help me. Don't leave me hang out there. The score.
The flip scoring.
The flip scores. Thank you, Bill. My gosh, you just left me out there in silence. They haven't moved those in a while. Yeah. It was 4-1, and they're not. It looks like the match is over, but we're not clear on who might have won that match. We will keep you posted. We would believe that it would have been the pairing, if I was looking at it right, of Giarva and Correa, but we will keep you posted on that. One of those teams is moving on to the quarterfinals. To Bill's point, 2 more first round matches to get out on the court. Court 3 has just opened up. Matches on court 1 and 2. Here we are, second set, 2-1 Paloma and KK serving. Tomas moved way in there to get a good look, and he ends up cutting it wide. Again, the unforced errors, Bill, continue to mount for the team of Tomas and Margarita.
Again, Paloma off to a good start on her service game. She's, with the last time through, was able to hold serve, and it was a big factor in basically them easily winning the second set. We'll see if that continues right here.
And here we are back to where do we want to serve this. I'll give you one guess where this ball's going. Oh, she did go up the middle. She tried. This will be a high, heavy topspin into the backhand.
A great volley there by Kay.
Sure was.
Kind of in tight to his body. He was able just to block it, and it landed, looked like it landed like virtually right on the service line.
But this dynamic, Bill, that you talked about at the beginning of the match, KK and Paloma keeping balls in play, playing good strategy. Tomas and Margarita playing in a more rushed or urgent fashion and causing a lot of unforced errors.
And we're at what, 30 love here, Mark?
30 love here at 2-1.
Yeah.
They're making the hold very easy. Another unforced error.
Yeah.
The impatience from Tomas and Margarita is a standout in this match right now. If they don't correct that in fairly short order, they're going to be in some trouble.
They'll have the afternoon off. So. Again, took that at serve very wide. She caught her absolute best spot on that. Easy hold. And now we're at 1-3 in the second set, and Tomos is here. He's had his serve broken 3 times in a row. If it happens here,
yeah, the match is moving towards finish. He must hold.
Yeah.
We've got a let here on that first serve ball coming over from court 2 on a winner. Tomas serving 1-3, a must-hold situation. Paloma again
Paloma.
Not that one, though. Although she's had a fair amount of success, which has, I think, changed the way Tomas and Margarita are playing in terms of their positioning.
She does a good job of disguising that. And it looks like she just kind of pulls it at the last minute.
We do have a finish on court 2. The Zincs from Lancaster were able to pull that first round match out after a close first set. They did control the second set, we believe 6-2 to finish. So the Zincs are moving on to the quarters. We have 2 more matches to get out in this first round, and then we'll be back around for the quarterfinal, 4 quarterfinal matches. So 6 more matches to get out. 1 more first round here on this court, 2 more to get out to play.
And Mark, for those local fans, that sets up a great second round match here between the Zincs and Phil Myers and Elizabeth Ionescu, which should be a barn burner match.
One might steal the phrase War of the Roses, Bill.
Yeah, War of the Roses with Lancaster and York at it. But
the white rose and the red rose.
But I would say those players, just missed the half volley wide there.
Quick and easy hold for Tomas. We were talking about a must hold, and he gets it. And we're on the switch over, 3-2 KK serving. Two more matches to get out here. 9th Annual Groft Charity Classic. All funds, proceeds going to the York Opioid Collaborative. Just a beautiful day. There's a little bit of a breeze right now, Bill, and again, the spectators and the announcers don't mind that just at all. Sun is out. It's a nice July summer day here in South Central Pennsylvania. Very fortunate.
And some great action here so far.
Some terrific tennis by very high-level players in this area. Bill, you and I have been a part of these competitions. Talk briefly about what you've seen from the beginning 9 years ago till now in terms of that level of competition and how it has changed.
Oh, we've talked about this, as the years have rolled on. The tournament has increased in popularity. The prize money has also increased, making it more attractive for some of the better players to come in and play. So
we're fortunate to be joined by Bill's better half, Kathy Long. Just stops by to see if Bill wants some more water. Very nice to see Kathy here this afternoon. And here we are, Bill, back to the action. 3-2, KK and Paloma serving 3-2. They won the first set 6-2. Tomas, I will tell you, played that actually very, very well, Bill. He didn't try to do too much on that first return. He got it deep, and they ended up getting the point. Hopefully, for his sake, he can repeat that in some other instances. A good first point for Tomas and Margarita as they look to get that break back and get to 3-all. Really nice start.
And Paloma's really not been showing much aggression at the net, really hasn't had to, given the unforced errors by Tomas and Margarita. So we'll see what happens here. Kay just continuing to throw that first serve in nice and deep where he wants it and kind of taking his chances from there.
That is a fantastic backhand. Margarita had a nice return. So we talked about Margarita and Tomas keeping more balls in play. She didn't try to do too much with the forehand. She kept it in play, kept it fairly deep, but KK on a backhand, great angle.
I don't think she had enough depth on that one, Mark, to phase KK, so he was able to take that ball and angle it pretty easily. 15 all.
KK dumps the volley into the net, and Tomas and Margarita have a bit of an open door at 15:30.
Again, we'll see if Kay tries to throw that ball up the middle and get it to Margarita's forehand and take away that big backhand, two-hand backhand return. See, no, he goes that way.
Tomas with the poach, but KK stays in it. Great get. Margarita and Tomas playing a bit of I formation right now.
Yeah. Having the combination they're looking for. Kay sticking with Margarita, as you see, just trying to
push her, and then Paloma gets the easy one and misses it. Again, the strategy, Bill. We're 15:40 on KK serve. The door is open for Margarita and Tomas to get back to 3-all here. Working some maintenance issues on court 2. You'll see folks running around working to get the second court in playing shape for our third round match. And to Bill's point, I would think before we go to the quarterfinals, I would expect some wetting of the courts so that the playing conditions stay as premium as they are today or right now. Tomas gets a look at a second serve here, Bill, 15:40.
I expect him to run around that backhand and again flip that ball cross court like he has been. No, goes with a slice, nice deep slice, and then unable to handle the angle volley.
And now we're 30-40. They need Margarita to play a good point, get a nice return in and get into this point.
Again, crowd picking up here. A lot of people out this afternoon to watch some really great tennis. So
Good first serve. Tomas again with the poach.
Yeah.
And the winner, and they get the break. And we're 3-all, Bill.
Just like that.
Yeah, just like that. Just when it seemed like Tomas and Margarita might be in trouble, here we are with that momentum swing that we see all the time in doubles. And we have another one. 3-all. Margarita serving. And she holds, and now you've got a really competitive match again.
Yeah, this one's got potentially a long way to go. So.
Guess where Paloma took that ball. Great shot down the line.
Again, been very effective with that, and it's.
If you're Tomas, you can't. At this point in the match, you cannot give her that. You cannot give her a look at down the line. She clearly uses that as a favored ball. And again, Margarita gets a first serve in, 2 first serves in. Tomas poaches on both, gave them both away, and they're sitting love 30. I think if you're Margarita here, you tell Tomas it might be time to stay home on the court.
Yeah, it puts them in a difficult position because, now it opens up that cross court.
Yeah.
And
you had just gotten back to 3-all, and the unforced errors mentally come back into play here. A little bit of a skull session to talk about what we want to do here. He's signaling, I believe, the signal to stay home. Let's see. Second serve for Margarita. And a double fault. And now all of a sudden, Bill, the momentum swings back, and we're triple set point, love 40. At 3-all.
Triple game point, right?
Excuse me, thank you. Court 2 is almost ready. The players are out, they're stretching. We'll get into warm-ups. We'll let you know who's going to be on that court here in a moment.
Great get by Margarita, but just not quite enough there.
Yeah.
And they now pull through with that break, and they have a 4-3 lead up a break here in the second. And
on court 2, let's pull out our notes here. Yeah, we're going to get you up to speed here in a moment on who those competitors are going to be, their first and last names. Barr and Forsora will be facing off against Frisk and Weiss. We'll get you the details on their bios here in a little bit, but Barr and Forsora against Frisk and Weiss. Tyler Barr and Eva Forsora. We certainly are familiar with Eva from the past. She's played a number of times. Nico Frisk and his partner, Miss Weiss, will be playing on court 2.
again, for those of you that potentially would be willing to donate, all again you have to do is go to the Groft Charity Classic website at www.gcc4tennis.com. Hit the donate button, and you can and donate. All donations are for the benefit of the York Opioid Collaborative.
And every dollar counts.
And every dollar counts.
Paloma serving 4-3, second set.
Okay. Okay.
Good eye by KK there. Tomas got to look at a second serve, and again another unforced error. Those are piling up at this point. 15 love, 4-3. Paloma will look to get that heavy topspin left-handed serve into the backhand, but again, Margarita's better side has been their backhand so far, so there's a bit of strategy that continues to go back and forth. Court 2 has been cleaned and is ready for action. They'll start warm-ups in a moment. The other first round match, depending on how this court 1 match proceeds, may end up being put on court 1, I would think, to give us a third match, depending on the length.
Yeah, I would think that the last 2 first-round matches will be on courts 1 and 2 here, so that'll give us a good vantage point to follow the action. We do have one of our sponsors that will be coming in here from Josh Schmelzer from RBC Sides. Will be in our booth here shortly, so we're in the process of preparing for that. Meanwhile, we're at a very critical game in the match here on court 1. Paloma serving.
And the serve is deep.
So we're at 15:30 here, in what could be a real pivotal game in this match. Again, unable to convert the first serve. We'll see if she can see what Margarita can do with this backhand. Strong return as we expected, and again, down the line, very effectively, and we're 30 all here.
Yeah. On court 2, we have, well, I believe 3 new players to the tournament. We'll get into those bios after a bit, but I believe I see 3 new players, which is always nice to see. Again, to your point earlier, the level of competition that continues to be raised that comes into York for this tournament.
We'll see if Kay gets a little active here or whether he just continues to pretty much hold his ground. We've seen him make some moves. Good return.
Stay back. This is interesting, Bill. We've got 2 back. We have not seen this all day yet with 2 players back. Now Tomas is coming to the net. And we'll get into a female-female rally here. Nope, Tomas goes for the cut.
Great point.
She caught a back line back there somewhere. Interesting strategy this point. Great get.
Wow.
And it worked.
I'm surprised Margarita didn't get hit by that ball. And Tomos with a great reflexes. He couldn't have had a really good visual on that. And they really let that one get away, but there were some really nice angle shots there, a few lobs along the way. So that point showed us a little bit of everything. It was very fun to watch.
Really nice. And I think we're 30-40. I'm sitting on a break point here.
We're sitting on a break point. A break would bring this back to 4 all.
Yes. Yeah. Bring it back to the men serving to see where this set ultimately comes out. Margarita gets a look at a second serve here.
Again, we got the down the line rally going here. Both men trying to get involved.
Paloma's thinking she'd mix it up, and Tomas was standing right there, and that's a break. And now we're 4 all, Bill.
4 all.
So we shared breaks with the female serving, and really not a momentum spot right now on either side, I would suggest. But a big moment. 4 all. Tomas has been broken 3 times this match. Held easily last time. Margarita was there for the volley, and it's 15 love. Second serve now for Tomas, 15 love. And a fault there Bill. Got up 15 love and another unforced error. 15 all, 4 all.
So we've got a couple of sponsors here that we're going to work in here, Mark.
Oh, good,
momentarily.
Good. Excellent.
But we're at a critical point of this match, so we're just going to hang with the match here for a few minutes.
Oh, that's a yeah, that's a let. I don't know that KK and Paloma minded that let. The advantage was on Tomas and Margarita's side for that. We're 15 all, and we're 4 all. Second set. First set went to KK and Paloma.
And again, Thomas was able to flip the switch and, you know, kind of make a change.
Great shot by Margarita. Great volley.
Great volley. So we're 30-15 here. Real, very key point of the match. Again, Thomas pulling out the big strike on his first, but unable to convert it. So, okay, obviously we'll be looking to step in on the second serve return, take the net. And again, all players coming up to net there. And a solid 40-15 advantage here. So we could look potentially at pushing this match to a third set here, Mark. See what Tomas brings here, whether he brings the big heavy server again or it just looks for placement here with Paloma. I'm guessing the latter. He'll try to get it in deep and follow it in. He does, but he's unable to make the first volley there. He dumps it into the net, and they still have the ad here. But obviously the lead more tenuous. KK probably, you know, we'll see what they're looking to do. They're going to have a little bit of a strategy discussion. But
4 all, 40-30. And he holds. Good hold by Tomas. He's found his way these last 2 service games, and they lead 5-4.
And as we talked about, Mark, that just basically changes the complexion of the match. You know, his ability now to step in and hold his serve, you know, now it becomes a, you know, very, very close match in a difficult situation. So the game score we have is 4-4, correct?
5-4.
Oh, 5-4. I'm sorry.
Tomas and Margarita.
That's correct. With the hold, it made it 5-4.
Yeah.
So we have Margarita serving for the set here.
I believe we have KK.
Okay, first.
Serving to stay in to the second set.
My bad.
Thankfully, you showed your human side there, Bill, after a number of errors from myself earlier. Have started on court 2. That match has begun. Be interesting to watch that as the afternoon progresses. Again, on that court, we have Barr and Frisora against Frisk and Weiss. Mr. Frisk is serving first. KK serving 4-5 second set. Great shot by Margarita, nice volley. The Margarita and Tomas have found some rhythm here. Love 15.
And again, suddenly, Kay and Paloma serving to kind of hang on here in the second set. It's kind of like,
These momentum swings, Bill.
you know, we've been seeing it all day here. So,
Great get by KK. Good point. Nice
back
hands.
to 15 all here.
Yeah.
So, trying to push this set into extra innings at this point.
15 all, 4-5. In a moment, we're going to have Dr. Matt Howie join us from WellSpan. For those who've been involved in the past, Matt has been kind enough to share insights on the addiction and the level of activity in our community. Good hands by Paloma.
We had 30 love here, Mark?
We are at 30-15, Bill.
Okay. Trying to do some communication with some of our sponsors who are here.
Multitasking.
Yeah.
$30-50, 4-5.
Again, nice drive there by Kay, doing a very nice job. And they're now
40-15.
Basically in control of this service game, which would bring back things in not this set at 5 games each. See what Kay does with his serve here as they try to basically get the hold here to keep this set rolling. 40-15. We're in a cross-court battle here. Thomas with an excellent shot down the line, and that pretty much ends that point. So. See if he can
40-30, Bill.
40-30. We'll see if he can basically close out this game, and then
got to let
conclusion of the game. We'll talk to Dr. Matt Howie, who's here representing WellSpan.
Nice little breeze there, Bill. Nice of us to bring Dr. Howie over, who brought the wind with him. Makes it feel good.
It's a dangerous
we can always rely on our medical providers to help us out.
Are you enjoying the action here so far, Dr. Howie?
I can tell you, this is just phenomenal tennis for sure. Enjoying it thoroughly.
40-30 here, trying to bring this set even at 5 games apiece. Again, Kay very deliberate, more or less putting the ball where he needs to.
Good hands. Nice play by Thomas.
They stay alive here. If they get the break, we'll be going to a third set here, but we're back to deuce.
Dr. Howie, take a moment while we're getting ready to start the next point. Introduce yourself. Tell us a little bit about yourself and your linkage to the collaborative.
Sure. You know, I presently work for WellSpan. I work teaching residents about safe prescribing and providing good care. But my connection with the collaborative goes way back. Working with the Heroin Task Force, and then ultimately setting up with Dave Sunday and Pam Gay, the York Opioid Collaborative. So our roots run deep.
Thanks for all you and WellSpan continue to do on this significant addiction. We had we mentioned earlier we had presenters on Thursday night. Yourself, you chipped in very kindly. We had a recovering addict, and then we had a gentleman from UPMC as well. Really nice to hear all the information on where we are on the cause, if you would. Talk a little bit about what you're seeing in comparison to over the last couple of years as we come out of the pandemic and what that's translated to in our community.
You know, unfortunately, there was quite a surge of overdose deaths that occurred during the pandemic, which was unfortunately not unexpected. Where people are in more isolation, you'll see more unsafe use of opioids from all types. We've actually seen a nice rebound in terms of our efforts and success at getting folks help that they need in the places that they need it. So we're seeing less overdose deaths, although I will say statewide they're not seeing as much success as we are. And I think that's a tribute to the community, and with the York Opioid Collaborative being a part of that, and efforts within WellSpan to expand medication-assisted treatment, using their warm line to help folks with underlying mental illness. It's just a more complete package we've been able to develop.
Talk a little bit about that warm line. You spoke on it Thursday night when you were kind enough to speak. Tell people what that means, what that number is. How can people get help? Folks who might be out there right now know somebody who might be struggling with an addiction and/or know somebody. What is the warm line, and what is that number?
Yeah, it's a warm line is an effort within WellSpan to whoever calls, who has an underlying behavioral health need, whether it's mental illness, substance use. You get a trained counselor on the other end of the line who can help assess where you are and determine the right pathway forward in terms of getting you the help and support that you need. It's something, again, that wasn't there before. It's pretty resource intensive, but completely necessary in our community right now. So it's another mechanism to help the entire community.
And that line, that phone number is
866 warm line. I kind of joked the other evening. I said if you're numbers counter, it's 11 digits versus 10. But the reality is you hit those numbers, hit those letters, and you're going to get the people on the line that you need.
Excellent. Yeah, that's fantastic. And again, thanks for all you continue to do in our community for this collaborative. Talk a little bit about the types of activity you're seeing in our community, the types of prescription drug issues, or just what you're seeing in the current environment maybe versus a year ago. What are the developing trends, if you would?
Yeah, there's a diversification of this issue. So we used to talk about overdose deaths and complications of using substances, and understandably we talked a lot about opioids. But what we're seeing now is other substances making their way into the mix. Because of the suppression of breathing that opioids do, it's always going to be a significant cause of overdose death because of respiratory suppression. But we're seeing stimulant use increase. We're definitely seeing an increase in benzodiazepines, which are a prescription drug, but that can be used, especially in combination with opioids, are very dangerous. So again, kind of a diversification, if you will, of the marketplace. And individuals who are using, we've seen a little bit of a shift. So we've seen an increase percentage-wise of individuals who are from African-American community as well as the Hispanic community that are using now. And again, with a more diverse package. And the other thing that I would be remiss, and Pam Gay, if she was here, our coroner, would remind me, alcohol use. That actually increased significantly during the pandemic, and it's persisted.
It's thank you for bringing that up. You know, we've focused on the opioids a lot during this, as we should, but I really appreciate you bringing the alcohol back in. You know, years and years ago, that would have been something people thought about on addiction, and now we've moved more on the prescription drug side, but alcohol's still there.
Absolutely,
and it's still a
there.
significant issue.
Yeah, the risk of losing your life from it, it's just a little slower process most commonly, although you can acutely have issues with alcohol ingestion. But the complications of alcohol use absolutely can shorten your life, and we're seeing those cases now. So it's not. We need to recognize this is a complex issue that we're trying to address with all substances.
You talked Thursday night, and I think it would be good for those who weren't able to be at the Country Club for that presentation. I thought it was a really meaningful presentation on the one piece specifically around folks that we know right now are potentially addicts, and we don't know it. Talk a little bit about the fact that it is amongst us. It might be here with us as we speak here at the Country Club of York here this afternoon. Talk a little bit about what that looks like. There was some discussion around what addiction looks like.
Yeah, I think we've come a long way in understanding the complexity of it. Before we would say that's an issue over there for those people, quote unquote. And I think to a large extent our community has embraced this concept that it is more around us. But even, especially now, we're seeing a very increased diversity of individuals suffering from substance use in all segments of our society. And so I think just being open and careful and supportive, avoiding stigmatizing language, leaving opportunities for us to have conversations when people say, hey, by the way, it's my cousin, it's my nephew, it's my child, it's my parent. To be able to have that conversation about how you can help support that individual as well as the person with addiction. I think that's just a hopeful sign, and we just need to reinforce that at every opportunity.
Yeah, no, that's great. We talked last year about your prowess with a racket in your hand and that you wanted to be down there playing because you felt like you were right there on the cusp of being able to qualify for this level. As you're watching the tennis today, do you feel like you've played enough in the last year that you could be down there?
I think it is safe to say I'm in the safest place I could be. I did go down close to the court on some of the earlier matches, and I am just amazed at the velocity and the reaction time. I would need someone to fully protect me. Like, I'm going to put a Holden Coons right in front of me and say, don't let anything through.
Is there anything from a WellSpan perspective that you wanted to make sure that you shared here while you were here today?
Well, I would just say that WellSpan's very proud to be a sponsor with this, along with the other sponsors. If you take a look, you've got multiple health plans, you've got multiple groups across our community here sponsoring this because it's such an important thing. And we're just happy to be a part of that and to be able to help be a part of that solution as part of the community.
Go ahead, Bill.
Quickly,
Sorry.
We
Yeah,
just
please.
got a break there.
Yep.
And I believe we're at 6-5 here in the second set.
Yeah, Margarita, to your point, Bill, she had a number of opportunities that Margarita and Tomas had a chance to close that set out and weren't able to do it, and now we are on a break when we come out of the switch over. Dr. Howe, you've always been kind enough to share your time. You're obviously very engaged when this topic comes up, which is fairly common. You're invested in giving interviews, thankfully, for our community to keep folks posted. What other item are we not talking about or thinking about that we should keep in the forefront of our community as it relates to these addiction and these activities?
You know, as people go through their journey, if they develop an issue with substance use, we need to make sure that we're supporting at each step. And I think one of the important ones that I think emerging now is being supportive of the recovery community. Individuals who have struggled with addiction are now in recovery. Their journey's not over, and making sure that we're sensitive to their needs and engage with them, helping them, welcoming them back to the community, and being sensitive to maybe some of the challenges that they're facing coming back. So don't forget, it's a full continuum.
And to that point, I understand from afar, a friend had a relative at the presentation Thursday night. They had just gotten out of addiction. They've been through a few processes, and it hasn't stuck, if you would. It hasn't always been easy. They've been through a few different sessions of this, but your words ring true of, it's a process. It's ongoing.
Absolutely. This is a chronic disease, just like we have with diabetes, hypertension, cardiovascular disease, and we have to approach it that way. And if someone has a relapse or some other issue there, that just means we redouble our efforts, work with them in the best way that we can.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Dr. Howie, for taking time away from watching this great tennis tournament and all you're doing for the community. Thank you to WellSpan, and please keep up the good work.
Yeah, always a pleasure to have you here with us, so thank you.
Well, thanks for having me. I'm enjoying the tennis thoroughly, and again, great cause.
Bill, we're 6-5 and we're 15-love. Great to have Dr. Howie with us, a great first speaker to talk to the very significant issues in our community. But we're 15-love.
Paloma can hold here.
It's over.
This match is over.
That's correct.
So,
KK barely got out of the way, and the volley goes long, or did it catch him?
Not sure. Not sure what the final call was.
Yeah, I see him touching his.
Felt that it hit him. but it was certainly very close to doing so.
I'm going to book that on the score sheet as 30 love. I may be wrong on that. I don't know that it caught him. So we're going to call it 30 love. Paloma serving 2 points from the match after they got that break at 5-fall.
Certainly a critical set of points here.
She's got to do, the wind has picked up again. That could be having an impact on the serves.
Always more difficult to toss the ball and hit it exactly where you want on the racket when you start to get, you know, the wind flowing through here.
Especially with the way she's using top spin and side spin, that toss and the wind all play a key part in this. Absolutely a great comment on your part.
We're seeing the action start to unfold on court 2, and you know, obviously some very strong players there as well, and we'll talk about them a little bit more as time goes on here. Paloma now serving at 30-15.
A little bit of a miss hit. Tomas threw him off, and Bill, I think we're sitting on 2 match points if that volley did not hit KK. 40-15. She faulted last time on this side, so I would think KK's the discussion here is let's get that first one in on the backhand if we can. Getting ready to get into our second speaker here, sponsor-wise. Check in with him in a moment. Oh, KK drops a easy volley into the net and keeps Tomas and Margarita in the match. 40-30, 6-5. In a moment, we're going to be joined by Josh Smeltzer, one of our significant sponsor, RBC, the Sides Group. We're thrilled to have Josh join us. We'll be getting with him in here in just a moment as we work through this game.
And we hope Josh doesn't mind, but we're going to work through this match point here, you know, and then we'll see where things go and kind of go from there. We're back to deuce. So.
Wow, 2 big points there, Bill. KK had the ball on his racket, and now we're back to deuce. Tomas and Margarita showing the requisite level of fight as you would expect from really top-level competitors.
Hanging on by a thread. And if they can get these 2, you know, basically these 2 points and even this match, you know, the whole tide could turn here. This could go from being one that's nearly over to a very long match. So we're at that kind of a turning point right now. A lot of strategic play here.
Yeah, a lot of movement. Tomas, great hands at the net, and all of a sudden they do have the break point. The ebbs and flows in this match, Bill.
It's been pretty crazy. Just when you think one group has control, then the other team comes back, and obviously a key point here. And we appreciate Josh being patient with us. We'll get to him immediately following the end of this game.
Yeah, again, Josh Smeltzer from RBC, the Sides Group, getting ready to join us, a major sponsor for the Groft Charity Classic. Paloma serving out 6-5. It would only be right that this match go to a tiebreaker, maybe. Again, that wind with the toss, Bill.
Yeah, she's had several points in this service game where she's dropped the ball, and again, she faults here.
Wow.
Basically to 5-all.
Wow, 6-all, tiebreaker time.
6-all, rather, I'm sorry.
No worries. Josh, if you'd be so kind, take a moment, introduce yourself. Tell us about RBC, the Sides Group, your role, and the long-standing commitment of RBC, the Sides Group, with the Groft Charity Classic, if you would. Welcome.
No, thank you, and absolutely.
Great to have you.
Yeah, appreciate it. Appreciate the opportunity to be here and to sponsor yet again. Again, I'm Josh Smeltzer, one of the partners on the Sides Group at RBC Wealth Management. It's really just been a pleasure to be involved in this tournament every year, mainly because of obviously what it supports, but just to be able to see it grow and then turned into the Groft Charity Classic a couple years ago.
Josh, we were talking to Dr. Howie a little bit earlier on the cause, and we were kidding with him a little bit about his tennis prowess. How about yourself? Are you a tennis player? Do you, other than like enjoying watching the game, do you play?
I used to play a bit more when I was in college. I just use the excuse now that I need to find someone who's on par with me skill-wise to make it fun, and I think that just gets me out of a lot of play at the moment.
Talk about, I would make the assumption, but I'd like you to talk to it, RBC, the Sides Group, an investment vehicle. Talk about all the services that you offer, and tell us a little bit about RBC, the Sides Group.
Yeah, absolutely. Our team, there's 5 advisors on our team. Our business is focused in 2 areas. The first is working with individuals, institutions, endowments, managing their money, financial planning. Another big part of our business is working with companies on their retirement plans, whether they're defined benefit, defined contribution, 401ks, whatever it may be. But I think the one thing that has really been a pillar of our group and is our commitment to the community, and really just trying to make sure that through causes like this we just keep ourselves out there and involved as much as we can.
How does this great segue, it's almost like I fed you a softball and you nailed it. Talk about how the Groft Charity Classic fits into RB Sides Group's community involvement. How does this pop up to the top of the list every year, and you really believe that it is the event that you want to support?
Absolutely. I mean, I think when you think about what this really supports, the opioid epidemic, I think that touches all of us in some way. I think we all know someone who's been affected by it, and for us, we see that with our clients as well too. Our feeling has always been from a perspective as being involved in the community is we really want to put our flag in the ground with in a big way for certain causes and certain events that we really support, and that's why I think this has been such an important one for us long term.
Bill, real quick, back to the match. Thanks, Josh, for staying with us again. Josh Schmeltzer, RBC Sides Group investment firm.
We're at 3-1 here.
Yeah.
Margarita's serving. They got in a little bit of a hole at the beginning of the tiebreak here, down 3-zip. It's now 3-1. Again, very important point here, for them to stay alive. And
Paloma just continues to Paloma continues to go down the line with those shots. She's very comfortable with that, but at this point, Tomas and Margarita have clearly seen enough of it that they know they need to stay home, and he gets the easy put away.
Yeah. So we're 3-2.
We've got a mini break in play. Paloma tried to serve out the match on this side and double faulted the last time she served.
So we'll see what happens here. Starting to hit a very key point in the tiebreak.
And then now another second serve. Margarita is going to be looking to come in and take advantage here. The wind is picked up. I wonder if the sun at this point, Bill, I don't think it should be an issue, but maybe. It's a nice second serve.
I think she does gain somewhat of an advantage of being a left-hander.
Great point. That's just a great point all the way around. Margarita getting the ball coming into the net was just a fantastic shot. Unbelievable get.
Shot.
Yep. And we're back on serve 3-all. Josh, back to Josh Schmeltzer as we do the changeover on the tiebreaker at 6 points, as Bill had told us about before. Talk a little bit about, again, this cause, the addiction in our community here in York County, and RBC's other related community endeavors and how they all tie into the community. You were talking a little bit about that, but how does this event tie in with all of the other support that RBC gives?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, I think, again, what we really strive to do is just, support causes that we see have an impact in the community. And, the opioid crisis is one that affects people from every walk of life, families from every walk of life, and I think that's why it's so important to have a focus on it. But for us, it's, again, really just what affects not only our own families, but what we see across the spectrum as far as affecting our clients. And that's really where we want to be involved, both with our time and our commitments.
Fantastic. Thanks so much for joining us. Please stay here. Let's finish off this tiebreaker in a moment. I'll give you a chance. What we didn't cover, please give us some other comments. We're 3-all in the tiebreaker. Paloma serving second serve here. Tomas gave that away again, Bill. I mean, just he talk about
some bad coordination there.
Talk about giving that away. Paloma, a very easy shot, but she didn't miss it. Sometimes the easiest shots are those you miss too, though. So she did take advantage. We're on serve though, 4-3 or 3-4. Tomas now, interesting, Bill. Tomas has not served on this side. So if the wind or the sun, I don't believe it should be a challenge, but he has not served on this side. I don't know if that will have any impact. It should not, but.
As we know from being players here, this time of day, the sun can, start to become a factor. Now the sun comes back out.
It's a great serve, and he pushes the volley. Again, unforced errors. Josh, real quick, what didn't we touch on that you would want to cover? Any other comments? Again, really appreciate the support of the sides group through these years for the Groft Charity Classic. What else should we be talking about that we did not touch on?
No, I mean, the last thing I would say is just to encourage anybody who hasn't been a part of this in the past to come out and be a part of it. It's been such a pleasure to see this grow every year, both in the quality of the tennis, which is phenomenal, as always this year, but also just seeing more and more sponsors, more and more companies getting involved with such an important cause. So just want to extend that outreach and encouragement for others to do the same.
Thank you so much. Thank you for all you've done support-wise. We really do appreciate RBC, the sides group, and really appreciate you coming and joining us here this afternoon. Please enjoy the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, enjoy the rest of the action.
Thank you.
Yeah, go have a cold one for us.
Bill, we're sitting at 6-3, 3 match points now for KK and Paloma. KK serving. Again, the unforced errors creep up again at bad times. Not that there's ever a good time, but the unforced errors for Tomas and Margarita have been biting. Great shot, and that's the match. Nice match. Well played. KK and Paloma defeat Tomas and Margarita 6-2, 7-6, and in the breaker 7-3. We're going to take a moment to, again, play the reel on our sponsors. And we're going to then take a break. Court 1 will be cleaned off, and we'll be ready for our last first-round match, which will feature local tennis star Holden Coons and his partner Elizabeth Scotty against their opponents, and we'll get into those details when we come right back. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
I'm Dr. John Deitch, WellSpan Health orthopedic surgeon. WellSpan Health delivers orthopedic care you can count on to get you back to your best. From common bone and joint problems to complex injuries, our team of surgeons, physicians, therapists, and athletic trainers work together for you. That's why we're the official sports medicine provider for this team, that team, and your team. That's how WellSpan Health delivers orthopedic care you can count on.
Apple is the name to trust for all things automotive. 10 new car brands with sales, service, and parts, plus collision centers, car washes, and so much more. Providing convenient, quality products and services is what we do best. Shop our specials at appleautomotive.com.
Call 911. I'm just gonna apply some pressure, okay?
When minutes matter, you have the power to save a life. Learn more at minutesmatter.upmc.com.
Thinking of selling your car but don't want to leave your house? Or maybe you don't want the hassle of advertising, negotiating, and selling it. Either way, Apple Automotive has you covered. We want to buy your car. We pay top value for most vehicles, and we make it simple. We'll even come to your location, pick up the car, and bring you a check. It's that easy. Visit selltoapple.com today or stop by one of our convenient locations in York, Hanover, or Red Lion. Apple Automotive. We want to buy your car.
I got 3. No, I'm sorry, I got 3. I don't have Candace. Apologize. Quarter. There's.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're tuning back in here. We're at the 9th annual Groft Charity Classic, again to benefit the York Opioid Collaborative. We've got a great tournament going on so far this year. We're about to jump into the first quarterfinal match to take the court here today. But in the meantime, for those of you that would like to potentially donate to the York Opioid Collaborative, you can do so through the tournament website at www.gcc4tennis.com and hit the donate button. It'll basically take things from there. And every dollar that you're willing to donate will go directly to the collaborative to help in their effort to fight opioid addiction in our York community. With that said, I'd like to set the table here a little bit for the first final match. Those of you that were turned in earlier today saw Candace Wang playing with Justin Carter, and they won their first round match and now are advancing to the quarterfinal against the defending champions here. Guillermo Nunez and his partner, Gabriela DeSantis. So we're looking for an outstanding match here. Certainly, from what we saw last year, Justin and Kansas are going to really have their hands full. Very solid team that they're playing, so we're looking forward to the action here this afternoon. Mark, we also have a couple of good matches going here on the other courts. That's the balance of the first round matches.
Yeah, Bill, we're Barr and Frisora playing Frisk and Weiss on court 2, and the local star Holden Coons and his partner Elizabeth Scotty are down on court 3. Just got started. They won their first game and are looking to get a break in that second game in the first set. They are playing against the team of Natick and Schul. As you said, getting ready to get started in this quarterfinal match. And as these other first round matches get done, we'll get those other quarterfinal matches on. 9th annual Groft Charity Classic, Carter and Wang against Nunez and DeSantis. Again, defending champs against Carter and Wang, who we saw this morning. As Bill said, Carter is going to start serving, and we're almost ready to get underway here. Quarterfinal match, here we go.
Again, we continue to have outstanding weather here. It's a mixture of sun and clouds at this point with a slight breeze moving. Justin will be starting the serve here.
Both players back, Bill.
Again, you know, the normal feeling out process that we've seen along the way. And we know that Guillermo and Gabriela have effectively used the lob in a number of their matches, so I would expect to see some of that here today. Another left-hander we have here with Guillermo.
Both players back again, Bill.
Yeah.
Different strategy from the defending champs than we normally see. Now she's moving up for the second serve.
Which we've seen Justin, and he's really going to
hit the ball.
He's going to hit the second serve almost as hard as his first, but
so Guillermo matching stroke for stroke, and then Candace going along on her volley. 15 all as we get started.
Again, always, you know, we've talked about it in the previous matches, Mark, and getting off to a strong start is always helpful. Justin so far in his previous match had a lot of success with his serve and hit it very hard. We'll see if that continues here in this quarterfinal match. The competition, I would think, for them is going to be up significantly from what they faced in their first round match, obviously with this being our defending champion.
Good volley from Candace. Bit of a miss hit, but it's a winner. 30-15.
I think that Guillermo and Gabriella are getting a pretty nice break here, being able to play their second round match, fairly early in the day, as would Justin and Candace, should they be the winner of the match. Give them some time to rest heading into, what will be a difficult stretch tomorrow, Mark, as we know, the semifinals and finals. I mean, you're really going to have some strong competition.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Gabriella with a nice drive down the middle there.
Yeah.
On court, famed Jenny Goodling line up the middle solves the riddle.
There you go.
And certainly worked in that case.
Court 2, Barr and Frisora up a set and 1-0 in the second set. Coons and Scotty off to a quick 3-0 lead on court 3. And Justin serving with an ad here to take the first game.
Great play there, but it doesn't appear that Guillermo's at this point having a tremendous amount of trouble returning Justin's serve, but great follow-in by Justin, and we're basically, they hold the first game of the match, so we're off to a 1-0 start here. With Candace and Justin leading our defending champions. Long way to go here though, Mark.
Yeah, on serve, just getting started. Defending champs Nunez DeSantis had a couple of looks that game, but Justin served it out.
Yeah.
Coons and Scotty up 4-0 now.
Mark, we expected them to be a very strong team in this tournament, and they are. Last year, Elizabeth was unable to play due to injury, but in the previous, I believe, couple of years, they were the champions here. So
that they were
certainly a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah.
Again, Guillermo going with that cut serve into Candace's backhand, something that was very effective against their team in that first round match, Mark. So we'll look for more of that.
And 2 quick points on serve.
Yeah. I mean, he's going to be making it, I think, difficult for both the players to play their forehands.
Ooh.
So Justin really looking to drive the ball, as we saw in the first match that was played. So
40 love.
Yeah, they're quickly moving through the service game. Again, Guillermo and Gabriella are basically, both players are going to keep that ball on the court. So we'll see how Candace does here, as we're at 1-1, both men holding their serve, and now we'll head into the females. We'll see what will happen here with the women. Gabriella, thinking Justin was going, tried to go up the line, basically drove that ball long. And now we'll see how Guillermo basically approaches handling Candace's serve, and see whether he looks to get aggressive and try to get into net, or is content to stay back and with basically a baseline cross-court rally. And he's staying back for now. And very nice job by Candace. And so far they're off to a strong start in the service game, Mark. 30 love.
30 love. Yep. Caught a line.
Caught the line. Gets the ace. We're at 40 love.
Candace showed a strong serve in that first match and off to a good start in this second one.
See if she can close this game out. That would give them the slight advantage, certainly, as we start to head into this match.
Bit of an odd bounce she got there.
30 all.
Keeping up the game score.
We're 30 all here, Mark. Big point here in the early going. I'm sorry, I think it's 40-15 actually. Had a little cross-court battle going here, Mark.
Yeah, nice forehand.
Between the two women, both
yeah, and
doing a good job.
Gabriella won that one, and it's now 30-40.
We'll see what
Gabriella's going to come back here, and we're going to play two back on this serve. Interesting, not a heavy serve, so we saw some of that last year from DeSantis and Nunez. Mixing it up a bit strategy-wise. Now that's not going to work. Nice play by Justin.
Very nice cutoff, and they take a 2-1 lead here in the first set. Really outstanding poach there. He was all over that ball. So.
And on the switch, on serve.
Yeah.
Early first quarter final. I've got Coons and Scotty up 5-0 first set. And the second set on court 2 continues to proceed. We currently can't see the flip score, but we'll keep you posted.
Well, this will be our first look here at Gabriella's serve, so we'll get an idea, a good feel for how this match, could unfold over time. But that was a big hold for Candace, and they're kind of off to the start I think they would like to have seen, and serving notice to our defending champions that they're in a match so far.
Caught a line on that one. High heavy topspin. Oh, Gabriella, great shot down the line. Wow.
15 love.
Similar to the last match we saw, the female not afraid to go down the line. It's a nice winner.
Well, it sets up well. The way the mixed doubles generally unfold is the male is looking to be active and do more poaching, and so it's certainly sensible, for the female player to go down the line when they, have a good opportunity to do so, to try to keep that poacher, from being as active as they typically would be. We're 30 love here, I believe. And
Yep. On serve, 30 love. And now 40. Guillermo being very active at the net. $40 love. Gabriella
so assuming
serving.
they hold on here, like many other matches, it seems like we've seen here, will be at 2-all at the beginning of the first set,
and we are.
Very solid service hold game by
Gabriella
by
DeSantis.
Gabriella there.
Yeah.
Very
2-all.
well done. So we're 2-all.
No harm.
And we're back to Justin's serve. So
Carter serving. Carter Wang serving 2-2. Miss hit.
And those are so difficult to play, as we well know, Mark. The ball has a tendency to flutter while it's in the air and then take an unpredictable bounce once it hits the ground. So
yeah.
Justin tried to take it up on the short hop and drive it back into play and just mistimed it a little bit. Very, very difficult shot to play. Great overhead. Very well done.
Yeah, significant power.
Like that one right up the middle.
$15-all.
15-all. That's one that Candace would certainly like to have back, that's for sure. Easy put away and basically an overswing, so we have a sliver of opportunity here for Guillermo and Gabriella.
15-30.
Yeah.
Coons and Scotty finished off their first set. Big serve. Justin continues to show the level of power in his game that defined their first match.
One thing that I'll point out, we talked a little bit about the difference in the surfaces, and the hard-true surface and the clay surfaces have basically a tendency to play slower than a hard court, and you can only imagine what it would be like to play some of Justin's shots on a hard court. Again, trying to effectively use that lob to stay in the point. Now we're in a down the line battle, and Justin, I think, made a little bit of a poor decision there, thinking that Guillermo was going to come and cut that ball.
The defending champs now have a break point.
Yeah. Again, a little chat on strategy going on, but I would think that Justin's just going to continue to bring this first serve big to Guillermo, figuring that's his best opportunity. And now we're into a second serve, so big moment here in this first set.
Just back. called it in, and
It goes without saying, not the most opportune time for a double fault. But we're now at 3-2 here in this first set with Guillermo serving, so they definitely can take a little more control here. Good battle here going on court 2, Mark. We've been able to see some of this, and it looks like we have a very competitive match going on here.
yeah, the team of Barr and Frasor up 3-2 on the scorecards in the second set, and they got the first set. And to your point, some good shot making. Coons and Scotty have started their second set after a fairly pretty efficient win first
They
set.
appear to be rolling.
Yeah.
As
Yeah.
certainly may have been anticipated to a certain degree. Guillermo getting lined up here. We're at 3-2.
See if they can cement the break.
All right. I think we have an equipment or a ball issue where they're trying to return a ball there to the proper court. All right, we're ready to kick off here. 3-2. Guillermo serving.
2 back, Bill. Guillermo took
bit of a loose point there.
Yeah. Again, both teams
looked like they were about to settle into the kind of pattern that they would be looking for.
Yeah.
You know, with Guillermo and Candace, you know, basically sharing.
Both teams, Bill, strategy-wise, mixing it up. I've got both players on the Carter Wang are both back again. So both teams mixing it up where they're standing, how they're playing. Guillermo with a pretty big spin second serve gets the error from Wang. 15 all.
And Guillermo has a lovely spin serve there. And as we know from watching the first match, if he can successfully continue to get his serve into Justin's and Candace's backhand, it's going to, basically prove to be a significant advantage for his team during his service games. Here we're 15 all. We'll see, but I would expect him again to go into Justin's backhand. He didn't quite get it there. But immediately trying to get that pattern where he went to Candace immediately as soon as he had the opportunity. And
yeah.
And Gabriella was very aggressive there in that.
As we saw last year, the Nunez DeSantis, they strategically play.
Very smart.
Solid points. To your point, get into the right kind of rally. They're not just hitting balls.
Doing a nice job, really putting a lot of pressure on Candace here on this point. Justin came in, made a very nice volley there at his feet. It was actually a fine shot by Guillermo as he saw out of the corner of his eye that Justin was coming to net, put it at his feet, but Justin handled it very well and created that opportunity for himself to put that volley away.
Yeah, Gabriella would like to have that one back. Now we're 30 all.
Again, trying to get that break immediately back, which would be very important for them. And here's that pattern that I believe they're trying to get.
Guillermo goes long on that one.
Guillermo misses another one.
Yep.
Long, so good opportunity now for Justin and Candace here to get a break and get right back in this first set. Again, I expect him to slide this out to the backhand as he does. A little surprised that we're not seeing more aggression toward the net by really either team. But, you know, clearly a pattern that I think right there that'll work for them.
Yeah, he looked like he was more than happy to do that all day.
Yeah.
And we're at deuce.
And again, you know, if he can get into that pattern, it puts a lot of pressure on Justin to get a little more aggressive to try to, you know, push them to do something a little bit different with the ball.
Yeah. Great shot by Candace. Put it on her racket.
Yeah, that was a volley I think Gabriella would like to have over again. Really put it right at her, right on her forehand about head high. So she should have been able to do more with that than she did.
Great serve. That's an effective weapon when you're down an ad. How about an ace?
How about an ace, and how about looked like a little bit of a kick serve, you know, which is very difficult for people who haven't seen it before, particularly people that haven't seen it from a left-hander. I mean, most of these players obviously have seen it, but to see it from a left-hander, the ball actually kicks in a different direction. It kicks away from the right-hander and can be, I love the shot for a left-hander, you know, when they're trying to basically open up that side of the court a little bit.
Wow, great shot by Candace going behind Gabriella. And they have another ad.
So we'll see if they can
get it back. Get that break back.
Break right back. Again, he'll roll this out to the back. Oh, no, he went up the forehand again.
And the mix worked.
Yeah. I think right now Guillermo has Candace on her heels. She's not sure where he's going to go. You know, that last one, you know, I think she was fairly certain he was going back to the backhand, as was I, and he instead went to the forehand, and she wasn't really prepared for it. Again, taking the ball wide. Trying to move, you know, into some different patterns with the ball. Very effective strategy. That's actually done, yeah, there's a handful of points that he's won by doing that.
Another tough serve.
Yeah. Great serve.
He gets the hold. Cements the break.
More effort than he would have liked, but we're at 4-2, and now this puts a lot of pressure on Candace to hold this game.
Yeah, for them to
stay in the set. If they're able to get a break here,
yeah,
that it means that at the very least, Guillermo's going to have at some point have the opportunity to again serve for the set, and I think they're going to have a very difficult time breaking him, from what we can see so far, Mark.
Yeah, absolutely. Candace serving 2-4.
And we'll see how aggressive Justin gets here.
Great play by Guillermo, missed the shot.
He got what he wanted, but unfortunately just put the ball a little too low. He was trying to dump that ball at Justin's feet. And, you know, given how close Justin is to the net, you know, created a little bit of a tight slot, and he was, you know, basically dumped it right in the net there. As you can see, Candace trying to keep the ball away from Guillermo's forehand. I think it's going to prove very difficult for her to do.
Oh.
Yeah.
Probably should have let that one go. Looked like that was going to go deep, Bill. Hard from here. Yeah.
He hit it really hard, and Yeah, you and I have been there.
Oh yeah.
Where you just can't get out of the way.
Yeah, yeah. 15 all. Good play by Guillermo. It's the right play.
Yeah. But again, Guillermo just taking a little time to make an investment, drive the ball at Justin, and try to get him to realize that, he should stay at home as much as he possibly can, as opposed to doing, being very active in poaching on a consistent basis. Justin leaving a lot of alley there, huh?
Yeah. Gabriella taking a look. He did go back over, though.
Yeah, he had to, based on where the serve was placed. So you'll see that, as these matches unfold, the player at net needs to make an adjustment based on where the serve actually is hit to, to maximize the angle. In that case, he recognized that he needed to take a little bit of a move. They're using the lob to get the net.
Yes.
Something we have not seen a lot of here so far.
Guillermo plays with a savviness, shot making wise, and thinks through double break point again, Bill, to get to potentially a 5-2 lead.
Yeah.
But Guillermo, his ability to control the ball and control the points, to your point a little bit earlier, is proving to be key in this first set. Putting a lot of pressure on Candace there with a very deep lob. They rush the net. She goes with a drown stroke, and they get the point.
Yeah. Almost surprised that, she didn't come back with a lob.
Yeah, that would have been,
sometimes
in retrospect, maybe the right play. Yeah, and another unforced error. Candace feeling the pressure of the defending champions, and they are now up 5-2.
They've taken control this first set here, Mark.
Yeah, Nunez and DeSantis playing very well. Scotty and Coons up 3-0 second set. I'm currently unable to see the score on the second set on court 2. They were progressing swiftly through that second set, but I'm unable to read it right now.
Yeah, these two matches could wind up here pretty quick. And
yes. Get a couple other quarterfinal matches ready to go. 9th annual Groft Charity Classic. All funds, proceeds supporting the York Opioid Collaborative. And as Bill has said multiple times, if those who are listening at home want to donate, website www.gcc4tennis.com. Hit the donation button. Continue to be some puffy clouds in the area. Sun is out. It's a steamy one here at the Country Club of York. Gabriella DeSantis serving 5-2 to close out the first set. The defending champions against Carter and Wang. Justin will get a look at a second serve. No doubt looking to do damage on this ball.
We can expect him to wind up and hit that forehand. And
he took a
he drove that one long, so again.
The strategy or the savviness, again, Bill, of DeSantis and Nunez, allowing for the other team to make mistakes, coming into play like it did in the second match we commentated.
I mean, we see what a big difference it makes.
Yeah.
If you can minimize your unforced errors, and certainly we're seeing that from our defending champions here at this point.
Quickly up 30 love as they look to close out the first set. The unforced errors, Carter and Wang, they hadn't shown that in the first match, but are here.
And And we have three, just like that, we have 3 set points. Oh, what
Great
a
get by Justin. Back in the point.
Too much.
Yeah. And that closes
Did a
out
great
the
job
first set.
getting there. I think he just felt like he had to play more of a shot than he thought, and that wraps up the first set.
Yeah.
Our defending champions looking really, Mark, just very dominant in that set.
After a little maybe slow start, 2-2 feeling out, they took the last 4 games and definitely closed that out in a confident fashion. 6-2, Nunez, DeSantis.
And again, really came down to 2 service breaks on Candace's games. Made the difference here in that first set.
Yeah, yeah. And some unforced errors as well.
And, Gabriella really, both her service games she held handily. So that's going to really create some challenges. They haven't been able to really make any inroads on Gabriella's or Guillermo's serve, and they need to find a way to do that here. And a lot of pressure on Justin here just to come out and hold the first game here starting the second set.
Coons and Scotty up 3-0 again in their second set, rolling through their first match thus far.
All right, we're about ready to kick off the second set here. Justin serving, and we'll see if they can get back in this match, Mark.
Big game here, first game.
Again, Guillermo using his
Great
lob
point.
very effectively there to take the net. Going over Candace, which I think is a very smart play. She was able to get a racket on it, but not do anything tremendously strong with it. It took away her net position, and immediately they're into a deficit here in the first game starting the second set.
Love 15.
We'll see if he tries to get this into Guillermo's backhand or whether he's just going to tee off and go for the velocity. Took a little off of that.
Kept it deep in the box.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Justin just too strong on that point.
Yep.
Got a couple of good volleys.
Yep.
Gabriella really stranded up there at net. Guillermo not really able to hit any kind of a drive that challenged Justin, and eventually he was able to just take over control at that point and close it out.
Yeah. 15 all.
Moving the ball out of the way. Disrupting the rhythm a little bit.
I think that was more of it than anything. Gabriella getting into a small rally with Justin, and Justin hits the forehand wide, maybe trying to do a little too much with that ball.
Getting in a little bit of trouble here in this first surface game. We'll see if Justin can serve his way out of it.
15-30 to your point.
Guillermo hasn't seemed to have a lot of trouble putting his serve on the court, and Justin, based on the velocity that he's hitting the serve, it's kind of taking away his ability to close the net a little bit. So it's a plus and minus kind of thing. You know, if you hit your serve a little less velocity in the spot where you want, you have the opportunity to close the net and increase your chances of making a quality second shot.
Bit of a miss hit by Candace, but they all count the same. They look good in the scorebook, Bill.
Absolutely. A big point. They're back to 30 all here, I believe. And again, a key game. They need Justin to hold his serve in this case. They cannot afford a break from him in the early going, particularly with the issues they've had with holding Candace's serve. So, you know, very important part of the match right now.
Quick update on court 3. Scotty and Coons 5-0 second set. They appear to be ready to move into the quarterfinals. We're 6-5 on court 2. Frisk and Weiss are up on the score, on the flip score. Coons and Scotty just closed off their match, Bill, so they'll move on to the quarterfinals. Guillermo looking at a mark. It was good for a let, first serve.
Hopefully we'll get a peek at them sometime soon, Mark.
I would think so. 30 all.
Gabriella looking to go right at Candace and just misses that ball into the top of the net. Real nice serve by Justin.
Yeah, he can find his way out of this first game here with a win on this point.
Pace of play just slowing slightly as we get into this afternoon heat.
Yeah, you're right in the middle of it here, just before 3 o'clock. Second serve, Guillermo gets a look, trying to get back to deuce.
Yeah, look for him to try again to use his consistency to get into a little back volley, cross-court volley. Gabriella now coming up, and he misses that ball wide.
Got a net cord there, Bill, and might have thrown off Justin's rhythm. Hard to say for sure.
Thank you.
Deuce. And as you said earlier, Bill, the first game of the second set, key moment here early in the second set. Deuce.
Both
Clearly
teams
does not
taking their time a little bit here.
Yeah.
I think they all recognize the importance here of this first game of the second set, and particularly in the case of Justin and Candace, they need to hold this game. Great lob. Again, now we're going down the line, and Guillermo.
Great get by Justin there.
Very aggressive.
What a great point. Oh,
two great pickups.
Great shots.
Now we're into the down the line volley.
Oh, great point. Great point.
Mark, that might have been the point of the day.
I believe
what
so.
We've seen so far.
Absolutely. Tremendous shot making.
Where she fit that into a very small area.
After Justin had made some terrific shots to keep him in the point, Candace puts it away.
So.
Tremendous point right there, Bill. To your comment, point of the day.
We'll see if they're able to hang on here now and actually close this game out. They're, regardless of whether or not they win it, they're certainly making Justin work at this point.
Could pay dividends later.
They got him breathing a little bit heavily, so. But he does get that first serve in. Oh, what a recovery.
Just hit it
and
long.
A good eye by Guillermo, so.
He has amazing athleticism.
put it this way, I don't think you and I would have had any kind of a shot. after
No,
this. We would have still been on
I'm
the ground
watching that.
after this
Yeah, I
slip.
slipped, and yeah, we're not getting that. Next point.
I've fallen and I can't get up. So, anyway,
to say the least.
Great point going on court 2 as well. So we're back to deuce. This game stretching out pretty significantly.
And to your point, the pace of play has slowed significantly.
Yeah.
Significantly.
You know, we can comment on it, but you know, unless you're out there, you just can't understand the impact that the heat has.
Absolutely. Deuce. First game, second set. Nunez, DeSantis took the first. Second serve for Gabriella. Again, Guillermo starting back.
Great serve. Gabriella unable to handle that. Pushes the ball wide. Justin with another opportunity to close the first game out here of the second set. We'll see if he's able to do so. I think they're getting court 3 ready, cleared off for the next semifinal match. Quarterfinal match, rather.
And I believe we may be in a tiebreaker in the, no, I'm not sure that we are. Unclear on exactly where we are on court 2.
Yeah. You have to forgive us. We're trying to follow the action on numerous courts. And
great volley. That's a great volley by Guillermo.
Set it up and gave Justin really just kind of nowhere to go with that. There's a ball at his feet. He tried to go for a really difficult cross-court roll, which is, you know, with a ball that low, as you well know, Mark, that's low percentage play.
Yeah. And Justin again taking some extra time. Deuce.
And as we know, that's kind of been the story of the match a little bit, is, you know, just the intelligent play that Guillermo and Gabriella are showing. You know, always playing, you know, the correct shot.
Yeah, yeah. And again, Guillermo starts back, lobbing Candace.
See an obvious strategy to get Candace lob over her. It got her off the net, and then he was able to play a ball at her feet, and she
forcing
just could not keep up with it. So
forcing Candace to hit every ball there.
Yeah.
Gabriella lobs twice. She goes to Guillermo, and he returns the ball to her every time. The last one, keeping her deep, forces the error. And we are at break point. Missed that wide.
Looked good initially. Thought for a minute they definitely were gonna. Thought he had the ace, but big moment here.
Looked like that was deep as well. And we've got our first break of the second set, Bill. That was a very extended game.
Very extended.
A key game in this match. They get that crucial break right out of the gate on the second set. 6-2-1-0, our defending champs, DeSantis and Nunez. They'll look to cement that break here and take a pretty firm grip on this match. We do have some clouds increasing in the area a little bit, summertime, so we'll hope that those hold off.
We certainly could do without the thunderstorms today.
Those of you might remember last year we had quite a deluge, led to moving inside and the loss of activity on the video for Saturday.
And we're still looking at the possibility of thunderstorms around 4 o'clock today. There's a band appearing to be moving in a little bit from the west, so we'll have to hope that it slides by us.
Skirts us.
Yeah.
A little bit of a breeze kicking up as we get ready to get play back underway. One love.
Well, Mark, did you come away with a 50-50 draw there, winner?
I have no idea. I know my wife would have bought tickets, and no idea what number we have.
Okay, we have Guillermo serving now, and
quick
we'll
start.
see whether or not that initial break is, going to be enough really for them to kind of just quickly move forward and cement their lead in this set. As we talked about earlier, they haven't been able to get at Guillermo's or Gabriella's serve at all here in the early going. So we will need to wait and see what happens here. But
15 love.
But he's been having a lot of luck spinning that ball mostly into the backhand, occasionally mixing it up, running it into the forehand side. But his consistency is very, very good. Justin with a great volley there. Little investment from Guillermo, trying to keep Justin at home. Don't want him to get too active. He wants to be able to get into that cross-court game with Candace if he can do it. So. Again, he looks to very quickly change the narrative and move that to a down-the-line situation. Oh, he lost the control of that one. And here they have a little sliver of an opportunity here, Mark.
Yeah, so we're 15-30 here, Bill. Couple of points there. A little bit loose by Guillermo, which we normally have not seen.
We'll see here if they're going to run out the second quarter final match right now. We're at 15-30 here. And again, another error by Gabriella and Guillermo. And we're back to deuce. Looks like they're about to run the quarterfinal matchup between Phil Myers, Elizabeth Ionescu, and Lindsay and Ben Zink. Looks like that'll be starting here on court 3 momentarily. Again, we're seeing the wind pick up. There's now some concern that we could see some thunderstorms here. Just finishing a match on court 2. We'll report to you when we find out what happened there. Again, getting urgent for Justin and Candace. Candace needs to find some way to hold her serve here, or they could be in, find themselves in a pretty unsurmountable hole here, as the set rolls on. It was, yeah, that was one case there where, the ball she hit was relatively shallow, and and Guillermo looking to establish that pattern. He's continuing to have a lot of success with that, getting into the cross-court rally with Candace, keeping Justin at home, and in that case, just he got her wide and then blasted that shot up the middle. I think Justin was concerned about making a major commitment there, but did not make any commitment and left the middle wide open. Again, we saw an example there, Mark, of Justin, really showing signs that he was going to close that cross court off and basically disrupted Gabriella's rhythm. She dumped that ball into the net. So we're at 15-30. Again, this proving to be a very problematic side here. Gabriella backing up to the baseline in this case for the first serve. And Guillermo, again, looking to use that lob. I don't think.
Come on, man.
So we're 30 all here, Mark.
All.
Big point here, obviously, in this set. We've talked about it. Candace really needing to get a hold here. Not able to create much of an advantage with her serve. Gabrielle so far being able to, handle it reasonably easily. Let service there. So, really needs to get the first ball in.
Yeah.
She can't afford to let Gabrielle get a really strong cross court with Guillermo up there at net with the capabilities that he has. Great point there. We're back to break point here.
Guillermo continues to play with a calmness that Justin and Candace are struggling with. The key points, he's making a lot of key plays. And back to your point, this is the side that is challenging.
I mean, you can almost see this, everything unfolding with him basically, grabbing the forehand here, trying to push her Candace wide and create just a ton of space that Justin needs to handle.
Great return by Candace there.
Yeah.
Changed the momentum of the point again. She's played two very good points on the ad side
to
get
done.
back to deuce. Courts 2 and 3 are clean. We are warming up on court 3. Ionescu Myers from York against the Zinks from Lancaster. Again, a bit of a battle of the roses. On court 2, court has been cleaned and the players are stretching. They'll be getting out and warming up here in a moment. We are at deuce on our feature court. Love 2, Candice Wang serving to get Gabriela DeSantis. Gabriela gets a look at a second serve here.
Yeah, we'll see what Justin does at net here, Mark. There's just too much space there, and
yeah. It almost looked like you wanted to step in and then backed off. And they're playing with fire, Bill. Third chance for Guillermo and Gabriela to break in this game. That would go to 3-0, and it's starting to look like life support for Wang and Carter. Big point here. Candice has played the last 2 ad points terrifically. She'll need to do it again.
And this would be the second service game this set, Mark, where we've gone to deuce several times, and if Guillermo and Gabriela would win it again, it very discouraging for them. See if you can get that above.
Oh, great shots by
Justin. Very active. She tried to use the lob, but we can feel up here the wind is starting to pick up and significantly in our face.
There are some graying clouds just above us, but there's also a fair amount of blue and white, so let's see what happens.
Yeah, hopefully this one will skirt us. But as you know, all it takes is some lightning within, a strong area.
Just back on that overhead.
Yep. So again, we're looking at yet another break point. So Candice and Justin hanging on by a thread, I think would be the accurate description.
The 4th break point here. You play with fire, ultimately you can get burnt. Guillermo gets a look at a second serve here. A twist would be go down the line, but you'd think he'd play it strategically going back to Candice.
I think he'll still continue to play the odds, and he missed that one.
Badly.
That was a bad miss.
Yeah, for him. He'd like to have that one back. That was in the middle of the net.
I think that one painted the line, Mark.
Yeah, great shot by Justin there. And now they get their first ad.
Yeah.
They've made Candice work hard, but now she's got a chance to get the hold, which would be huge at this point. Add in. Guillermo gets another look at a second serve here.
We'll see if Guillermo mixes it up a little bit. Again, she's looking for that wide forehand drive, and Justin's allowing him to take that a little bit more up the middle than perhaps he should, and maybe that's an adjustment they'll make, as time moves on here. So we're back to deuce again. We may have to introduce the serve clock here at this point.
Yeah, the Carter Wang team are definitely at least the word deliberate.
Yeah.
Kindly said. Big points, though. Understandably, they want to be in the right spot.
Justin with a real early start there. He completely overran it. Great try at lobbing there by Candace, but we're back to another break point. At some point, Mark, you have to wonder how long they can hang on here. I mean,
yeah, you're messing with fire here.
A positive note for them is, they've been able to win points on Guillermo's side, which they haven't shown the ability to do throughout most of the remainder of the match.
Right. Add out, break point for 3-love. Another lob, and Justin was having none of that.
Very well struck. I think it has another one that actually hit right on the line. So I think you got a little handcuff there by that serve. Very nicely done by Candace.
She's played the add-out points very, very well.
Yeah. Again,
another
using
lob.
that lob, and it turns out to be.
Yeah.
Just can't stay away from Guillermo. He's very, very aggressive up there and very smart about when, he actually makes his move. Showing great quickness there. Wow.
The lob, again, very effective. We've seen more lobbing in this match than we saw in the first two.
Absolutely,
combined.
Mark.
And for the most part, it's been highly successful, not counting Guillermo's last lob that was Justin put away. Would expect him to, again, put pressure on Candace here.
She needs a good first serve here, and she doesn't get it in this case, so definitely an advantage here for the receiving team. That's just too good.
That's a great shot.
There's the break, and
3-love.
3-love here. So
large portion of our crowd here, Bill, has moved over and is stationed at court 3, watching the Battle of the Roses, as they have just gotten started in that match. Phil Myers and Elizabeth Ionescu against Ben and Lindsay Zink.
And in terms of spectators, clearly that match has drawn the largest group of spectators I think that we see out there.
Absolutely.
So we're just hopeful that we can continue to play here. Like every summer afternoon, there's thunderstorms kind of making their way through the area, but we don't know whether or not they're going to hit us or whether they'll dissipate before they actually get to us. But
we have started on court 2. They are warming up the next quarterfinal. KK and his partner Escobedo are facing off against Guevara and Correa. So that quarterfinal match is going to get underway here in a little bit as well, Bill, on court 2.
And basically, they're wasting no time trying to get these quarterfinal matches out here. We've just had a series of bad luck in the last few years where thunderstorms always seem to interrupt the first day of the tournament, and we don't want that to happen again. So,
and again, Bill, the Carter and Wang very deliberate here. Feeling the effects maybe of a more competitive first round match, taking some time in that second round.
Yeah, fair comment, Mark. I mean, Gabriella and Guillermo look relatively fresh. All right, Gabriella now serving. I think that ball was wide, but not 100% sure. I believe it's 15-love here. Pretty easy miss there by Gabriella. I believe we're at...
Where are we, Bill? 15 all or love 30? Oh,
I think
can't
it's
be that.
15:30, I believe.
Thank you. We're about to be joined by former director of rackets, Mark Coons, longtime CCY pro, local competitive player, and his oldest son, Holden Coons, a multi-time winner. Mark, thanks for joining us. You obviously directed and led a number of these Groft Charity Classics. Tell us about, from the first year that you started, the growth, the competitiveness in the players. Just talk a little bit about the history of the event from your eyes, having been here from the start.
Yeah, first of all, thanks for having me, guys. This is always kind of like a highlight of the summer to be able to watch and participate in this event. So, you know, several years ago we had an initiative at the club that golf and tennis should work a little bit more together. And golf had a long-time tradition of having a cancer awareness event to raise money for York Cancer Society. So we jumped on board of that, and I think the first 2 years, the funds that we raised from the tournament went to York Cancer Society. And then I'll give the credit to Mike Groft, who was our chairman at the time. He felt like the Opioid Collaborative might be a more relevant cause to support, and really it was from that point on that everything's kind of taken off. It's been awesome.
Yeah, it's been terrific. Thanks for all your work in the background, Mark, bringing the players in, all the connections that you and Holden and others have to bring the town here. Talk a little bit about the competitiveness from your eyes, the level of play from that first year until now.
So that first year, we actually had 2 or 3 teams of club members that participated. And I'd say, you know, out of the 16 teams, we had maybe 4 to 6 real quality teams that are as good as the teams we have today. And then over the years, the year that put us over the top was the year that we had Nathan Healy, former top 100 ATP player, Alexander Stevenson, a former Wimbledon semifinalist. That was the year that put it over the top. But to me, what's made this tournament kind of special and cool is the depth. We're still strong on top, but from 1 through 16, the tournament's just gotten a lot deeper.
Yeah.
It's really wouldn't surprise anyone out of 12 or 13 teams to make the semifinals.
Yeah, great commentary. It's great to go ahead, Bill.
Also, we're seeing an interesting strategy here where Justin on his serve, Candace is actually staying back. And it will be interesting to see where this service game goes. Lost track of the score of this particular game. I believe we're maybe at 30 all. But clearly, looks like they're trying to protect Candace. They were very successful going over top of her.
Yeah, Justin Carter, this is probably his 3rd, maybe 4th time participating, and he's always been a crowd pleaser.
Unbelievable
very
athleticism, Mark.
Yeah, he's a shot maker. Yeah, unbelievable athleticism and the shot making. And Jackie Wong, who he's playing with, I believe she played #1 from Penn a couple years ago, so she's top-notch competitor also.
It's been fun to watch the, obviously very disappointed for Elizabeth Scotty, Holden's partner, that she couldn't play last year, but fun to watch DeSantis and Nunez come along and show their abilities last year. As you said, the level of competition has just continued to rise. Tell us a little bit about Holden, what he's up to. He's obviously in a tournament. He was down on court 3. We didn't get a chance to see him, but understand he's going to Wake Forest this fall.
Yeah, so I don't know if it's fortunate or unfortunate, but because his season fell during COVID, everybody during that season got an extra year. So he graduated from JMU a couple weeks ago, and he'll be playing a 5th year down at Wake Forest.
That's fantastic. And Elizabeth, national championship at North Carolina as a team this year. What are her next plans near term?
So I talked to her briefly inside. She's going to go back to UNC for 1 more year, and then I'm not sure what her plans are after that. She's certainly good enough to give it a try on the Pro Tour. I'm not sure. I know originally that was in the game plan. I'm not sure if that's still her plan or not.
Yeah, that's great. Thanks for taking a couple minutes, Mark. I really appreciate you giving us of your time and leading the event for so many years. I think you're going to be pinch hitting tomorrow, maybe for a little bit. So you and Bill do a great service during the semifinals. Really appreciate your efforts and your time.
You guys do a great job, so keep up the good work.
I'll finally have a real partner tomorrow, huh, Mark?
On all levels. There's that lob again, but not enough. And
if it's not enough, you find out quickly it's not enough.
Yeah, Justin, again, to Mark's point, a shot maker. Is that deuce? I believe we're at deuce.
Yeah, it looks like
the lob giveth and the lob taketh away.
It's getting more difficult to lob in this with the weather pattern that we're seeing. You know, the wind clearly becoming a little bit of a factor when you get that ball up in the air.
Based on the scorecards down on court 3, that War of the Roses zincs up 1 love.
I expect that one to be quite a battle, Mark. We'll see what happens.
Yeah. Another lob. Another lob. And a great shot by Candace. Great placement.
She definitely stepped up there and did what she needed to do. So this set, you know, has the potential to tighten up here.
Yeah.
You know, pretty quickly. And again, we're only dealing with the 1 break right at the beginning of the set where they broke Justin's serve, but now they have a chance. And there we go.
There goes the horn for thunderstorms and rain in the area here at the club. We've got a system that allows us to notify when weather is on its way. That means here we are at CCY. We're actually going to be taking a break. That horn means no outdoor activities, golf, tennis, etc.
So we're not sure. You know, basically what it means is there's been a lightning strike. It's some kind of lightning within, I think it's about a 10-mile radius of the club, and they need to delay play until we're not seeing lightning for approximately a 20-minute period. So we're going to take a break here from this match, and Mark and I will be back as soon as we hopefully this weather clears the area and we don't see rain and the courts are still playable.
Would ask that you stay on for just one more moment or two as we run the commercials on the sponsors who provided those commercial sponsorships. But to Bill's point, we'll be back here as soon as it looks like we might be going back on court. Thanks very much.
I'm Dr. John Deitch, WellSpan Health orthopedic surgeon. WellSpan Health delivers orthopedic care you can count on to get you back to your best. From common bone and joint problems to complex injuries, our team of surgeons, physicians, therapists, and athletic trainers work together for you. That's why we're the official sports medicine provider for this team, that team, and your team. That's how WellSpan Health delivers orthopedic care you can count on.
Apple is the name to trust for all things automotive. 10 new car brands with sales, service, and parts, plus collision centers, car washes, and so much more. Providing convenient quality products and services is what we do best. Shop our specials at appleautomotive.com.
Call 911. I'm just gonna apply some pressure, okay?
When minutes matter, you have the power to save a life. Learn more at minutesmatter.upmc.com.
Thinking of selling your car but don't want to leave your house? Or maybe you don't want the hassle of advertising, negotiating, and selling it. Either way, Apple Automotive has you covered. We want to buy your car. We pay top value for most vehicles and we make it simple. We'll even come to your location, pick up the car, and bring you a check. It's that easy. Visit selltoapple.com today or stop by one of our convenient locations in York, Hanover, or Red Lion. Apple Automotive, we want to buy your car.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the 2023 Groft Charity Classic. We've been on a storm delay, a lot of lightning in the area. Fortunately, not a lot of rain to soak the courts, though we probably could have used a little rain on them. So we're going to be resuming action here in a couple of minutes. The players are back on the court taking warm-ups, and we'll be ready to go here very quickly. So we'll be resuming action on the first court. We're in the middle of the second set. Guillermo Nunez and Gabriela DeSantis are up 6-3, 3-1, and in the game it's currently out to Justin Carter and Candace Wang. So we'll look forward to getting started here again soon. Unfortunate weather delay, but we're cautiously optimistic that we'll be able to get the remainder of the quarterfinals in at this point. We have 3 of them on court as we're speaking, with a 4th one on deck, and obviously they'll be ready to go. It looks like the match on court 1 will be the first one to complete, and final match, and we'll then move on to that court. And hopefully we can move it through here and get all that completed on the Country Club of York courts here in day 1. So all good at the moment. And we'll be starting our action again here soon. They're on a 5-minute warm-up period, which has to be getting close to the end at this point. So, Mark, we'll have to get back in sync here as far as strategically what these 2 teams that we were covering earlier are trying to do. Obviously, we could, I guess, expect more of the same here as we get a continuation of this match.
Yeah, and I think as you had said right before we went to break, Bill, we went from DeSantis and Nunez getting ready maybe to take full control of the second set and match, and very quickly right before we went to break, as you had said, with an ad for Wang and Carter, they can find themselves right back in this match with 1 more point here, sitting on what we believe to be their ad as we come out of the break. So you have to jump right back into it. Talk a little bit, Bill. You and I have played a lot of sports. For those who maybe aren't as active on tennis, you've been through these delays, and they happen at time to time. They're unfortunate, but I'm in the middle of a match. I'm either up or down, but I'm jumping right into a mid-game key point. Talk about that mentality, and how have you tried to make sure you're ready to go with a very quick warm-up?
Mark, it's something that's very difficult to do. I can't say that I've had a tremendous amount of experience with it, but clearly you want to take the opportunity during the break to think about what's going on in the match, what's working for you or you and your teammate, depending on whether it's singles and doubles, and determine what you're going to do when play starts back up. Then it's a matter of making sure that you're properly stretched and warmed up. Warm-up is a really important thing that a lot of people, particularly amateurs, don't do a great job of doing. They come out and kind of go through the motions instead of actually warming up with a purpose. And
yeah, it's a great comment all the way around of the strategy and the physical nature. And the next thing you know, you're dealing with a little bit of a hamstring issue, and you've been sitting for a while. So yeah, interesting on the strategy side. If we quickly talk about court 3, the Zincs from Lancaster ran out to a quick 3-0 lead. It will be interesting to see what the York team of Myers and Ionescu come up with, to your point of maybe some adjustments of, okay, not the start we wanted. As we quickly reflect on what happened, what adjustments do you make, or do the Zincs continue to run away with that first set? So here we go on court 1. We're getting ready to chime right back in. Now, the other thing that was interesting, Bill, as we were commenting on that second set, Carter and Wang were being more deliberate as that second set went along. Maybe this respite here with the weather delay allows them some more energy. So let's see how that plays out over these first few points and games. With some more energy, do they get back into this match?
And as you know, things can change. I mean, a player can feel a certain way emotionally, feel confident in certain aspects of their game, and then you take a break and they come back and warm up, and it just doesn't feel exactly the same. And all of a sudden you're making a tremendous adjustment. So
that momentum you've talked about all day is absolutely, you're spot on. I felt good going into the break. You don't want the break. You didn't feel so good. You don't mind having a little. Yeah. Again, the Myers Ionescu probably didn't mind getting a little respite there to rethink some things. The Zincs weren't really interested in the break at 3-0 and rolling.
And I was just up in the locker room and saw Ben going through an extensive warm-up by himself in a corner of the locker room. So,
speaking of somebody who's been through this.
Yeah. He obviously has been through it. He understands what he needs to do and wants to keep himself, as loose as possible, knowing that it's his last match today.
Yeah.
He gets a chance to recoup overnight. Another great example would be just in Wimbledon. Jessie Pegula, she lost the first set, won the second set, was up 3-1 in the third, had a rain delay, and came back and couldn't.
Had nothing. Got rolled.
Yeah. So it's a big deal.
Yeah.
And things can change, and you have to.
Yeah. The momentum changes, and that's what we're left with.
Yeah.
We're joined. We're actually, as we get right back into this the match, we're actually joined by Mike Groft, the Charity Classic. The Country Club of York have named the event after Mike. Welcome, Mike. As we get back in, we've talked with Dr. Howie and a sponsor and Mark Coons thus far, but great to have you. You've been obviously very busy here throughout the day. Bring us up to speed, Mike, from your perspective, the event over the 9-year period. Here we are in the 9th annual, how it's grown, and just give us some thoughts of how today has gone.
Sure. Well, thank you, guys. And by the way, congratulations. Your voices are being heard very well out there. I've had some commentary, and you're doing a wonderful job, so thank you again. As far as the event, I mean, the sponsors have grown dramatically, and as you look here in the court and see some of these big signs up there, they have been with us all the way. Any number of them are here all 9 years. And unfortunately, the need remains in York to deal with the opioid epidemic. But fortunately, our sponsors and our members understand that and have been there all the way to provide whatever we can in financial assistance to the York Opioid Collaborative and other agencies that it trickles down to in the community. So and what we've seen, I guess, is the players this year. I think we had like a 75% return of the same players, which that's really good to have the 75, but it's also very good to have 25% new blood of some high-end quality-driven players, which you've been talking about here. So I just see the growth is necessary, unfortunately, but the good news is we are growing to handle the needs of the community.
Stay with us
just
here.
Quickly, recap. We're back to starting. They're serving it at in, and we're back to deuce here. It's 3-1. It's Guillermo Nunez and Gabriela DeSantis are up 3-1, and we're at deuce here. Or was that a break?
Is that a break?
Maybe we had the score incorrectly.
We had the ad backwards. The 1 point we weren't quite sure of when we went into break.
See, I didn't help you guys at all, did I? Come in here for 30 seconds.
No, we're good.
We had it wrong well before you walked in here.
Stay with us, Mike. We'd love for you to add commentary as we go. So to Bill's point, we'll get you in and out as in between points. But
sure.
4-1 here, our defending champs, Nunez and DeSantis. A key break. We talked about coming out of the break, 1 point, Bill, and there it is. And
there it is.
Now you're 4-1, and
it's a difficult, situation to show up in when you're down break point.
Yeah.
And immediately have a very important point you need to win. And I thought that was a little bit of a loose volley there by Guillermo, but We've been used to seeing, Mike, you've been watching. I mean, we're getting used to seeing he just makes the right play at the right time. And, he tries to get into this pattern that you see right there where, he'll make the return cross court and just try to get into a cross court pattern with Candace. And it's proven to be very successful for them, with him doing that. So
yeah, he's one of the more strategic players that when you watch him, he's not real flashy necessarily, but you're right. He hits the right shot at the right time.
Yeah. And he's not going to he won't hit a ball, in this case, to Justin's forehand. That, that just won't happen. So.
Nice point there. They finish it off to your point. The discussion you two are having, Guillermo plays a very strategic game. He gets in on Candace and ultimately a short lob.
And he's very quickly, going after Candace every point when he can.
Yeah.
He's seeing that, if he can consistently play to her and keep Justin out of the point, they're going to have a lot of success. And he's virtually rolled. I think he had one service game that was a little shaky, but beyond that, he's been very solid with his service games. And if they get this, it's going to be very difficult for his opposing team to come back. That one just pushed it a little bit long. It was a nice return by Justin. He's got quite a forehand, Mike.
Yeah. Yes, he does. You don't want to get in the way of that thing.
He's a similar physique to Bill and yourself, Mike. When I look at Justin,
yes.
Very envious of the three of you.
Yes.
That serve right there, Bill. I was getting ready to comment the serve at 30-15, and then he did it again. You commented on it earlier in the match. That side spin that from the lefty that goes away from Candace. She struggled with that ball up the middle. It's such a tough return to hit, and Guillermo pulls it out when he needs it again. That savvy professional, if you would. And we're sitting here at 1-5 Candace trying to keep the Carter Wang team in this match. Mike, we'll talk through these points, but on a break, comment a little bit when you go out to the sponsors and what is it that they're looking for, and why are the sponsors wanting to come back year after year?
I would say that they're all very cognizant of the need. It's in the papers all the time, as I say, and it's an unfortunate situation, but now we've learned it. It's so much a part of life. And all these sponsors are significant to major employers in York County, and so they not only read about it and treat it, they know that their employee base, I don't know what the ratio is, but it is a rampant disease that affects so many people and their families. So in order to keep your employee base strong, even if you just look at it that way, you need to deal with these things on a proactive basis through more education and more health care, preemptive health care. And then you wind down into the mental health aspect of it as well. So it touches everybody at every economic and social level. So when you go out to the employers, they already know, how they're being impacted. So it makes my delivery a lot easier, to talk to them about it. It's not like I'm selling an unknown product. They know exactly what we're trying to do, and now we have a good 9-year history, which really helps.
15-all as we come back to the match. Thanks for those fun facts as we talk about your discussions on the sales side of sponsorships. Got a ball coming over from court 2 here. We're 15-all. I don't know if that'll go back to a first serve or...
Well, we'll see how active Justin will be here in this game in terms of trying to cut the return off. Obviously, Gabriella catching him a little bit off guard. She has not gone behind him much in this match.
Yeah.
So
caught him a bit flat-footed there. This is these are key points here, Bill. We're 15-30, 2 points potentially away from the match.
Yeah, time's running out, and you know what Guillermo's going to do here. He's going to try to take. He's going to take the serve. He's going to go cross court and try to keep that cross court pattern going with Candace, thinking that that's an exchange that he'll win. And he's proven that he has the ability to do that throughout this match so far.
And now he gets a second serve. And we got another loose ball here. If it's a quick one, yeah.
Yeah.
Second serve, 15-30. Candace.
Tough serve to take a little delay on and then come back and keep your concentration.
Yeah, she did a good job with that. It's a really nice backhand. But again, Guillermo, to Mike's point earlier, just the placement of his shots. He's not a power guy per se, but his placement is always in the right location.
And
he's
played
a
that
younger, no offense, but a fan favorite and one of our favorites with Punch. Is he not a younger Punch Maleka in the way that he plays?
In that sense. You can see the wheels turning before he hits the ball.
Yeah.
He just sees the open court. You know how to create the open court.
The game slows down.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
And he played that ball with a safety margin.
Oh.
You know, and you know, he didn't take any chances. He said, I'm going to play the smart shot.
Didn't need to be.
We have a huge advantage here. In that case, she didn't even return it, but
pressure's on the other team, so why push it? There you go.
Well, we did have 2 match points, but we still have a match point here, 30-40 for our defending champs. Candace Wang serving to Guillermo Nunez, trying to stay in this match at 1-5. Courts 2 and 3 are on. We will continue to get you scores as we can read those flip scores. But all action is back on. We have one more quarterfinal match to go.
Here we go, same pattern.
Yeah.
That's it.
See, that's just
tremendous play.
That's just not right. Great hands.
It's just the way we had to play it, guys.
A great match.
So our defending champions now move on to the semifinals with a 6-2, 6-1 victory. Very solid play, and we'll look forward to seeing them bright and early tomorrow morning. Not sure of our start times yet for tomorrow morning, but I'm sure that those will get released a little bit later. We have some questionable weather in the forecast for the morning tomorrow, so I think we're just going to take a wait-and-see attitude with the weather forecast and try to get the players out here playing as soon as possible.
And Bill, we have one more match to get out on court. It will go on the focus court, Court 1, Barr and Frasora against Coons and Scotty. The court will be cleaned. There'll be a couple of minutes to get that court clean. There'll be a warm-up, and we'll get that action right back going. Right now, we're going to run those sponsor ads again. We'll stay handy. We're going to take just a couple of minute break. The court will get cleaned off, and when we come back, we'll be ready for warm-ups for the last match, and we'll bring you updates on the scores on courts 2 and 3. Mike Groft, thank you so much.
Quite welcome, guys.
Thrilled to be able to have the country club have your name on this event, and thanks for all you've done all these years for this great cause.
I'm honored, guys. It's a lot of great workers in this team that's been together almost, the whole 9 years now.
Yeah.
And, we're just thankful to have people like that that care and give back, and it takes the village, and we've got it so far. So thank you, and we'll talk again.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thanks, Mike.
You're welcome. Thank you.
We'll be back in a little bit.
I'm Dr. John Deitch, WellSpan Health orthopedic surgeon. WellSpan Health delivers orthopedic care you can count on to get you back to your best. From common bone and joint problems to complex injuries, our team of surgeons, physicians, therapists, and athletic trainers work together for you. That's why we're the official sports medicine provider for this team, that team, and your team. That's how WellSpan Health delivers orthopedic care you can count on.
Apple is the name to trust for all things automotive. 10 new car brands with sales, service, and parts, plus collision centers, car washes, and so much more. Providing convenient quality products and services is what we do best. Shop our specials at appleautomotive.com.
Call 911. I'm just gonna apply some pressure, okay?
When minutes matter, you have the power to save a life. Learn more at minutesmatter.upmc.com.
Thinking of selling your car but don't want to leave your house? Or maybe you don't want the hassle of advertising, negotiating, and selling it. Either way, Apple Automotive has you covered. We want to buy your car. We pay top value for most vehicles, and we make it simple. We'll even come to your location, pick up the car, and bring you a check. It's that easy. Visit selltoapple.com today or stop by one of our convenient locations in York, Hanover, or Red Lion. Apple Automotive, we want to buy your car.
see it on this side. Oh, you see it over there. You're not going to see the sun at all, right?
Not over there, but I mean, I can see it. It's low and
You guys need anything?
we're all good. Thanks, Nate. Appreciate it.
Going up or down?
We'll go up.
What's up?
We'll serve, right?
You're good.
Yeah.
I'm Tyler, by the way.
I'm Elizabeth.
Elizabeth, nice to meet you.
We know, yeah, we know each other.
All right.
So, you guys very well.
All right. I expect a full scouting report.
Yeah.
Does this not go to zero?
Team.
I think the one set thing.
It's just broken. That's fine.
Okay, we're all set. We're back here at the 2023 Groft Charity Classic. At this point, we have all the remaining quarterfinal matches are on the court. Our feature quarterfinal match is going to be between Eva Frisoro and Tyler Barr versus Elizabeth Scotty and Holden Coons. I'll start a little bit with Elizabeth and Holden. Elizabeth has competed for the University of North Carolina predominantly at the 3 and 4 singles position. She guarded a 14-4 singles record this last year, and she was on the court as North Carolina clinched their national indoor title for UNC as well as the ACC title. They went on to win the national outdoor title as well. She played at the number 2 position in doubles, going 26-5. In 2021, she won the NCAA national doubles title and finished the year ranked number 1 in doubles, also earning All-American status in doubles. UNC won the NCAA championship in 2023, and Elizabeth was also a finalist in the NCAA doubles championship. So definitely a strong player on that side. Holden Coons is, basically a local product here. He played at Dallastown Area High School, where he was a nationally ranked senior. He competed at James Madison this past spring and played in the number 1 singles position and number 1 doubles position. In 2021, Holden was named CAA Rookie of the Year and CAA First Team All-Conference for singles and doubles. He also earned the 2022 CAA Conference Player of the Year award. During his 4-year career at James Madison, he was undefeated at home. And with his 5th year, which is essentially a COVID year, he plans to go and play at Wake Forest University. Wake expected to have a very strong team next year and be in the mix as far as a national title is concerned. So very exciting to have that team back here and together. They've won the tournament, I believe, twice. Last year, Elizabeth did not play due to an injury, and Holden and his partner lost in the final. But it's good to have them back and see them at full strength. On the other side of the court is Eva Frisoro. She's a re-entrant to the tennis community after a hiatus following her junior and collegiate tennis careers. She was ranked in the top 10 nationally from girls 12s to girls 18s, and she reached as high as number 2 in the nation for both singles and doubles. Eva is a member of the USTA junior national team, and she represented the U.S. in various international tennis tournaments. Eva also competed in the ITF Pro Women's Circuit before entering Harvard College. While at Harvard, Eva earned many accolades for her accomplishments as a student athlete, including ITA Scholar Athlete 2003 to 2006, Academic All-Ivy 2006, and First Team All-Ivy 2006. Eva was Ivy League Player of the Year in 2006 and undefeated in Ivy League matches across her entire collegiate tennis career. Very impressive. Tyler Barr, he's from Auburn Township in Ohio, and he attended MIT, majoring in mathematics and computer science, while playing tennis all 4 years. During his years at MIT, he earned various New England Women's and Men Athletic Conference awards, as well, including Most Outstanding Player in his senior and sophomore years, Academic All-Conference senior, junior, and sophomore, Athlete of the Year his junior year, and during his senior year, he helped guide the MIT engineers to their 21st straight NUMAC title and their 9th appearance in the NCAA regional final. Today, Tyler works as a quantitative trader. So it looks like we're all set for action here, Mark.
Yeah, we're all set. Holden and Elizabeth won the toss, or the spin of the racket. Here we go. The last quarterfinal on court, Holden Coons serving to Eva Frisoro. And now we'll get a second ball. The Zincs did win the first set against the York contingent. They've now started their second set. Bit of a rough beginning there with a double fault. Love 15. Bill, as you were reading the bios off, I've got, if I heard it right, Harvard, MIT, North Carolina, and Wake Forest. An awful lot of smart folks down there and good tennis players.
And from everything we can see, also some very nice people. You got it back to 5-all.
Good volley by Elizabeth there, and Eva took the lob wide.
And Mark, what we know from having watched Elizabeth and Holden in the past is that they're both very aggressive players. They're going to obviously use their skills as servers and volleyers to try to get to net as frequently as possible. They create a lot of problems for their opponents. As you see, Elizabeth in a basically crouch down position, basically as a threat to go either to her right or to her left, which gives the receiving player something to think about.
Yeah, to that point, Bill, we'll remember 2 years ago when she was obviously 2 years younger, she ended up qualifying for the U.S. Open doubles competition. Very accomplished doubles player. Great singles player, but probably even a better doubles player. So they are a formidable team, and why they have won a few times here. Holden quickly from love 15 to 40-15 in control of this first game. And with Elizabeth, to your point, at the net, causes a lot of issues on a really hard serve.
As we both know, she's exceptionally tall, has long reach, and she's a very skilled and experienced doubles player. And, has played at a high level. And they quickly moved through that first game, aside from the double fault, of course, in pretty much dominant fashion. So we'll see here as we get to the return game exactly how the rest of the match unfolds. We have not had the opportunity to see Tyler and Ava play much in the past. Ava's been here before, obviously, so we're going to have to take a look at both of them, what they're trying to do, what their strengths and weaknesses are, and make our comments as we see fit. But they're clearly going to have their hands full. So
it was interesting in warm-ups as I was watching Tyler Barr serve. He's got a lot of spin on his serve. Let's watch this a serve we haven't seen here today, but I think we're going to see a lot of spin here. And back to your point in our last match, Bill, Holden strategically going aggressively at Eva at the net, and she pushes the volley deep. It'll be interesting to watch the strategy of these points.
And as we know, Mark, Elizabeth hits the ball hard.
Yeah.
She hits a hard, flat ball. And, great service return there. But clearly a lot of men players in this tournament she can hit with them.
Yeah.
Which makes them such a formidable team.
Yeah, we've seen that through the years. Those rallies are not beneficial necessarily for the men. Another very aggressive
Again, very smart tennis.
Yep.
Holden playing the ball up the middle.
To the backhand.
Yeah. Not trying to end the point, but forcing them to make a decision just to make another volley. Yeah. And the longer that they can force them to do that, I think the better their opportunity to win a point.
Yeah, and here we are at triple break point. Good serve there by Tyler to get on the board, 15-40. The other match is court two, Bill. I see a 5-2 score, and the Zincs are up 2-1 in the second set on Ionescu and Myers. Looking at a second serve here for Tyler, 15-40.
And he's bringing the ball pretty hard on his serve, so he obviously has, some respect for their return game. And again, you see what, basically he made a decision, Tyler made a decision not to follow his serve in. Holden took that opportunity to hit a return down the middle and come up and take net, and when they both get net, they become very, very formidable pair.
Yeah, and Tyler chose to try to go through Elizabeth, and the success rate on that is very low. She is incredibly capable at the net. 2-love, a quick early break, and the Kuhn-Scotty team off to a really fast start here. Double fault there, similar to how Holden started his game. About 15.
Again, we've got 3 really good matches going at this point, so we're trying our best to keep abreast of everything that's going on here.
And to that point, Bill, as we play the second point, get you an updated score.
Holden caught a little bit off guard there in that. We're at love 30.
On court 2, Guevara and Correa took the first set over KK and his partner Escobedo. So we are in second sets on courts 2 and 3. And we're love 30 in this game, Bill. An opportunity for Eva and Tyler to get into this match. Great serve. Forces the tough return right to Holden. You get that ball in the middle of the court like that, Bill, Holden is able to move a little bit further to the right, into the middle, because it's almost impossible to get that ball down the line. And unless you get it over his head, it's just very likely that the serving team's winning that point.
So you're dealing with a well-placed serve. And then on top of that, you're dealing with a very active and dangerous net player who can go either way.
With a formidable player at the baseline wanting to rally. We're back to 30 all after an opening. We're back to even. 30 all, 2-love.
So again, they're using their series of hand signals, and
you would think that Elizabeth's looking to get this ball in the middle so Holden can be very active at the net.
Again, Holden's doing a good job there of covering his alley.
What looks like an opening gets closed off quickly.
And there, it's an example of, the fact that he has confidence in his partner. So he can afford to, stay home. If he gets that ball driven at him, he's going to be able to handle that and give his team an advantage. And he also knows that Elizabeth's very capable back there. If the ball gets by, she's going to play the ball back cross court, to Eva. So it's definitely a good luxury to have. Good job there.
Elizabeth, that time, Tyler taking it into the backhand, which is a strong suit for Elizabeth. She chose to get out of that rally with Tyler, which she doesn't normally, she's not normally in a rush to get out of that rally. Try to go down the line maybe as a bit of a surprise for Eva, but netted the return. We're at deuce. Eva looking for that forehand and hits 2 really good ones, Holding missing a volley he'd like to have back. And now we've got an ad out and a break point here. Big point here early in this match for Barr and Fasora. Elizabeth, you would think, would want to get on the backhand here, get this first ball in. Tyler's going to get a look at a second serve, try to get a break.
And I'm sure he'll be looking for that normal pattern of, trying to take this ball cross court to Elizabeth, but
how about a winner down the line?
I think Holden took off a little too early there.
Yeah.
We're back to being on serve. 1 hold and 2 breaks here so far.
Big game here, as we've talked a lot about coming out of the switch over, Bill. Eva Fasora's serve. Eva's been kind enough to
there's
play in
not
prior
enough
years.
zeros or something. It's like
A key, as you've mentioned in some of these other matches, is how active Tyler's going to be at the net. Her serve is
it's not
missing
a
normally
chord, I think.
powerful serve. She's going to be looking for
This
placement.
side is
so
0, the other side is 1.
how active is Tyler going to be up the net to try to see if they can hold serve? To your point, we're on serve 1-2. On the other matches, court 2, Bill, we're in a changeover. We'll see what that score change is. We did have
showing 1-0 here, Mark.
but I think that was prior to the turn. So let's see what the turn looks like. I think we're going to see a change. 2 more games have been played, and they're getting ready to change that now. And
2-1.
2-1 is where they're going. And again, that's Guevara and Correa up on KK and his partner Escobedo. And they won the Guevara and Correa won the first set as well. We've lost track of being able to see the score on court 3. It was 2-1 Zinks the last time we could see it. It's out of our sight line right now. Did just get an update on the score. The Zinks are up 3-2 in that second set, and they have a break in hand. Ben Zink is serving.
Zink's playing very well here in the early going. Doing a fine job out here.
Eva Frisora to serve 1-2 here, first set as we're getting going here. Country Club York 9th Annual Groft Charity Classic.
Holden jumping on that serve. That sends an immediate message to Tyler, that he's going to need to stay home, and the message to Eva that's like, you're going to have to give me a little bit more than that on the serve. So.
Back to what we talked about as we were working on the changeover. Her serve, that first serve is going to be key, and she's going to have to work on her placement. Holden and Elizabeth both get big forehand looks, and we're quickly love 30. Yeah, I'm sure Eva's thinking about how do I get this thing on the backhand a bit. Tried to push to the backhand, went for a little too much, and now Holden's going to get a look at a second serve here. Trouble early in this service game for Frisora. Love 30 and a second ball for Holden.
Yeah, look for Holden to, I would think he's going to go cross court with this ball and follow it in.
Yeah, that's just, that's going to be a lot of trouble here in this match, Bill. Eva's got to get that first serve in, and Tyler's going to have to figure out how to create some havoc at the net, I think.
So we're at love 40 here.
Yeah.
Another break looking like it may be on the horizon.
Yeah,
wow.
There it is.
Just the sheer power. Yeah, that's a great return by Elizabeth Scotty, going right at the net player, right at the male. I mean, there's no hesitation on her part.
They're getting a good look at Eva's serve again. That's going to be, she's going to have to work on her placement as she's looking to hold. And again, Tyler's going to have to do some things up at the net. So we're through the first cycle. Serves 3-1, Holden serving now. Great serve. Tyler chose to stay back there, Bill. Again, we see the strategy of 1 up, 1 back. In this case, 2 back. The power of Coons and Scotty standing out already as Frisora and Barr choose to stay back on the serve.
And it's pretty clear that, the strategy, Coons and Scotty, I mean, they're just going to basically, be getting in there to the net just as quickly as they can. And
that's just yeah.
Very, very, looking very, very strong at this point. Quick 30 love lead on Coons' serve.
You nailed it. Looking very, very strong early. Playing well. 3-1, 30 love.
Hold up.
Went for a little much on court 2, missed a volley, and now we'll get back into action.
Nice little angle volley that was attempted. Just beautiful play up there.
Yeah,
taking their time, hitting.
So strong at the net.
Yeah.
I mean, Elizabeth is getting putaways up there with all the good work. It was a good point. Tyler hit a great shot to force Holden to move his feet. He moved his feet, got a great shot. Elizabeth puts away the bunny. We're 40 love.
And they both do a good job of just not trying to do too much with the volley, not trying to win it on that initial volley, but getting a volley that's deep in play and then looking for subsequent a weaker response from the other team, creating, just some great openings for them and some very easy volleys to win points. Great drive there by Eva. Extremely well done.
Keeping them in this game, 40-15. Still a long road to hoe with Holden's serve.
Yeah. He's been going up the middle with the serve into Ava's backhand. That one right at her.
Yeah.
She got jammed on that. Not much she could do.
No, that's just really tough.
And quickly they're, taking control of this first set with a 4-1 lead.
So we work the changeover again. 9th annual Groft Charity Classic. All proceeds supporting the York Opioid Collaborative as we continue to battle across the country and our community various types of addictions. Appreciate everybody's willingness to donate. There is a website you can go to. Bill, you had that note from earlier. Let's respin up that the website. It was www.gcc4tennis.com and then hit the donate button. Thanks for pulling that out, Bill. For those who are interested and able, every dollar matters. Would appreciate your interest in helping combat these addictions for opioids and various other addictions here in our area. Working through the changeover, Tyler Barr to serve 1-4, trying to show some level of momentum before this first set gets away. We are on another changeover on court 2. We'll get you that score as soon as they post it.
And as far as the first set's concerned, Mark, we keep talking about it, but this is really more or less a must game for them.
Yeah.
I think, or if they don't get this, I think the first set will be pretty well shot. Elizabeth there missing a volley.
Yeah.
Nice drive by Tyler.
On court 2, real quick, as they do that changeover, we'll try to keep everybody posted on what we see. Guevara and Correa up 3-2 after winning their first set. I still see a 3-2 score, I believe, on the
third court.
I'm having trouble reading the flip score. They did change sides, so I'm not thinking that's a 15-all on our match here in court 1. We'll see what we get on court 3, but currently says 3-2 Myers and Ionescu if they turn the dials in the correct direction. Back here on court 1, Bill, 15-all.
15-all.
Great serve.
Volley missed wide. We're at 15-30, and they're digging a little bit of a hole here in this game, Mark.
Yeah, Eva, you can see she disappointed in herself. She got a bit of a sitter. Not the easy shot on that backhand side, but she had a chance to put that away, and it went wide, which happened. So we're 15-30 to your point. Another good serve by Tyler. Great hands
great gap by Holden. Keeping him alive.
Great hands. Look
and
at this.
Now
lob.
a great volley, so we're back.
Neutral. And now we'll rally. And she gets the winner. That's just, that's good tennis. Holden, 2 great defensive shots to get back to neutral. Elizabeth gets in a baseline rally, if you would, and 2 shots later, she's hitting a winner. Great play by the team.
That takes us to 15-40.
Yes, sir. Double break point at 4-1. To your point, at 5-1, this set starts to look pretty remote if they get there for Barr and for Sora.
Almost seems like a pair of set points here, doesn't it, Mark?
Yeah. Just wide. Tyler serving pretty well. Look for him to spin this into the backhand. Stay away from Holden's forehand if he can. Great hands by Eva to a point, but Holden gets the last one.
Yeah.
And that's another break, Bill, and we're 5-1 with a chance for Coons and Scotty to serve out the set. Playing very well.
Yeah, and for those of you watching, I mean, you could see there some very, very solid fundamentals out of Holden Coons, bending his knees, getting down on those volleys, and driving it, but not trying to do too much with it. And very effective volleyer. A little bit of a throwback. He can play baseline, but he's one of those players that you don't see too much these days that also has the ability to be very aggressive and come to net frequently. So
Elizabeth quickly gets a serve in. Forsora drives the ball deep, and we're 15-love. 3 points from the set. And again, as you said, playing very well. The frustrating part, if you're playing Coons and Scotty at this point, is what are we doing? What's our strategy? I mean, they're playing solid, they're playing aggressive. It's, boy, where are we going? Then you start to try to do too much as the opponent, right? And here we are with two service returns that they were good serves, but reasonable to get back, and maybe Barr and Forsora maybe trying to start to do too much as you get behind here. It's natural.
And you can see a little bit from their body language that they're a little bit discouraged on the way the match has been going so far.
Yeah.
Second serve here. 30-love, up 5-1 in the first, Coons and Scotty.
Got a ball coming in here.
Off to a very, very solid start.
I see rackets being picked up on court 3. That match is over. The Zincs won that match. They weren't changing the score there at the end, but the Zincs RCW, a Racket Club West over Myers and Ionescu. So the Zincs move on to the semifinals along with the defending champs. We have 2 matches still left to decide as we round out our semifinal matches here, Bill.
Great serve by Scotty there, and Holden easily puts that away.
And that's the set.
And that's the first set. Roll through that with a 6-1 score.
Yeah.
Down to 2 matches again, Bill, left on court. We'll move into the second set on the feature match, and we are deep into the second set on court 2. Guevara and Correa, first set winners, and up in the second set. They're new players to us, so we'll learn more about them if they continue to win tomorrow, but let's see how they round out the rest of this match.
That's a very strong win for the Zincs on court 3. Apparently played very well, and the winner of the Zincs will play the winner of this match that we are covering here on court 1. So far with
looks like to me the Zincs actually are going to get Nunez.
Oh, they're on the other half of the draw?
Yeah.
Okay.
So Nunez and DeSantis get the Zincs, and then the 2 matches we're covering.
The match here, on court 2.
We'll play each other.
The winners of the matches on court 1 and 2 will play each other.
Yeah.
My bad. In our defense, some of the draws have changed, and got some pictures of the old draws, and so
good spot.
Always in these tournaments, there are some last-minute adjustments as players that are committed end up having some kind of injury or a problem, and it being replaced with other players, and it changes around the draw a little bit.
Coming back here to court 1, going to get started with the second set. Tyler Barr to serve. Barr Forsora looking to hold and see if they can get out to a lead this second set. Obviously a huge game right out of the gate. If Coons Scotty get that early break, it starts to roll downhill a bit for Barr and Forsora. Barr to serve. Love.
And this is that time of day, Mark, as I know from coming straight from work, that those shadows start to creep over. And, that'll be a factor here.
Yeah, shade on one side, sun on the other. So the far side, Coons and Scotty in the sun, a bit of a disadvantage. Didn't affect them on that point. They played that well and get the early love 15 point.
right now they continue to. Tyler and Eva are searching for some kind of strategy that they can hang their hat on, and it's just very difficult to find at this point.
Yeah.
Like all the momentum is with Coons and Scotty.
Yeah. Yeah, love 30 here.
We're already at love 30 here,
yeah.
and then
yeah.
then we cycle back and we go right into hold and serve.
Yeah, serving in the shade.
Yeah.
Yeah. To players in the sun. That's a big serve there by Tyler. He's shown a nice serve, and that's a big one there. It's a big point, 15-30.
Yeah.
He's going to need a few more of those the rest of the way for them to stay in this match.
A little bit of an unorthodox delivery, don't you think, Mark?
Yeah.
Very effective.
Yeah.
But a little bit unorthodox, and sure they don't see a lot like that.
Another great serve, and Fasora, right?
Yeah, Elizabeth can't move the ball enough cross court, and Eva gets a nice easy winner. So
30 all.
Yeah, every time we write somebody off, then they tend to make a rally. So maybe we'll see that here, and big point here.
30 all. Nice serve.
That's just too good.
Yeah, that's just too good. In Eva's defense, Holden gets a ball in around that tee area on a forehand side, and that's heavy topspin. That's just that's too good.
He's deadly with it and can put it wherever he wants.
Yeah, it's too good.
So we have a break point here to start the second set.
30-40.
Again, same.
They found something there, Bill. 2 points in a row on the ad side, bar going far out on the wide for Elizabeth. Let's see what adjustment she makes next time.
Yeah.
We're back to deuce.
She's come a little bit into her body, and she hasn't been able to move her feet effectively enough to try to get that ball cross court enough to get it by Ava. So
let's see if she changes her placement or changes her strategy of where she hits it.
Yeah.
A game of adjustments. Deuce.
That's one Elizabeth wishes she had back.
Yeah, Bar and Fasora caught a break there. Good hands by Eva, but did get it up in Elizabeth's eyes a little easier than probably she was thinking she might get. But we're sitting on an ad now, Tyler to hold. Same serve, not quite as good a return. Great shot by Eva to pick that up. That's not an easy shot. You've got a net cord very, very low. That is so hard to pick up and pull back down with a topspin. That's a phenomenal shot to keep that in. I've hit that shot out 9.9 times out of 10. I mean, that's a terrific shot right there by Eva. And a hold for Bar and Fasora to get into this second set. Big first game for them.
Mark, and as your doubles partner, I can verify the accuracy of that statement.
Oh, Bill.
It's too easy, Mark.
A layup. Getting ready to switch sides here.
Good spin. It was up
Love
my head.
one, Holden serve.
I was like the Matrix.
For those of you out there who are book readers, my partner won't like that I do this, but he wrote a book a couple of years ago during COVID, One Wild Ride, a fantastic sports book. For those who haven't gotten it, you have to do that. Fantastic book he and his partner wrote. So we got Holden Coons serving Love one, second set.
Wind picking up here again. Hopefully
Great return by Eva.
Hopefully we get this action in.
Another good return by Eva. She's feeling it, but left it for Elizabeth, and that quickly ended that point.
Again, Holden playing the ball very, very smartly right up the center, right up the tee. And
the ball
creating a good angle for Elizabeth to volley that ball away.
Down to the country club platform courts, Bill.
Yeah.
Right through the hole in the fencing. Wind is picking up. It still does look actually really nice. We do see some higher level clouds over the farmlands behind us, but hopefully we, as Bill said, we can get these last 2 matches in. That would certainly be the goal. Great get by Tyler. Good
Great
point.
shot by Eva.
Really nice point. Good gets all the way around. She took a little bit off of that and caught Holden kind of in between.
Yeah.
15 all.
I think Holden missed one opportunity earlier in that point to take the net. I think they felt like they had everything under control.
Ball coming in from court 2. Small interruption. 15 all here, Bill. Big point. Fasor and Barr look to get into this game. And Eva's going to get a second serve here. Let's see. She's been handing it off the ground pretty well. Wind picking up again, keeping her eyes on that weather pattern. Great second serve, but a great return. A great serve, but an even better return. Eva's playing very well. And all of a sudden, Bill, it's 15:30. They've got a little bit of a crack in the door as they look for a break.
We'll see what Holden does here with this first serve. Great return.
Nice lob by Eva. Went for
And
a little
she
much
hits it
there.
wide.
The inside out got away from her, and 30 all. That heavy topspin, Bill, is that can wear on you.
Yeah, yeah.
Guevara and Correa 4-3 second set after winning the first set. Actually, that was the last point. As they do the changeover, we're down to 1 match. Guevara and Correa moving on to the semifinals. They'll face the winner of the match you're watching here on court 1. Great first serve for Holden. Moves it to an add point for Coons and Scotty. Down love 1 second set. You want to hold those rain clouds off, Bill. We've got 1 match left. The maximum 2 sets left. Those clouds have to be helping the players, though, with that little bit of wind, too.
Yeah, and it's taken the shadows off the court. And so that's no longer the factor that it was when the sun was out. Not to say it won't come back out, but second serve here for Coons. We'll see what Tyler can do with it. Nice return.
Very nice.
Holden unable to handle the half volley.
Yeah.
Great return there by Tyler.
Yeah.
And we're back to deuce. So we're starting to see some good resistance from Eva and Tyler here at the beginning of the second set.
They've got an opportunity here. Love 1 deuce.
Yeah.
They'd have signed up for that when they went to the end of the first set.
That's for sure. I think we'll see Holden go up the middle here. That's all she wrote.
Great return there, Bill. He kept it nice and deep onto the Eva's backhand. There really wasn't a ton she could do with it. She tried to lob it, but Holden's got good coverage up there, and now they've got the ad.
Looking to try to not this second set of 1 game apiece. Coons serving. Again, Scotty, they're maintaining their Australian alignment, so Scotty has the flexibility to go either way.
Just deep on the serve up the middle. Add in, second ball.
Very nice serve. I believe he had a little bit of a kick on that, moved away from Tyler, and he was unable to handle the return, so we're deadlocked at 1 here in the second set.
Fasor to serve. You'll remember in that first set, her placement's going to be key here, Bill. This is a big, obviously they're all big, but a big early game in this second set. Can she get the ball onto the backhand side here? as she looks to hold. A bit deep. Holden's going to get a look at a second serve.
And kind of the pattern that we see from Holden is he'll take this serve, he'll return it and come in. And again, Elizabeth with a very solid overhead.
Wind picking up here, Bill. Again, some clouds in the distance, but still in okay shape here. There's also blue around us.
I took a quick look at the radar, Mark. I'm not seeing anything on the radar, so yeah, we're still optimistic we can get this one in.
And Coons and Scotty continue to play points like that, and it's going to be very
difficult. Do you notice that beautiful racket position he has? He just, yeah.
Out in front.
Out in front, no hurry.
Yeah.
You know, he's not swinging the racket. He's just, you know, basically moving his body through and getting a good punch.
Good serve by Eva up the middle there.
Not sure what happened there. It looked like Holden was a little handcuffed or lost his concentration momentarily.
15-30.
Yeah.
Great get by Tyler.
.40-15. We have a pair of break points here. And Mark, you have to believe that if they can get out here, get a break, and hold Elizabeth's serve, that, you know, they'll really have them on the ropes.
Absolutely.
But that's a long way from here. We'll see what happens.
Holden's going to get a look at the second serve here at 15-40.
And again, I expect the same pattern. She'll serve, Holden will drive that ball cross court and follow it in. Yep.
And there it is.
Yeah. He ran around that one a little bit and couldn't get his legs quickly enough, you know, to basically follow it in, but there's the first break we have there. Coons and Scotty now up a break here in the second set.
2-1.
2-1.
Last match on court, 9th Annual Groft Charity Classic. All proceeds supporting the York Opioid Collaborative. Ready for the semifinals. We will get you a projected start time if weather works in our favor for tomorrow. We don't have that at hand, but we will get that before we sign off.
And
3 matches tomorrow.
All that information tonight, the results of today's matches, and the schedule for tomorrow will be available on the website sometime later on this evening. So it'll be easy for any of you to, you know, go take a look at, you know, again, our website, www.gcc4tennis.com. So please check in there and hit that donate button. All funds benefit the York Opioid Collaborative, which has been very focused on the opioid epidemic here in the York area.
Good serve by Elizabeth, sets up a put away by Holden. I am being told, Bill, weather dependent, the plan is to start tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. But as Bill said, continue to check that website. But 9 o'clock start time planned for those 2 semifinals tomorrow morning. Weather dependent. Second serve, 15-love.
Again, Elizabeth, one of the few women in the tournament that can hold her own in a cross-court rally like that. She hits a very strong, flat, hard cross-court ball. And, you know, with Holden at net, you know, the last one, Tyler just couldn't get a cross-court enough, and, you know, it basically set Holden up for a very easy volley into the open area. So we're quickly at 30-love. Great volley by Holden. Being very active at net there, cutting off both those volleys.
Yeah, let's talk again about that, Bill. So Elizabeth's going into Fasor's backhand. Holden's able to play almost in the middle of the court because it's such a hard ball to get back down the line.
Yeah.
And if you don't get, and he's so active up there, he's got long arms, you know, he's athletic. It's just really, really tough.
Yeah, I mean, it basically gives Eva just such a small return window.
Yeah.
That it's, you know, just very, very difficult for her.
40 love here. Oh.
Well, yeah, there's a good time for a double fault. That's it.
Small mistake there for Scotty. We're 40-15. Back to your point, that rally before, Bill. So Holden's at the net waiting for his chance. Elizabeth in a baseline rally, and Holden gets the put away. 40-15, 2-1.
Oh, we're in a down the line rally here at the moment. Both male players itching to get in there.
Great shot by Eva. Great cross-court backhand. That's a good point. Oh,
just not enough on the lob.
Great put away. Nice point by both teams. Fun
Very
tennis.
well played.
40-30. Nice shot by Tyler. Eva, with that cross-court lob, created a bit of a different setup. And ultimately, Tyler gets the nice overhead.
That was a difference maker and really helped to open up the court.
Back to our playing days, Bill, that rolling back overhead put away. Not a shot that I had a lot of success with. As you'll remember.
Oh, you had enough success in it. But, all right, let's strap in here. It's add in. Good serve by Scotty, and we're now at 3-1. So they've consolidated the break, up 3-1 in the second.
Back first cycle of serves, we're back to Tyler at 3-1.
Again, that's been the only two games that they've been able to win in this match so far has been Tyler's serve. So we'll see if he can
we might suggest
do it again.
Is, an absolute must at this point. You would think he has to hold. 1-4 is would be a challenge.
Yeah.
A high hill to climb.
Good serve there.
15 all.
15 all. We'll see what Holden does with this serve, whether he chooses again to come in with a return and follow it. He does. Oh, and he misses the easy one.
There was a lot of some spin there, and there was some wind, but yeah, he'd like to have that one back.
I think the wind just knocked that down, and Holden had to really take it.
Yeah. Almost let that bounce and hit a forehand at that point. It got on him in a hurry.
Yeah.
Good point. Well played by Tyler, and he's got himself to a 40-15 advantage on his serve.
Really some solid play from Tyler this game.
Elizabeth had a great return of serve off the line.
Yeah.
And he handled it.
Very, very tough to handle. But he's done very well this game, played some very solid shots.
(40-15) second serve. 1-3. Second set.
Again, Holden setting that up very nicely. A nice deep return to serve. there wasn't a lot Tyler could do with it, and Elizabeth, put that ball away, high backhand, easy for her to drive. Second serve here.
Chance to get back to deuce. Tyler looking to finish the game off.
Expect that backhand cross court again from Elizabeth. Let that forehand go. That was
nice hold from Tyler there, as Forsora and Barr get back to 2-3. It'll be Holden serve as we move to the changeover. Must-win game, and they got it.
And those blustery conditions we saw, Mark, seem to have dissipated.
The sky is blue
and I
and
remain
white,
optimistic that we'll get this match in.
One might suggest it's a Penn State and North Carolina sky, blue and white.
There you go. At this point, getting to be a long day for the players with the delay that we've had in there. So I'm sure that whoever the winning team is will be happy to get off the court. (3-2). Obviously, this is another important game. Coming off the hold, clearly Eva and Tyler can get themselves back in this set with a break here on Holden.
Last time he served, Bill, you'll remember they actually had a couple of opportunities. I think they got to deuce.
Yeah.
Again, they'd sign up for that right now. Both players back. Great serve up the middle. Heavy ball.
Yeah, and they're having a lot of success. He is having a lot of success going up the middle to Eva's backhand. And to your point earlier, he's going up the middle, and it's very difficult for her to drive that ball in back of Elizabeth, who's now standing virtually in the middle of the court. And, with her height and reach, again, there's a very small return window, and they've continued to utilize that effectively. Again, strong serve by Holden.
She's Elizabeth literally standing in the middle of the court, Bill.
Yeah.
Just really tough. Tyler, his only option there was down the line, but again, easy to save from up here on a really tough serve.
Yeah, and Holden hits his first serve. It's into the body.
Yeah.
Impossible to pull that ball down the line.
Yeah. Eva gets a look at a second ball here.
Quickly, we're at 40 love here.
Yeah.
Again, a very effective service game by Holden. In this particular case, he's hit high percentages of his first balls here. I think he's hit all three of his first serves. Oh, I'm sorry, missed one, but that'll work too. An ace, and they're up 4-2 very quickly here in the second set. And again, reaching a point where they have Eva and Tyler again pretty much on the ropes. Eva definitely has to hold this service game.
Must win. Win. Absolute. Have to have this game.
Yeah. At the point that Elizabeth and Holden would win even one additional game at this point, they would have to then break Holden to stay alive at some point in the future.
Great shot from Tyler. Great get. Not that one. Two great overheads from Tyler.
Very well done.
Good start to this service game. 2-4, 15 love.
I'll take it, thanks. Serve here? Serve here, thank you. Yeah, okay. Over here.
Shade has now almost covered the full court, Bill.
Yeah,
for the server.
It's back to the point where it's really not going to be a factor.
Tyler with the poach. had a bit of a bunny and dropped it into the net for 15 all.
Yeah, it looked like he was, I don't know, handcuffed or.
Yeah, he was looking like he wanted to drop that one.
Oh, great volley by Holden.
Great shot by Tyler.
Yeah, to get that.
Oh, look at this lob. What a wonderful shot that was. Great lob from Eva.
Boy, I thought when Holden redirected that volley, the point was over, but Tyler made a great reflex volley off of that, and then Eva with the lob to bring the point home. So now we're at 30-15, so important game, and they're off to a decent start here. See if they can extend their lead here. Again, outstanding return from Elizabeth in the middle of the doubles line, you know, back in that back corner, creating a very difficult situation for Eva to be able to try to drive that ball back cross court, keep it away from Holden. You know, very, very difficult. 30 all. We're on to a second serve.
Holden with a second serve. Going to be looking for a forehand. You going down the line or you going back over to Fasor here, Bill?
I think he's just going to block it back deep and take the net. Good job there. Again, just creates a lot of difficulty when he's able to do that. And you have two very capable players all over the net. It puts them at an extreme disadvantage, and we're quickly here at a break point. From 30-15 to 30-40. So
great shot.
You could see that one coming, couldn't you?
Yeah, it's a great shot. They get the break, and we're 5-2, Bill. Elizabeth Scotty coming out of the switch, the changeover, will be serving for the match.
And it's been a great day of tennis here, Mark. Been a long day. This is the fourth match we've called. Certainly now appreciate how difficult that is for people calling very, very long matches on TV, as we see every day.
Yeah.
Been a long day for us. I'll be happy to take this headphone off at some point.
If this does continue with this way, the semifinals tomorrow, we have Nunez and DeSantis against Zink and Zink from Racket Club Weston Lancaster. And we have one other semifinal so far, Guevara and Correa, and they await this the finish of this match, which right now is lined up for Coons and Scotty. So looking like two terrific semifinals are on their way tomorrow, and then again a great final as well. So
yeah, I'm expecting some great tennis, and we hope those of you out there listening can make your way to the Country Club of York tomorrow. We're looking at a 9 a.m. start. Hopefully the weather gods will be with us tomorrow, and we can get these final three matches that we'll have, the two semifinals followed by the final about an hour later tomorrow.
Scotty serving for the match. Starts it off with a good first serve. Eva drives the forehand ground stroke long, 15 love.
And a little bit, if you look at the body language, Eva and Tyler just don't appear to feel like they have.
It's a tough climb.
How are we going to do it?
It's a tough climb.
Yeah.
At 5-2, you're playing a great team. 5-2. It's a
They're
heavy
just
hill.
not sure what's going to work.
Yeah, it's a tough climb. Tyler does get a look at a second serve here as they try to get into this game.
Holden with a great volley down the line.
Net cord, and just lots of patience. The placement, again, he didn't do anything with that from an aggressiveness standpoint, but patience and placement. A Bill Long signature point there. Patience and placement.
One extreme difference is I would have panicked when the net cord hit.
Love
done
30
something
love.
askew.
Elizabeth went for the big one, up 30 love.
Almost got it. Just a little bit wide.
Frisora's going to get a look at a second ball. Going to want a forehand if she can. And Elizabeth didn't allow that. Holden put away were a triple match point, Bill.
Yeah. Clearly, Coons and Scotty have been just dominant here, Mark. You know, showing their skills, and you know, really would be fun to see tomorrow. You know, we're going to have 2 high-quality semifinal matches, followed by a, you know, obviously what will be a high-quality final. But that'll do it.
There it is. A great day of tennis, Bill. Coons and Scotty finished that off 6-2, 6-1, 6-2. And they proceed to the semifinals tomorrow. Again, weather dependent, 9 o'clock. And again, reminder for those who are out there listening, might have gotten off and back on. Our defending champs, Nunes and DeSantis, will face off against the Zinks. And in the other semifinal, we have Guevara and Correa facing off against Coons and Scotty. So the 1 and 2 seeds have advanced into the semifinals. Bill, remind folks again that want to donate and where they want to go on the website to stay posted, whether if there are any weather challenges tomorrow morning.
The website for the tournament, again, is www.gcc4tennis.com. You can both look for updates on tournament times and results on the website, as well as you can donate. The tournament benefits the York Opioid Collaborative and their efforts to deal with the opioid epidemic here in the York area. Please donate. The money will go to a very good cause. We're hoping that all of you out there will do that are enjoying the tennis action this weekend. And for the evening here, Mark and I are going to sign off, and we'll be back here tomorrow morning, and looking forward to some great tennis at that time. So our thanks to our producer over here to my left. He's done an excellent job today, and we're going to close up for the evening. Thank you all very much.
Good night, everyone.
I'm Dr. John Deitch, WellSpan Health orthopedic surgeon. WellSpan Health delivers orthopedic care you can count on to get you back to your best. From common bone and joint problems to complex injuries, our team of surgeons, physicians, therapists, and athletic trainers work together for you. That's why we're the official sports medicine provider for this team, that team, and your team. That's how WellSpan Health delivers orthopedic care you can count on.
Apple is the name to trust for all things automotive. 10 new car brands with sales, service, and parts, plus collision centers, car washes, and so much more. Providing convenient, quality products and services is what we do best. Shop our specials at appleautomotive.com.
Call 911. I'm just gonna apply some pressure, okay?
When minutes matter, you have the power to save a life. Learn more at minutesmatter.upmc.com.
Thinking of selling your car but don't want to leave your house? Or maybe you don't want the hassle of advertising, negotiating, and selling it. Either way, Apple Automotive has you covered. We want to buy your car. We pay top value for most vehicles, and we make it simple. We'll even come to your location, pick up the car, and bring you a check. It's that easy. Visit selltoapple.com today or stop by one of our convenient locations in York, Hanover, or Red Lion.